Chapter 1. The Recluse of Schwarzwald. The first light of dawn crept through the dusty panes, illuminating the swirling motes in the dim air of my study, a sacred place forsaken by time. I removed my nightcap with deliberate care, each movement drawing my attention deeper into the sepulchral silence that enveloped me, punctuated only by the creaks of the leather chair as I summoned it closer to the ancient oak desk. The cramped study was a testament to my incessant thirst for knowledge, a sanctuary burdened by the weight of history. Everywhere I turned, leather-bound tomes lined the sagging shelves like solemn sentinels watching my every move. The familiar scent of old parchment mingled with the acrid tang of ink, and I felt a sense of warmth enveloping me as I surveyed my domain. There was beauty in this disorder, a chaotic elegance of half-burned candles and forgotten quills that bore witness to sleepless nights. Settling into the chair, its leathery surface groaned beneath my weight, echoing my own languid thoughts as they slipped like smoke through my fingers. I adjusted my spectacles, their cold frame resting heavily upon my nose, and focused on the yellowing parchment sprawled before me. Each brittle leaf held secrets, hushed whispers of forgotten tales that beckoned me like specters. With a measured motion, my ink-stained fingers turned the pages, revealing a kaleidoscope of thoughts, my breath hitching at the uncanny intimacy of their knowledge. Around me, the soft light of morning played tricks. Subtle shadows stretched and danced across the room, entwining with the creeping sensation of isolation that clawed at my chest. I breathed deeply, inhaling the heady aroma of unturned pages, of lost time trapped in the fragile barriers of ink. Here, in this confined space, I was both a curator and a captive, my pursuits binding me tighter than the leather that encased my beloved books. My fingers halted mid-motion as I reached for a particularly ancient tome, its cover embossed with golden letters that whispered of truths long hidden from the world. A quiet thud echoed in the room as it fell, its weight a somber reminder of the burden I carried. The pursuit of knowledge often came at the cost of peace. I paused, peering at the heavy manuscript, as if it could reveal the path to contentment that had long evaded me. What lay within those pages? Had their authors gazed upon the same darkness that dwelled in my mind, or had they penned their thoughts under the innocent guise of curiosity, unaware of the storms they unleashed? As my heartbeat quickened with the thrill of inquiry, I could not suppress the creeping disquiet that settled in my bones. Knowledge, I had learned, was a double-edged sword, slicing through the veil of ignorance while often leaving behind a jagged wound. The morning light intensified, breaking through the dimness of my cluttered sanctuary and casting a pale glow upon my scattered thoughts. I surrendered myself to the dance of shadow and light, an illusion of clarity amid the obscurity that surrounded me. Lost in my solitude, I became aware of the softest sound, the faintest rustle of paper, and a chill scuttled up my spine as if someone else lingered just out of view. For a moment, I allowed my mind to wander beyond the yellowing manuscripts, envisioning the spectral forms of their authors lingering within these walls, waiting for someone like me to distill their words into meaning. But as my ink-stained fingers caressed the faded texts, I felt no companionship, only the resonance of their solitude, a mirror reflecting my own. With a shudder, I pushed aside such thoughts, for what lay before me demanded my attention. As I immersed myself in the secrets of the past, I knew I was edging closer to the heart of my inquiry, an inquiry that sought answers in darkness, yet often drew forth more shadows than I was prepared to face. I stepped from my ivy-clad sanctuary into the lingering embrace of fog, the world transformed into a specter shrouded in whispers and half-formed shadows. The damp flagstones felt uneven beneath my feet, each step a reminder of the distance between me and the unfathomable depths I sought to unearth. The estate loomed behind me, its once proud facade now draped in tattered ivy, much like my own dignity, an artifact of a life long sacrificed at the altar of knowledge. This place of solitude, with its echoing halls and the creaking sounds of history settling, faded as I descended the narrow lane leading to the village square. With every measured step, I was a somber note resonating within the thick blanket of fog, where familiarity morphed into the ghostly wail of the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of earth after the night's rain, mingling with a faint hint of wood smoke that wafted from the hearths of my neighbors. As I passed, shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, bodies lingering just outside the soft pools of light cast by the sporadic lanterns that flickered awake in the morning gloom. The village seemed alive with secrets, and every sound, the rustle of cloaks, the soft whisper of gossip, served to amplify my alienation. Arriving at the village square, I was struck by its transformation under the gaze of dawn's light, yet the murmur of conversations ceased as I approached. Whispers skittered through the crowd like a gust of wind, quick to silence themselves at my arrival, their curious eyes drinking in the sight of my figure, a pariah among the familiar faces. As I stepped forward, the forge's warmth beckoned, and I was greeted by Karl Hohenberg. His sturdy presence radiated a kind of calm I yearned to possess. "Guten Morgen, Herr Flammenberg," he greeted me, wiping soot from his calloused hands on the well-worn fabric of his apron. His voice, gruff yet warm, cut through the fog hanging heavily in the air, a welcome beacon in the uneasy stillness that enveloped me. "Good morning, Karl," I replied, my words tinged with a mix of gratitude and an echo of self-consciousness, a fleeting distraction from the weight of the villagers' eyes upon me. Karl's bearded face, flecked with gray, and framed by the sturdy contours of his broad shoulders, bore an earnestness that calmed the storm of my thoughts, if only momentarily. The forge behind him crackled to life with the promise of steel, the rhythmic hammering of metal shaping a percussive lullaby, though it felt a distant world away from the pursuits that haunted my mind. "Have you come for a new tool, or is it more knowledge that draws you from your books today?" Karl quipped, a half-smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Perhaps both," I admitted, glancing around to take in the village, those who were lingering in doorways and peeking through the heavy fog as if searching for remnants of my once feared intensity. Across the square, a figure moved toward us, shuffling slightly, bearing a bundle of crusty bread wrapped in coarse cloth. Agnes Schmidt, her demeanor as ever a curious mixture of timidity and boldness, hurried forward, clutching the parcel to her chest as if offering up a treasure. Her hair, a neatly pinned testament to the care she bestowed upon appearances, glimmered under the muted light. "Please take this, sir," she whispered, her voice a conspiratorial flutter that barely pierced the morning air. I accepted the offering with a subtle nod. Feeling the rough fabric brush against my fingers, the exchange electric, as if she bore a spark of warmth that momentarily dispelled the oppressive cold of solitude. "Thank you, Agnes," I murmured, barely meeting her gaze. She avoided my eyes, glancing back over her shoulder, as if to ensure no unseen forces were eavesdropping on our brief interaction. The warmth of bread, baked with care and served in secret, held an intimacy that struck me as both heartening and discomforting. My mind danced with thoughts, flickering in the back of my consciousness like the flickering flame of a candle. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of the faces etched with quiet curiosity, their murmurs thickening the air, and a chill crawled up my spine. I had become an object of their scrutiny, a reflection of their own fears wrapped in layers of intrigue, the scholar among laborers, the outsider among those whose lives intertwined. I continued down the cobblestone road, the bread cradled in my arms, lost in the rhythm of the village's pulse, the hammer at the forge, Agnes's whispered fears, and Karl's unwavering solidity. My thoughts roamed dangerously, landing upon questions that thrummed beneath the surface of everyday life, plucking the strings of ancient stories that begged to be uncovered. What lay in the depths of the unknown? What price would I pay to untangle the threads of fate intertwined within the hearts of those around me? In this gathering of life, where laughter mingled with the cries of the hawker, and the specters of history haunted the peripheries, I sensed a dark possibility lurking just out of view, a creeping dread that whispered promises of forbidden knowledge and consequence. And yet, with every step, I was ensnared deeper into the web, driven by an insatiable hunger that both compelled and repulsed me. The village, in all its quaintness, harbored shadows within its heart. As I walked among them, the fog still curled around my ankles like tendrils of forgotten lore. I became acutely aware that some truths are best left unexamined. Yet there I was, on the precipice of discovery, balanced on the knife's edge between enlightenment and despair. Chapter 2: Whispers in the Dark. In the suffocating stillness of my study, shadows stretched long and twisted around me, giving life to the dimness. Flickering flames danced atop half-burned candles, illuminating scattered tomes like forlorn spirits desperately seeking acknowledgement. Outside, an otherworldly chant weaved through the night, pulling my thoughts into a disquieting rhythm, while I steadied my hand to trace the brittle pages of an obscure text, whispering secrets of the forsaken monastery into the night. A slight tremor passed through me, as I felt the weight of antiquity in my grasp. The pages crackled, threatening to disintegrate beneath my touch, yet it was this very fragility that drew me closer. The ink had faded, but the intricate symbols etched into the parchment remained vibrant in my mind's eye, whispering to my insatiable curiosity. My fingers, stained with the remnants of many sleepless nights, found their rhythm along the lines. The passage I encountered sent chills cascading down my spine, an account of an ancient monastery, once a beacon of knowledge now rendered to ruin, swallowed by nature's greed and humanity's negligence. My breath caught in my throat, and I whispered the words aloud, "This place may hold the answer." The idea lingered, a tantalizing thread entwining around my consciousness. Each flicker of the candles seemed to pulse with life, and I became ensnared, torn between the desire to know and the dread of what the truth may unveil. As I continued my transcription, the night deepened, and the gust of wind rattled the window pane, drawing me momentarily from my obsession. I listened intently, my heart echoing the erratic chant outside. Were they mere villagers caught in a frenzied ritual, or something darker lurked just beyond the threshold? The light shivered in response, blurring the boundary between reality and nightmare. I leaned closer to the text, as if its ink could draw me in deeper, granting me the forbidden knowledge I craved. The monastery, my thoughts swirled around it. Had it stood abandoned by time, or had something more sinister chased away those who dared to seek it? I had read countless histories, yet nothing could prepare me for the shadow this place cast across my soul. The candlelight flickered again, and a shadow danced just outside my window. Instinctively, I paused, a shiver racing up my spine. Was it the wind, or had it taken form? The knowledge I sought appeared tainted with fear, a precious truth wrapped in decay. A part of me wanted to dismiss the flickering as a trick of the mind, but the whispering outside grew louder, more urgent, urging me to listen. Compelled by curiosity, I rose to the window, a shroud of uncertainty clutching my chest. The pale light spilling through the trees revealed vague silhouettes congregating, their chants flowing like a river through the darkness. My pulse quickened. I was paralyzed between the pages of knowledge and the pull of that haunting invocation. In that moment, I was an island adrift, cradled by conflicting currents of knowledge and terror. My fingers returned to the manuscript, tracing its elaborate symbols with care, even as the night beckoned me closer. Each careful stroke of my pen across the page held within it the promise of discovery, yet it was infused with the weight of unending solitude. Resuming my work, I gathered my notes, piecing together what lay before me. The allure of the monastery beckoned, stirring within me a restless yearning that overshadowed the encroaching shadows. With renewed intensity, I murmured the haunting verse once more, a soft incantation intertwining with the night air. This place may hold the answer. I was ready to pursue the echoes of my own despair, determined to excavate the secrets buried beneath the weight of the past, ignorant of the shadows waiting to emerge. And just as I turned back to my desk, a violent gust rattled the panes once again, hurling an icy breath across my skin. Dread clung to me, a specter at my shoulder whispering of unknown horrors. Yet I pressed on, a soul entwined in darkness, bound by the very knowledge that may consume me. In the shrouded courtyard of the farmhouse, the rain fell steadily, a relentless reminder of the burdens our village bore. Kneeling beside the trembling cow, I felt the shivers coursing through its body, a mirror reflecting the unease that gripped not only the animal, but the very heart of our community. I lifted its flaccid head gently, searching for the flickers of comfort in its dark, mournful eyes, determined to ease its suffering on this somber night. The courtyard itself seemed to echo our collective grief, a modest farmhouse adorned with weary timber, surrounded by mud clinging to my skirts as I knelt. Rain pooled in uneven puddles, droplets tapping incessantly against the worn ground. It was as if the sky wept alongside us, the dark clouds swallowing all hope of respite. The farmer stood nearby, his arms folded tightly across his chest, each crease in his brow deepening with anxiety. I caught a glimpse of his despair in the lines etched into his weathered face. Focusing on the task at hand, I fished through my worn leather pouch, fingers brushing against the assortment of herbs. Each one carried its unique scent, mingling in the damp air, lifting me momentarily from the encroaching darkness. I selected a few, the fragrant relief calling to the depths of my spirit, tarragon for strength, chamomile for calm. As I crushed them between my fingers, a burst of life flowed through me, revitalizing my determination. With steady hands, I applied the aromatic mix to the cow's quivering flank, feeling the coarse hairs brushing against my fingertips. I whispered soft reassurances, as though my words could penetrate the veil of pain clinging to it. There, sweet friend. We will ease your suffering tonight." My heart thudded heavily within my chest, not just for the animal, but for the villagers relying on their strength. They were all as fragile as this creature, struggling against the tides of uncertainty crashing down upon us. I moved methodically, allowing the steadiness of my actions to drown out the rain's relentless murmur. The drops cascaded down, mingling with my worries, a foreboding sign of the pain enveloping the village, yet it only fueled my resolve. The soft glimmer in the cow's eyes ignited hope within me. With every gentle motion, I felt the frail thread connecting us to something larger than our suffering. The farmer remained rooted, a statue of worry, every glance betraying the fear he harbored for his herd, for the village as a whole. When he finally spoke, his voice quivered with a mixture of frustration and pleading. "Will it be enough, do you think?" he asked, almost afraid of the answer. With my brow furrowing, I met his anxious gaze. "It must be," I asserted, firm yet gentle, allowing conviction to seep into my words. "Together, we can endure this. You must trust that compassion carries weight, healing even when it feels impossible." He nodded slowly, as though accepting the hope I offered, but still, doubt hovered like the rain that clung to the air. It was all I could do to embody the courage we so desperately needed, to be the pillar within this gathering storm. The world around us rumbled as darkness crept forward, shadows unfurling beneath the cloak of rain. With each passing moment, the urgency weighed on my shoulders. Time was fleeting, and I could not allow despair to taint my resolve. As I finished tending to the cow, adjusting its damp blanket to shield it from the chill, I realized that the creature and I shared a bond forged in that oppressive atmosphere, each of us an anchor to the other. Standing slowly, I stepped back to survey my work, ensuring my ministrations took root. The cow's breath grew steadier, calming ever so slightly, and with it, my heart lightened just a fraction. But beneath the surface lay an undercurrent of unease that refused to relent, tugging at my heart, whispering fears of what might come next. The rain continued to fall, soaking the earth beneath my feet, mirroring the lingering dread that loomed over our village. It became clear, in our fight against suffering, we were entwined within a broader web, a connection to the ancient rhythms of life that thrummed through us, pulling and tugging at our souls. With renewed purpose, I turned toward the farmhouse, the dim glow of light beckoning. Tonight, we must gather as a community, fortifying ourselves against the darkness. As I wiped my hands on my apron, the scent of the herbs mingled with the rain, clinging to me like a pledge. No matter how heavy the storm grew, I would remain steadfast, offering my compassion as both salve and shield against the shadows closing in. The tavern air felt thick with anticipation, as if each patron carried the weight of unspoken fears like a shroud over our gathering. At a rough-hewn table strewn with half-empty mugs and fragments of anxious conversation, I leaned forward, my heart thrumming against the clamorous pulse of our village. Outside, the rain mirrored our turmoil, intensifying the shadows that lurked just beyond the flickering candlelight, holding captive the fears that spread among us like wildfire. In the dim glow, I could see faces lined with worry, each reflecting the darkness we had been trying to outrun. The flickering lights of the tavern cast my features in stark relief, transforming me into a mere silhouette against the shadows. There were murmurs rising, notes of panic woven through each hushed tone, punctuated by an occasional fumbled laugh that felt wholly unearned. Then, amidst the shuffling bodies, one voice surged to the forefront, a frantic tone that broke through the thick tension enveloping us. "Another cow vanished last night." It was a bold statement, uttered by a man I recognized only in passing. His eyes were wide, fear cascading down his face. The words hung in the air like a fog, swirling through the collective consciousness of the villagers. As I listened, taking stock of my surroundings, I observed the raw emotions flickering within their eyes. Anxiety gripped the space, transforming concern into something darker, an unsettling unity forged in the fear of the unknown. I took a steadying breath, my thoughts racing as I began to gather notes on a weathered piece of paper. I kept my gaze steady, raising a hand to quell the rising tide of voices. "We will verify every report," I declared, my voice firm yet calm. My years of letting had sharpened my ability to listen, and now I offered structure amid chaos. But beneath my resolve lay a tight coil of dread, winding itself around the core of my thoughts. One villager, too consumed by worry to notice my authoritative presence, slammed a fist against the table. "This is unacceptable. We can't afford to lose any more livestock. What if it's not just our cows? What if?" I interjected, my voice cutting through the tumult. "We will investigate. But reacting in fear will not aid us." As I addressed him, I met his fierce gaze with an unwavering stare, projecting strength, a quiet fortitude igniting the spark of hope I fought so hard to maintain. Conversations around us began to quiet, eyes drawn to the two of us like moths to a flickering flame. I sensed the village's fear wash over me in waves, drowning out reason. They needed a beacon, a sense of order in this tempestuous storm. Slowly, voices murmured soft affirmations, echoes of my words circling among the patrons. Gathering their input, I looked around the table, anchoring each gaze. "We will not let panic lead us astray," I continued, resolved to reinforce the unity among us. "Each lost cow must be treated with urgency. We'll pair up, comb the fields for any signs, and share what we find. Until dawn breaks, we stand vigilant." The decision settled like lead in the air, though I could feel the tension begin to wane. Fear had woven through the very fabric of our village, and it bound us together. Each shared loss transformed our desperation into a singular purpose, a palpable thread that tightened as the clock ticked away. As I began collecting murmured confirmations from the villagers, I could see flickers of determination igniting among their eyes, but doubt lingered like the rain outside, an unwelcome presence looming over us. I would need to lead them through it, steady their spirits against the gathering storm that awaited. The weight of responsibility sat heavy on my shoulders, but I would bear it as long as I drew breath. In that moment, I glanced beyond the tavern's frame into the raging night, knowing I was not merely fighting for our livestock, but for the very essence of our village's heart. The darkness was closing in, and as it encroached upon us, I vowed to stand firm against the shadows, to guide my people through whatever dread awaited. We would not surrender to fear. We would become the answer we sought, bound together in this relentless struggle. Chapter 3: The Forbidden Tome. The dawn cast its pale light over the crumbling edifice, revealing the monastery in its skeletal grace. I stepped through the shattered archway, a portal into shadows forgotten by time, the weight of my leather satchel swinging against my side like the ticking of a clock counting down to revelations both thrilling and terrifying. Each crack and fragment of stone whispered secrets I was destined to uncover, a call from the past that wrapped around my mind like ivy on the stone walls. With each stride, I felt the air cool around me, thickening as I ventured further into the decaying structure. The first echoes of my footsteps danced through the silence, a rhythmic cadence that stirred the dust and set the slumbering shadows into motion. The broken stones beneath my feet crunched like brittle bones, an unintentional homage to the whispers of history lost within these hollowed halls. The entrance opened into a narrow corridor, shrouded in shadow and memory. I reached for the heavy, crumbling stone door, pushing it aside with effort that betrayed my eagerness. The door creaked, a lament perhaps upon its rusted hinges, sending a tremor through the air that quickened my pulse. There was something sacred here, something that gnawed at the edges of my mind with every step I took. The first of the shattered stained glass windows caught the dawn's rays, casting fractured patterns onto the moss-covered walls. They flitted like lost souls in the ethereal light, and for a moment I found myself entranced, the rich colors of red and green morphing into nightmarish shapes that clung to the darkness of my thoughts. I briefly considered that beauty might linger even in ruin, yet a deeper sensation whispered that decay holds its own truths, darker, often more profound than mere beauty. Stepping further, I paused to inspect an engraved plaque that beckoned from the wall, my gloved fingers tracing the etchings worn by time. The inscriptions told stories of sorrow, legends caught in a reverie of aged stone, whispering of prayers offered in vain. I imagined the voices of monks long dead, echoing through this corridor, their cries now mere shadows evaporated like smoke. A distant drip of water punctuated the stillness, drawing me back to my task as I took a breath laced with dampness and neglect. I rummaged through my satchel, fingers brushing against crumpled parchment until I found the tattered map I had studied so obsessively. Its edges were worn, as if the paper itself bore the weight of my restless thoughts. Carefully, I unfolded it, the brittle sound slicing through the silence. As I compared the map to the crumbling structures around me, anxiety clawed at my gut. Each landmark was a secret waiting to be deciphered, and my pulse quickened with the thrill of discovery. Here lay ruins that beckoned to be understood, and I would unearth whatever knowledge lay dormant within their decrepit walls. The disintegrating edifice seemed to breathe with me, a sentient being living and dying in tandem with my obsessive quest. I matched the contours and shapes meticulously, drawing connections that teetered on the brink of madness, whispers from the past growing louder with each realization. In that corridor, amidst the creeping shadows and whispered secrets, I felt a singular clarity emerging, an intimacy with the unknown that both thrilled and terrified me. It was in this forgotten place that my desire for knowledge entwined with the shadows of those who came before me, hinting at depths I could scarcely fathom. And as I lifted my gaze to the next broken archway, I steeled myself for the adventure that awaited, drawn deeper into the haunting embrace of the monastery and its dark, twisted history. My obsession consumed me as I leaned closer to the collapsed section of the monastery, fingers trembling in anticipation of discovery, yet an unsettling dread crept beneath my skin. Each fissure in the stone felt like a warning, the hollow echo of history murmuring secrets of fragility. I was a moth drawn inexorably to the flame, ignorant of the peril that loomed above, and the very air thickened with the scent of ancient despair. As I inspected the crumbling stones, I couldn't help but feel the weight of ages pressing against me, the weight of the forgotten. It was an unnerving sensation, amplifying my every breath. I squinted into the dark recesses, longing to piece together the stories hidden within the shadows. Yet with every stone I touched, I felt a creeping anxiety unfurling within me, for I knew, though rational thought flickered like a dying candle, that these walls harbored an undeniable truth. The atmosphere grew heavier as I continued my examination, and I was struck by the oppressive stillness that clung to the air. I brushed away a thin layer of dust with my hand, revealing a splintered beam buried beneath the rubble. A crack echoed above me, a deep rumble reverberating through the very foundation of this ancient place. The air became electric, a warning hung precariously as the stone groaned, a warning I scarcely registered before the world above gave way. Dust and debris poured down like a torrential storm, a violent eruption of the very structure I had so lovingly studied. I stumbled backward, adrenaline flooding my veins as instinct took over. My hand shot up instinctively to shield my face from the impending chaos. Particles danced in the air like phantoms mocking my hubris. Heart pounding like a drum of impending doom, I felt the floor quaking beneath me, unsteady as though it too sought escape from the collapse. It was an overwhelming assault of noise and fear that left me disoriented. A part of me wanted to flee, yet my feet remained rooted to the ground, suspended in a moment that stretched like shadows at twilight. And then it fell silent, save for the soft echo of settling dust. Cautiously, I lowered my arm, blinking against the haze that now swirled in the air. Before me lay an expanse of rock that had hidden what I could scarcely comprehend, as the jagged stone had revealed a hidden chamber, faintly illuminated by the morning light creeping through cracks in the ancient walls. A cool draft kissed my skin, urging me forward, yet I hesitated. The very act of stepping into the unknown weighed heavy in my mind. The chamber beckoned, an invitation wrought from the depths of despair. Dimly lit, it revealed shadows longer than those outside, and in its heart stood a rotting oak chest perched atop a fractured stone pedestal, like an offering of both dread and allure. Each step toward it felt surreal, anticipation twisted into fear as I approached. My breath quickened as I reached for the heavy lid, the decay of the wood beneath my fingertips palpable as I lifted it slowly. The air seemed to still, caught in a breath that held centuries of dark promise. Within lay an ancient tome, bound in what appeared to be human skin, a grotesque testament to secrets long buried. I recoiled momentarily, a shiver crawling down my spine, yet an unyielding fascination rooted me in place. With trembling fingers, I gingerly turned the brittle pages, heart pounding as I beheld intricate necromantic rituals scrawled in faded ink. The very sight sent an electric thrill through my core, a combination of horror and exhilaration that coursed through me like wildfire. What had I unearthed in this forsaken place? The unquenchable thirst for knowledge surged within, overshadowing the dread. I secured the tome in my satchel, a dark prize that felt as though it should remain buried among the ashes of lost souls. As I exited the hidden chamber, I was acutely aware of the echo of my soft footsteps retreating through the rubble, shadows trailing behind me like memories unwilling to be shaken. The quietude enveloped me once more, but it was no longer mere silence. It was thick with the weight of things unsaid, dark whispers that would continue to haunt me in the dim recesses of my mind. I emerged into the crumbling corridor, the remnants of the past swirling with newfound promise. Yet the deeper truth lay buried, tantalizing and grotesque, whispering secrets that would lead me further into the darkness I both feared and yearned to embrace. Chapter 4. First Incantations. The dim light of my cluttered study flickered beneath the shivering flames of unevenly spaced candles, each one an unwilling sentinel of my unholy exploration. My ink-stained fingers caressed the cracked spine of the ancient tome, its pages bound in faded human skin, a disturbing tactile reminder of the knowledge it harbored, a knowledge that beckoned with a haunting allure. I breathed in the musty air thick with dust and despair, feeling the weight of my solitude settle around me like a suffocating shroud, leaving only the quiet pulse of my heart to bear witness to my escalating madness. With every deep, measured breath, I let the scent of aged parchment and the promise of forbidden truths engulf me. My study, an altar of secrets and neglected ambitions, held a chaotic symphony of texts stacked haphazardly against the walls, each title whispering tales of terror, of elation, of intellectual pursuit. I had sacrificed much at this altar. Years of social niceties, the warmth of companionship, even the taste of a fresh meal, all forgotten in favor of the pursuit of elusive knowledge. The tome lay open before me like an eager conspirator, its inked passages gleaming under the uncertain glow of candlelight. I hesitated, a shiver coursing through me, as I examined the faded inscriptions that spiraled across the pages like serpents. What sins had its previous keepers committed to have entrusted it to my care? And what consequences would befall me if I sought to decipher its cryptic wisdom? I leaned closer, drawn in by the forbidden beauty of its contents. Each word seemed to curl around my mind, luring me deeper into a labyrinth of intrigue and dread. I let out a shaky breath, resolved to immerse myself in the secrets it held, unaware of how far this exploration would thrust me into the depths of despair. As I meticulously arranged the candles, 7 in total, each spaced unevenly across the scarred oak table, I could feel the tension tightening like a noose around my heart, a prelude to the darkness I was beckoning forth. Once the candles stood trembling in their awkward formation, I positioned myself at the table, the tome looming like an idol in my unholy ritual. I glanced at the glowing flames, watching as they danced, yearning for my unbroken focus, their light casting long shadows that mocked my isolation. I took a deep breath, steadying my nerves, and began to recite the incantations that lay dormant in the pages, my voice resonating in the cramped room like a forgotten echo. Das Wissen der Dunkelheit, das Verboten liegt. My words fell from my lips like shards of ice, shattering the stillness that wrapped around me. With each phrase, the air thickened, charged with an unnameable energy that felt like a presence crowding the space behind me. My fingers trembled as they moved from one fragile page to another, each turn a leap into the unknown, a flirtation with madness. The rhythm of my voice hung in the air, pulsating in time with my quickening heartbeat, as if the very walls of the room held their breath in anticipation. As I spoke, the candle flames flickered violently, casting erratic shapes against the shelves of texts that lined my study. I marveled at the shadows, imagining them as the souls of those who had been lost to the knowledge I sought to claim. Then, as if the fabric of my reality had been rent, a sudden gust of wind rushed through the cracked window, extinguishing the flames in one violent sweep. Darkness crashed down upon me, wrapping me in an oppressive cloak of despair. I gasped, my heart pounding against my ribs as I reached out into the void, hand hovering uncertainly above the closed tome. The words I had unleashed now swallowed by the silence that roared in my ears. A chill crept into the corners of my mind, seeping through the cracks of my resolve. The shadows congealed around me, and for an instant I thought I felt something brush against my shoulder, a whisper from the abyss, or perhaps the hand of something more sinister. I remained frozen, trapped in the aftermath of the extinguished light, a dark harbinger of what I had summoned and the price I had yet to pay. The stillness of the village enveloped me as I tiptoed along the muddy lane, the cool night air prickling my skin with a tingle of excitement and dread. Stars blinked out of sight, swallowed by a curtain of darkness that pressed in from all sides. Yet, in the depths of that abyss, a single wavering light flickered, ghostly and inviting, spilling out from the window of the towering estate that loomed like a forgotten giant on the edge of my world. I was a mere child of 12, all bright-eyed curiosity wrapped in an aura of innocence, yet the estate filled my small chest with a feeling I couldn't quite name. Fear and fascination twisted together like tangled roots beneath the surface. I paused in my careful strides, straining to catch a better glimpse of the mysterious light, my heart thrumming like a war drum as my gaze fixed on the ivy-clad window. With a cautious tug, I clutched my leather-bound notebook close, its familiar texture grounding me against the supernatural chill that surged in the night. I had always fancied myself an explorer of the unknown, a seeker of secrets hidden in the shadows of whispered tales. But tonight felt different, charged with a weight that sent shivers racing along my spine. "Is that really there?" I muttered to myself, uncertainty lacing my voice as I leaned closer, my feet anchored in the wet earth, reluctant to venture any closer. My mind was alive with possibilities, stories from my father's teachings flickering like the flame of the candle I often imagined lighting the way into these dark corners. But the stories came with warnings. A shiver passed through me, leaving my breath tangled in a veil of mist as I forced my attention back to the unsettling glow. Suddenly, the shadows danced around me, and in that moment, a figure emerged against the vine-draped wall, a silhouette that twisted and swayed with the light, yet did not seem to possess a solid form. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest, thumping out a rhythm of panic and excitement. Was this a trick of the light, or something more? Perhaps an echo of the past, a reminder of souls long lost to the encroaching night. There was a pulse in my throat, a call that urged me forward, urging me to uncover the identity of the apparition before me. Yet, despite my bravado, I felt the tendrils of fear curl around my legs, anchoring me to the muddy ground. The strange glow ebbed and flowed, illuminating the grotesque details of the wall beneath, shadows distorting the ivy into unnatural forms that crept and crawled like the husks of forgotten spirits. As I continued to stare, I was compelled to back away, my small frame trembling as if the very darkness might reach out and wrap its cold fingers around me. I could almost hear the sounds of whispered warnings through the rustle of leaves, cautioning against this folly. I retreated, though every inch away felt like a distance traversed through quicksand. The echoes of my footsteps rang sharply in my ears as I dashed back along the lane, the weight of what I had witnessed clinging to my mind. Each step away from the light, and its spectral silhouette propelled me into thoughts of the stories I had been told, tales of shadows that hid dark truths, waiting for the right moment to unleash their darkness upon the unsuspecting. The village remained undisturbed, but I could feel the pulse of secrets swirling around me, untold mysteries stirred by my accidental encounter with the unknown. I vowed to return, to uncover the truth hidden in that flickering light, knowing all the while that my curiosity would draw me deeper into a world darker than I had ever imagined. My youthful bravado stoked a flame within, urging me to decipher the meanings cloaked in shadow, a challenge I felt I must accept. Chapter 5: The Village Council. The air in the village town hall clung to us like a wet shroud, heavy and suffocating, as shadows danced mockingly on the rough wooden walls. Flickering oil lamps threw our faces into sharp relief, highlighting the fear that etched itself into our features, bodies drawn tight against the unknown that lurked outside our walls. A lone figure stood before us, commanding attention with an iron will, Hans Weber, his deep-set eyes scanning the crowd as he called for order. My heart raced, a frenzied beat against the dread pooling in my chest as I felt the weight of what lay unspoken in that small, beleaguered assembly. "We must proceed with caution," interjected Karl Hohenberg, his sturdy frame leaning forward as if he might vault over the wooden bench to emphasize his point. The villagers murmured in hushed tones, their brows knitted in a tapestry of fear and suspicion, glances flickering like the flames that illuminated our somber gathering. I watched Karl's calloused hands cross over one another, resting upon his thighs, steadying himself against the rising tide of panic. This madness must end tonight. Agnes Schmidt shouted, her voice a raw cry that echoed around the hall. She clutched a small crucifix tightly in her trembling fingers, the wood of it nearly splintering under the pressure. Her dark eyes darted to the corners of the room, as if expecting some sinister presence to materialize in the gloom. Gasps of agreement, tinged with trepidation, rippled through the audience. I could feel the tension crackle, each word igniting the anxious atmosphere further, while my own thoughts spiraled into the depths of what awaited us outside. Greta Muller paced near a row of uneven windows, the slight creak of her worn leather shoes a counterpoint to the chaos. Before we act, we need proof, evidence of what truly haunts us. Her voice rose above the din, cool and commanding, like a balm to the rising hysteria. Greta held our gaze with a steadying resolve, yet I could sense the quiver of uncertainty beneath her calm exterior. Her long copper hair glinted in the dim light as she gestured toward the darkened corner of the hall, emphasizing her words. I was drawn to her, captivated by her grace amidst our growing dread. As if summoned by the very thought, whispers of Ludwig's absence spread through the crowd, mingling with the fog of anxious thoughts. His name hung like a specter above us, Ludwig Flammenberg, the brilliant scholar lost in his tomes, too absorbed in the realms of the unknown to notice the shadows creeping into our lives. They said he delved into ancient texts, uncovering secrets that best remained buried. The villagers' eyes turned to me then, seeking comfort, or perhaps a rallying cry to conquer their unease. I had often ventured to his estate, wandering through dim hallways crammed with relics, but today the path to his sanctuary seemed shrouded in darkness. A murmur of concern swelled through the assembly, each voice folding upon itself like the layers of dread wrapping around my chest. How could we confront the intangible horrors that crept amongst us? Each tick of the clock sent shivers down my spine, amplifying the ache of uncertainty as I listened to them speculate, each voice a small hammer striking my resolve. Agnes's fervor brushed against the skin like ice, while Karl maintained a fortitude that spoke of unyielding tradition. We must send someone to confront him, Karl said finally, crossing his arms, an oak standing amid a tempest. His brows knit together in thought, though his voice remained unyielding, betraying a depth of concern underneath. The villagers stirred as they exchanged glances, that subtle dance of trust breaking and shifting, sowing seeds of doubt amongst the ranks. If we gathered a small delegation, I felt the current of inevitability surging through the hall, a decision too great to bear alone, yet far too great to delay. A plan began to form in the murky waters of fear that had risen to the surface of our gathering, glistening ominously in the candlelight. A collective sigh met my ears, and with it came the smell of sweat and desperation, the ghostly remnant of the village's collective nightmare. The creaking wood beneath my feet echoed louder than our rising voices, a chorus of shaky resolve that hinted at our retreat from reason. We would go to him, Ludwig, and confront whatever fear, whatever specter of the past that his absence had unbound. As the meeting drew to a close, I could feel the tension like a taut bowstring, each villager still ensnared by the echo of uncertainty that hung thick in the air. Our whispers collided, mingling together as we departed, spirits heavy as the encroaching night beyond the hall. It was the semblance of a plan, a flicker of hope tempered with dread, but would it be enough to battle the darkness that lurked on the periphery of our thoughts? The discussion swirled like the ominous wind, howling beyond the village's thin walls, filling the cramped town hall with an unsettling cacophony of nervous chatter. I could feel the dread hanging thick in the air, each voice a thread weaving together a tapestry of unease that enveloped us all. Hans stood tall at the front, scratching notes onto scrap paper while the shadows wavered around him, wrestling with the certainty of what we were to face. As I leaned in, I caught fragments of words mingling with my own, drawing me deeper into the mire of our spiraling fears, until they coalesced into a plan we could no longer evade. "We have a right to seek answers," Hans declared, his voice steady, almost bolstering against the tide of anxiety. I watched as he meticulously noted our sentiments, a chronicler of dread, attempting to impose order upon a chaos that simmered just beneath the surface. Despite his best efforts, the villagers stirred restlessly, whispers flaring into sharp breaths, shuddering against the looming specter of uncertainty. Karl's arms tightened across his chest, embodying the balance of fear and resolve. Fear will not bring us clarity. We must confront the reality of our fears, not hide from them. He stepped forward, addressing the murmurs, urging the others to listen. I could see the tension flicker among the assembled villagers, his words igniting something dormant. The depth of their anxiety flared momentarily, drawn to the flicker of hope kindled by his confident tone. He went on, recounting tales of their ancestors facing darkness, of brave men who had stood in the same place we did now, unyielding in the face of dread. Each time we surrendered to fear, we lost a piece of ourselves. We must not repeat our past. His voice resonated through the hall, pulling at hearts fraught with indecision, sowing seeds of resolve amidst the ruinous doubts. I could see a flicker of determination replacing the shared fears on some of their faces, but others remained entrenched in terror, hearts weighed down by the specter of what lay ahead. Agnes, her voice quaking beneath the weight of her own fears, thrust her hands outward, nails digging into the cross at her neck as she spoke. "And what if that darkness consumes us? We must heed the signs. Every omen indicates peril that creeps closer." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the corners of her mouth twisted downwards in trepidation. "They say, the longer we delay, the stronger it becomes." Her words hovered over the gathering, drawing an array of reactions, nodded heads filled with superstitions, and drawn faces hinting at escalating anxiety. A chill wrapped around my spine. I felt it too, the weight of an impending dread that hinted at centuries of sins and sorrows stirring just beyond our threshold. Greta, however, stood unyielding in the fray. She stepped forward, her copper hair catching the dim light as she turned to face the crowd. "But if we do nothing, we are already lost." The steel in her voice rang clear, cutting through the panic like a blade. "We cannot let fear govern our lives. If we truly believe there is a threat, we must gather our strength and confront it together." I admired her resoluteness, her courage a beacon amidst the chaos. "If we gather a small delegation, someone must go to his estate at first light," Greta suggested, her eyes scanning the assembled crowd with a mix of determination and concern. There was a pause, then several villagers exchanged glances, a new energy starting to course through them. I saw Karl nod, a spark igniting in his eyes as the power of purpose began to flow like a river through the crowd. The air vibrated with tension as voices rose and fell, conversations colliding, twisting into one another like branches struggling for light in a dense forest. I could feel the pulse of urgency growing, each heartbeat amplifying the resolve as plans formed amidst uncertainty. And then it happened. The mood shifted dramatically as voices coalesced around a decision. The finality of Hans's voice brought stillness. "We will confront Ludwig tomorrow. Each of you, prepare yourselves, for dawn will break our trepidation or shatter our beliefs." As he spoke, an echo rang in my ears, binding us all together in our collective resolution, though lingering doubts still tugged at the edges of my thoughts. The meeting adjourned, yet the air remained thick with a palpable mixture of courage and fear. I could see the determination on some faces, but also the shadows clinging to others, unspoken doubts that floated in the space between us like ghosts of the past refusing to release their grip. Villagers began to shuffle, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. Chairs scraped against the rough surfaces, adding a layer of tension as we filed out, shadows merging and dissipating into the night. Would dawn bring clarity, or would we awaken to find the horror we sought yet feared lying at our very doorstep? As I left, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see a specter of dread lingering, a reminder of the uncertainty that lay ahead, a dark whisper against the dimming glow of the oil lamps fading into night. Chapter 6: The Confrontation. As dawn clawed at the sky, we stood before the heavy iron gate of Ludwig Flammenberg's estate, its creaks echoing like the whispered secrets of this cursed village. The ivy tangled around the gate, a green web trapping the memories of all who had crossed that threshold, a somber reminder of the weight we carried as we gathered our resolve to confront the shadows within. Hans led us, his stride firm as he pushed the gate open. The metallic screech seemed to draw the mist in closer, as if the morning air shared our trepidation. My heart beat in time with the echoes of his boots against the gravel path, while Karl lumbered behind, hefting a worn pack that bore the marks of labor. Greta brought up the rear, her small figure clutching a bundle of herbs to her chest, the soft rustle of leaves a gentle contrast to the crunch beneath our feet. The path wound ahead, flanked by wild foliage, its overgrown tangles swallowing the memories of what lay beneath. Patches of early light filtered through the ancient trees, casting phantoms across the stones, creating a dance of light and shadow that stirred unease in my gut. I wondered how much of what lay before us was merely the remnant of time, and how much whispered of the dread that tainted our very souls. "Are you certain this is wise?" Greta's voice, though soft, seemed to challenge the very morning, her clear green eyes searching Hans's sturdy profile. He paused, his beard flecked with gray catching the dawn light, considering her question, but the unyielding nature of his resolve did not waver. "We must do this," he replied, the weariness of his years hidden beneath layers of sternness. "The village cannot endure this darkness without confronting its source." I could sense the weight of that darkness in his words, and a chill coursed through me, the atmosphere thickening with unsaid fears. "Caution," Karl grunted, shifting the pack on his shoulder, "is as necessary as strength." His presence was a rock amidst our storm, calloused hands forged through years at the anvil, but even he couldn't shake the feeling that shadows were creeping close behind us. Before long, we stood before the grand oak door, its surface weathered by time and stained by secrets. My gaze drifted across its ornate carvings, faces twisted in perpetual agony, symbols of a life long abandoned. Hans raised a hand, fist clenched, and knocked twice. Each thud reverberated through the stillness like a death knell, low yet insistent. "Ludwig," he called, and his voice felt too small against the sprawling silence that enveloped us. I felt a shiver pass through the air, as if the house itself held its breath, waiting for what was to come. With the sun casting tentative rays, our resolve faltered just at the edge of the known, an anticipation wrapping around us as tightly as the ivy gripped the gate. It was a moment where our hopes clashed against the dread that lingered, palpable and clinging like a mist that refused to lift. We stood united, yet each of us contained our own silent battles. And then, as the muted light poured through the time-worn stained glass windows, the heavy oak door creaked open. The figure that appeared would set into motion the threads of our unraveling. A man absorbed by his demons, lost to his insatiable thirst for knowledge, welcoming us into the depths of the unknown. The door swung inward, creaking like an old man rising from a long sleep, revealing a chaotic sanctuary where knowledge clashed with madness. Ludwig stood behind a time-worn oak desk, his figure swallowed by an array of yellowed papers and the shadows that lingered like the spirits of those lost in his relentless pursuit of the unknown. The study was a visceral assault on the senses. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and ink, layered with an undercurrent of burnt candle wax that clung to the walls. Tomes, ancient and forbidding, lay scattered like fallen leaves, each spine cracked, each cover worn by neglect, screaming their secrets from a time long forgotten. The walls bore witness to rituals sketched hastily in ash, cryptic symbols mingling with darkened brass fixtures, the remnants of arcane workings long abandoned or perhaps failed. "Ah, more visitors," Ludwig blurted out, his voice slicing through the stillness. His disheveled black hair flitted about as he waved one hand dismissively, oblivious to the quiet gravity of our presence. It was an erratic motion, like a man desperate to brush away the stains of an unwanted truth. He stood ensconced in a web of half-finished thoughts, the light from the single flickering candle illuminating his pale blue eyes that darted in wild fascination with unseen shadows. "It seems you've come to meddle again, haven't you?" His gaze flickered toward us, as though we were merely an extension of the chaos he managed to attract, not acknowledging our shared purpose. Karl shifted his weight on the stone floor, his heavy boots echoing a dissonance that contrasted sharply with the frenetic energy surrounding Ludwig. "Ludwig," Karl began, his voice measured and firm, "the village—" "I have no need for your meddling," he interrupted, agitation lacing his tone. My heart quickened, a swell of unease spreading as I observed the havoc of his study mirroring the disarray of his mind. I shifted my weight, glancing at Greta, who stood with narrowed eyes, her emerald gaze fixed on Ludwig. There was a palpable worry etched across her features. It spoke of kindness and fear intertwined, mingling like the herbs she held so dear. As I studied Ludwig's frantic motions, I couldn't help but notice a shape, a long, dark silhouette that flitted close behind him, almost imperceptible in the chaos of the room. It darted between the towering stacks, its movements almost taunting in their speed, eliciting a sharp breath from Greta as she caught sight of it. "Ludwig," she murmured, her voice laced with concern. "What's behind you?" But Ludwig seemed oblivious, retreating deeper into the disarray. He grasped scattered manuscripts, his long, thin fingers trembling as they arranged the objects strewn across the desk, each motion laden with an urgency that set my teeth on edge. It was a desperate dance, frantic and unhinged. The candles along the walls sputtered under the restless air, casting a series of flickering shadows that played upon the walls, interspersed with the whispers of unseen presence. "Greta, it's merely the—" I began, yet my words faltered. She had a gift for perceiving things lurking in the corners where my mind could not venture. I felt it too, a weight in the air thickening, a silence that lingered after his words, fraught with implications. The sight of Ludwig, an undeterred scholar retreating into madness while shadows encroached, filled me with dread. His denial of reality blended with a chaos that was both fascinating and horrific. And there, in the stillness after his last remark, we all felt the space grow taut with the unsaid, a communion of fears unspoken. It was in that unsettling quiet, held hostage by both horror and fascination, that I began to comprehend just how far we were all pulled into his depths, an abyss that promised little but torment and revelation. The moment lingered like a dark fog, the silence settling over us, heavy and oppressive. I felt the tension coil tightly in my chest, my heart thumping a wild cadence against the void left in the wake of Ludwig's frantic motions. The unease among us unfurled into something far more sinister, and in the shadows beyond his desk, the dark shape seemed to pulse with life, echoing the fears we dared not voice. Greta stepped forward, her clear green eyes narrowing as they fixed on Ludwig's disheveled form. "You're not yourself, Ludwig," she implored, her voice threading through the thick silence, soft yet undeniably strong. Her words reached out like a tendril of smoke, grasping for clarity amid the chaos that enveloped him. "This isn't the way." Ludwig's movements grew even more frantic. He gathered scattered papers, his hands trembling as though each piece of parchment might shatter beneath his touch. The shadows cast by the flickering candlelight shifted around him, twisting and morphing into shapes that taunted the mind. I watched helplessly, a mixture of concern and fear knotting my gut as I realized he had become a caricature of his former self, a brilliant scholar devoured by obsession, wrestling with demons that we could scarcely comprehend. "It's the knowledge I seek," he muttered to himself, ignoring us as if we were mere figments of a reality he was desperate to escape. "You don't understand what I must do." He spoke in jagged phrases, each word laced with an urgency that sliced through the air, intertwining with the oppressive weight of his surroundings. "We do understand." Carl stepped forward, his voice steadier than mine. "But this isn't the answer." The hammer of his words seemed to resonate, if only briefly, breaking through the shroud that enveloped Ludwig, if only a fraction. Yet, the flicker of sanity behind Ludwig's pale blue eyes seemed dim, replaced by a relentless hunger that promised darkness. Greta continued, her gentle plea. "You must see this for what it is, Ludwig. Please." Her concern mingled with an unsettling awareness that swirled in the air, a desperate grasping for the truth while the tension wound around us like a tightening noose. And then, as Ludwig's trembling fingers sorted through fragments of thoughts and spoken, I caught a flicker of the dark figure from the corner of my eye, the shadow growing more defined, lurking like an unwanted specter in the recesses of my mind. An instinctual shiver ran down my spine as dread swept through the room, reminding us that not all burdens could be understood through knowledge alone. "There's something behind you," Greta's voice barely reached above a whisper. Her courage felt as fragile as the herbs in her arms, yet something steely remained within her, urging us all to confront the lurking threat. She took a tentative step closer, the unwavering softness of her nature unwavering even in the face of that dark void. "Enough!" Ludwig erupted, his voice shattering the fragile tension that hung in the air. "I don't need your fears. I only need—" His words faltered, slipping into silence as his eyes locked onto something beyond our sight. In that moment, the air thickened with the unspoken presence that had stalked him all along, whispering doubts that echoed in the silence of the study. A chill cascaded over my skin, amplifying the sense of urgency and despair. How could we expect to save him when shadows long thought banished threatened to claw their way back into the light? With a gasp, Greta retreated slightly, the herbs clutched against her heart, an instinctive gesture seeking protection from whatever abyss Ludwig had ventured into. Yet it was too late. The boundaries between sanity and madness had begun to blur, and as the silence morphed into a chilling stillness, we found ourselves teetering at the precipice of dread, drawn inexplicably toward the heart of darkness that loomed in the very soul of the man we had come to save. And so we lingered, caught between the flickering hope of salvation and the insidious grasp of what lurked beyond. The shadows now felt like an extension of our very selves, hinting at the truths we buried deep within, unwilling to confront. The descent into the abyss had begun, and only time would tell if we would emerge whole or forever haunted by the sins of the past. Chapter 7: The Midnight Ritual. The storm howled beyond my ancient sanctuary, each crack of thunder resonating like the heartbeat of the universe, urging me to plunge deeper into the shadows of the unknown. My fingers, ink-stained and trembling with excitement, traced the contours of symbols that slithered across the cold stone floor, while waxen flames flickered and danced, casting fleeting shadows of forbidden knowledge across the cluttered shelves. This night, under the oppressive weight of a tempest, I would beckon forth truths long hidden beneath the veil of reality. The heavy oak table before me bore the weight of an ancient tome, its cover made from flesh that once pulsed with life. I had procured it from depths that even I feared to traverse, and now it lay open, pages yellowed and whispering secrets in the dim light. As I positioned the tall wax candles in a precise circle around it, I felt a peculiar thrill pulse through me, a deluge of intent pouring forth. The flickering flames reflected my own restless spirit. They were both guardians and guides as I sought to navigate the arcane abyss. With a small brass trowel clutched in my ink-stained fingers, I meticulously inscribed symbols onto the stone floor, each line steeped in history and heavy with purpose. The trowel glided smoothly against the rough surface, a dance of intention and precision. Outside, the storm continued to rage, wind shrieking like a banshee as it battered the shutters. Each crash of thunder seemed to echo my incantations, a symphony of chaos that compelled me further into the abyss. I took a breath, steadying myself, as I traced the final symbol, a circle enclosing a star. This was my anchor, a beacon in the consuming dark. As my hand lingered above the tome, I felt the weight of ages bearing down upon me, the sorrow of forgotten souls whispering through the very fibers of the binding. I had committed to this moment, a crossroads where my life's research might unravel the very fabric of existence. My thoughts fluttered like the moths drawn to candlelight, attracted by the peril that accompanied illumination. Flipping through the pages, the familiar scent of old ink enveloped me. The tomes had spoken to me, urged me onward through years of solitary pursuit. Each syllable of the incantation rolled off my tongue with the weight of intent. It was a rhythm I had rehearsed many times, a lullaby for the damned that coaxed forth hidden things from the corners of the night. A sliver of lightning cleaved through the darkness, illuminating the chaotic shelves around me, the jars filled with shriveled specimens and dried herbs, whispering of the madcap chase for knowledge that had consumed me for years. They were silent witnesses, as much part of this dark opera as the swirling tempest that flared outside. I felt almost indifferent to the world beyond those walls. It was the realm of unsung horrors and dark inquiries that lured me ever deeper into a madness cloaked in passion. As the incantations poured forth, my voice morphed, soft and unyielding, rising and falling with the tides of the storm. Each word held a piece of my soul, a tether connecting me to whatever lay beyond the veil of existence. My heart raced with exhilaration, bordering on mania, as I sensed the presence of something awakening in response, something that may have slumbered for centuries. The candle flames shuddered in harmony with the crescendos of my chanting, as though the very air thickened with the intensity of my quest. I pushed further, amplifying the fervor in my voice. As each syllable echoed off the stone walls, a moment of silence paused in the storm's fury. Time itself seemed to halt, as if the universe leaned in to listen, a breath caught in a throat too tight with anticipation. And then, in an abrupt moment of darkness, a gust from the storm snuffed out several candles, plunging my study into an oppressive shadow, a silence so deep it made my heart stutter in disbelief. The brief tranquility was unsettling, as if the world itself had held its breath. The hairs on the back of my neck rose, whispering of old fears, as I instinctively felt a presence materializing at the far end of the room, where the darkness gathered like a veil around an unspeakable truth. Darkness thickened like a fog as the candles faltered, and from the inky depths emerged a figure clad in the ethereal remnants of another era, a haunting reminder of time long past. She stepped forward, her silver-white hair flowing around her shoulders, an enigma wrapped in the whisper of forgotten moments. The air grew heavy, charged with a resonance of despair, as my heart raced in a melody only the storm understood. Her presence captivated me, rendering me momentarily breathless, as though the world outside ceased to exist in that electric moment. She moved with a grace that was disconcerting, each step deliberate and imbued with an ancient elegance. The flicker of what remained of the candles cast trembling shadows on her translucent figure, highlighting the delicate features of a face that belonged to an age that had all but succumbed to oblivion. The incantation I had just summoned felt trivial in the face of her haunting beauty. My pulse throbbed loudly in my ears, drowning out the storm's roars as I hesitated, torn between the instinct to flee and the insatiable curiosity that had long governed my existence. "Who are you?" I stammered, my voice wavering under the weight of her gaze, which pierced me like a blade. "Du tust was du nicht begriffen kannst," she uttered, her voice smooth like liquid silver, yet edged with a timeless sorrow. The archaic German lilt rolled off her tongue, as though she spoke from a place both near and impossibly distant. The words filled the room, reverberating in the shadows that clung to the corners, each syllable heavy with meaning. I strained to grasp her meaning, my mind racing back to my studies, trying to piece together a response. "You?" I began, but the words flitted away like moths in the night, haunted by the gravity of the moment. Her gaze held mine captive, and the silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. My thoughts clashed like storm clouds, swirling chaotically as dread curled around my spine, urging me to retreat. How can one know what they cannot comprehend? I finally managed, my voice hoarse, an echo of uncertainty. Was I taunting fate, or merely unraveling another strand of this elaborate tapestry of fear? I had spent years immersed in the esoteric, seeking the shadows of history that lingered just beyond the threshold of sanity. The ghostly figure regarded me with a tilt of her head, an imperceptible motion that hinted at understanding yet boundless sorrow. "What you seek is burdened with consequence, scholar." Her words whispered through the air like a distant memory, chilling the warmth that clung to my skin. The remnants of hope flickered within me. Had she come to warn me or to unveil my deepest fears? I felt her gaze seep into my very essence, searching for cracks in my resolve, and in that instant I recognized the profound abyss that loomed between us, a chasm filled with choices I had yet to face. I had chased knowledge for so long that perhaps I had become a prisoner to it, trapped within the pages of dusty tomes, echoing with whispered secrets that beckoned to me, but seldom revealed their true form. "You tread upon sacred ground," she cautioned, the air thickening with dread. "Beware the truths that lie beneath your pen, for they are fraught with shadows that hunger for release." The storm outside reached a crescendo, each crack of lightning illuminating the space between us, revealing fleeting moments of despair etched into her spectral visage. "What do you mean?" I urged, desperation creeping into my voice, wrestling with the swell of excitement and fear in equal measure. I wanted to capture this moment, to trap it between the pages of my own story, a footnote in the annals of my reckless pursuit of the unknown. "Your inquiry binds you, scholar," she replied softly, yet the weight of her words felt like a shroud. "Your pen dances upon the brink, its ink blood drawn from the well of secrets better left untouched." There was a quiet urgency in her tone, resonating with ancient sorrow that gripped my heart. Each sentence unfurled like a dark bloom, heavy with foreboding and consequence. And as the storm howled outside, a deep, insatiable longing to understand burned within me, pushing aside my trepidation. "Tell me what I must know," I pleaded, my voice mingling with the tempest, swirling with desires I could scarcely comprehend. But before I could grasp the remnants of her existence, a powerful gust swept through the room, extinguishing what little remained of the candlelight, plunging me into a darkness that felt alive, as if it too yearned to unveil its secrets. In the oppressive silence, her form began to flicker, the edges of her apparition dissolving into the gloom, the warning hanging between us, echoing in my ears like a distant tolling bell. I was left alone once more, the weight of her words etched into my soul, as the storm outside erupted in triumphant chaos, shattering the fragile remnants of my understanding. Chapter 8: Adelheid's Counsel. The flicker of black candles cast long shadows upon the walls of my cramped study, dancing grotesquely like memories refusing to die. I had crafted a circle upon the uneven stone floor, each candle a sentinel against the encroaching dark, while the tome before me, a grotesque manuscript bound in human skin, promised revelations better left undiscovered. My heart thrummed in time with the trembling fingers that traced chalk symbols with desperate precision, yearning for understanding that perhaps no mortal should possess. As I arranged the candles, their wax dripped like the moments of my life wasted on the mundane. The room was littered with remnants of my past obsessions, crumpled notes scattered among aged tomes, relics of thought left unresolved. Dust motes glimmered like lost spirits in the faint light, teasing the air around me with the aroma of ancient ink and neglected parchment. This sanctuary, once vibrant with scholarly pursuit, had become a cocoon, stifling and silent, except for the rhythmic scratching of my chalk against the stone. The table was scarred, worn by the weight of my relentless explorations. Each groove held an echo of forgotten debates, and as I set the tome down, a palpable silence descended, wrapping around me like a shroud. I inhaled the musty scent of time-worn pages, flicking through the yellowed edges with reverence and trepidation. The words danced before my eyes, archaic symbols intertwining with desperate whispers of forgotten lore. Tracing the arcane symbols, I recalled the legends that had led me to this moment, tales of powers beyond comprehension, of doors to other realms lying dormant within the cracks of reality. My pulse quickened with excitement and fear, urging me to continue. This was no mere act of scholarship. This was communion with the shadows, a confrontation with what lay beneath the surface of existence itself. Incantations poured forth from my lips, each syllable deliberate, steeped in the history of the long-dead authors who had inscribed their souls onto the very pages I now held in my trembling hands. The words reverberated within the room, echoing off the towering bookcases that housed my ever-growing obsessions. I was alone with the weight of my own ambition, a scholar ensnared by curiosity, blissfully unaware of the consequences lurking just beyond the edge of my comprehension. Just as I settled into the hypnotic rhythm of my ritual, a sudden gust swept through the room, snuffing the flames of 2 candles. Darkness rushed in, enveloping the flickering lights and casting shifting shadows that seemed to mock my efforts. I held my breath, the air thickening, as if the room itself recoiled from the unknown. A shiver raced down my spine, an instinctual fear clamoring against the rationality of my scholarly pursuits. Before I could comprehend the magnitude of what I had unleashed, a spectral outline began to condense at the center of the circle, rising from the flickering candlelight. I felt the ground beneath me shift, trembling as if responding to a deeper truth. The faint glow illuminated a form, a figure whose ethereal quality radiated an unsettling familiarity. My pale blue eyes widened, absorbing the beauty and terror of the apparition forming before me. I stepped closer, the symbols beneath my feet alive with a pulse that beckoned me forward, as if the very essence of the ancient rite sought to tether our fates. A cacophony of dread and wonder engulfed me, and I held my hands just above the chalk-drawn symbols, instinctively aware that my grasp would shatter the boundaries between our worlds. I had summoned something far beyond my understanding, a confrontation with a past that I could only begin to grasp. My heart raced, my pulse echoing in time with the shadows, as the outline solidified into a presence that held both revelation and terror, one that would forever haunt my quest for knowledge. In the shadowed haze of candlelight, she materialized, a vision drawn from the depths of dreams and despair. Adelheid was an ethereal figure with alabaster skin, her silver-white hair moving in an unfelt breeze. Each deliberate step she took across the threshold of the circle felt like a moment drawn from time itself, and my heart raced at the implications of her presence. She was both hauntingly beautiful and utterly terrifying, the embodiment of the very knowledge I craved. Her eyes, shifting between a deep blue and misty gray, glimmered in the dim light, luminous orbs that seemed to peer directly into the core of my being. With a graceful nod, she inclined her head, acknowledging the ritual that summoned her from the unseen. "Ludwig, heed the ancient words, and the path shall open," she proclaimed, her voice weaving through the air with an elegance that hinted at wisdom gathered over lifetimes. I stood transfixed, fingers trembling as I reached out, a steady hand yearning to bridge the chasm between worlds, to embrace this otherworldly presence that stirred the depths of my loneliness. The space between us crackled with potential, each heartbeat amplifying the electric tension that filled the air. I could feel the boundaries of reality blurring, and in that moment her countenance softened. Yet a tightening of her jaw revealed the burdens she bore beneath the veneer of gentleness. Adelheid stepped further into the circle, her movements almost serpentine, cloaked in an ethereal elegance. Her skirts swept over the worn Persian rug, a timeless whisper that filled the air with a scent of decay, reminding me that even beauty could harbor shadows. It struck me then, what she offered was not merely guidance but a warning, veiled within her lyrical riddles. As I held her gaze, the flickering candlelight seemed to mimic the dim chambers of her long-ago existence. Yet, there was an inscrutable depth in her expression that quickened the thudding of my heart, a subtle reminder that the path ahead was fraught with peril. "You must push the ritual further," she urged, and her tone carried a weight that suggested doom and promise intertwined. Her presence shifted, the allure mingling with something darker, a sense that I teetered on the edge of the unknown, poised to dive into depths from which there might be no return. I hesitated, a torrent of thoughts racing through my mind, questions of morality, curiosity, and the relentless hunger for truth that had driven me to this moment. The gentle darkness that clung to her words threatened to overwhelm me, a realization dawning that this was no simple interaction between scholar and spirit, but a communion with consequences that lay hidden beneath the surface of my ambitions. In that suspended silence where breath held the weight of 1,000 unsaid words, I leaned forward, enticed by the thrill of her warning and the knowledge that perhaps I could break through the veil. As my fingers brushed against the space where her hand nearly met mine, I could almost feel the chill of ancient magic humming in the air around us, urging me to forsake caution. But in the split second of our connection, I caught the flicker of uncertainty in her gaze, a moment that suggested depths uncharted even to her enigmatic wisdom. Beneath her calm surface lay the tempest of shadows, threatening to engulf not just my quest for knowledge but my very essence. I realized then that in embracing the path she laid before me, I might also surrender to the darkness within myself, a choice as perilous as it was intoxicating. And so, in the dark embrace of candlelight, amidst the creeping dread that followed her arrival, I stood at the threshold of my fate, awaiting her next words, drawn like a moth to the flame, caught in the haunting dance between revelation and ruin. Huddled behind the gnarled oak, I peered through a gap in the thick foliage, my breath suspended, as if the very woods shared in my anticipation. The flickering lights from the study danced against the night, and shadows flitted through the windows like secrets waiting to be discovered. I was but a boy, armed with curiosity and the sense that I had stumbled upon a tale of unfathomable depths, as my heart raced in sync with the whispered incantations carried on the night breeze. Every snap of brittle twigs under my shifting weight drew sharp glances from me, for I was acutely aware of the fragile nature of this moment. This was not mere adventure, not a romp through sunlit meadows. This was a dance with the unknown, a revelation threading itself through the thickening shadows. I clutched the worn leather of my satchel tightly, the contents shifting as my mind buzzed with thoughts of all the stories I had ever heard, legends of creatures that slipped between worlds and powers better left undisturbed. Through the foliage, the scene inside the study began to unfold in magnificent clarity. Ludwig moved with an animated grace, gestures punctuated by a fervor that left me breathless. The soft glow of candlelight reflected in his pale blue eyes, his world consumed by the arcane knowledge contained within that tome. I leaned in, eager to capture the essence of this ritual, pulling a scrap of paper from my satchel and scribbling rapidly. The symbols on the page began to swirl, mirroring the thoughts racing in my head, like embers catching fire within my imagination. And then, the ethereal figure appeared, gliding into existence as if woven from the very fabric of night. I gasped silently, my pen faltering, for it was her, Adelheid, the spectral woman of the tales. Her alabaster skin glowed in the dim light, while her hair billowed about her like mist, and she possessed an aura of profound sorrow tinged with an ineffable wisdom. I felt my heart stutter, a mix of awe and trepidation clawing at my chest. I strained to hear her voice, drifting through the stillness, clear and commanding. You must push the ritual further. Each word cut through the night, thick with consequence and potency, leaving me hanging on the edge of revelation. An unsettling thrill tinged with fear seeped into my bones. Who was she to wield such power? The stories I had heard suddenly gained an unsettling gravity, shrouded in shadows I had been too young to comprehend. Yet still, a fierce urge pulled at me, to step from the cover of the woods, to ask questions that bubbled to the surface of my youthful bravado. But instinct held me captive, whispering that some doors were never meant to be opened. I felt the urge to retreat, to scamper back into the warmth of daylight. Yet the lure of the forbidden ignited an ember of resolve within me, a promise to uncover the truth behind the whispers that taunted me since childhood. As I began to retreat deeper into the embrace of the trees, shadows enveloping me like a shroud, I glanced back at the flickering light, the magnetic pull of knowledge sparking a fierce determination within my heart. The boy who dared not tread into darkness now recognized the yearning for understanding that outweighed the risk of that encounter. I would not forget this night, nor the revelations that slumbered within the tangled roots of my village's history. The journey had only just begun, and I would return. Chapter 9: The Forest's Wrath. The path, sodden with the remnants of autumn's decay, wound like a serpentine sin through the forest. Blackened leaves skittered in the cold, whispering tales of things long dead, while the towering, withered trees loomed over me, twisted specters in the fading light. My hands, rough and calloused from years of labor at the forge, gripped the cold logs as I paused near an ancient oak, its gnarled roots clawing at the earth. The air hung heavy, as if pregnant with secrets, and I shivered, pulling my leather apron tighter around my broad shoulders. Each log carried a weight that went beyond mere wood, an anchor to my reality, a fleeting connection to the ordinary world of labor and sweat, even as the shadows lengthened. I took a moment to breathe, inhaling the scent of damp earth and decay, feeling the moisture kiss my skin. The chill sunk deeper into my bones, whispering reminders of the loneliness that clung to me like the dark mist hovering in the underbrush. Yet a persistent unease thrummed at the edges of my awareness, a discordant melody that unsettled the rhythm of my labor. The forest was not merely a backdrop. It breathed and watched, its silence heavy with the weight of something lurking beyond the veil of perception. I felt it, a soft rustle stirring the thick underbrush behind me, pulling my attention like a dark thread woven into my very thoughts. The woods had never felt quite right. They embraced a presence I could not name, something that teased the line between reality and nightmare. My father had often spun tales of creatures that roamed after dusk, but as a man of steel and flame, I scoffed at such notions. Still, something deep in me clenched, a primal instinct warning me of the approaching shadow, the thrill of fear threading through my veins. As I shifted my weight to gather the last of the logs, a crack like snapping bones shattered the silence, causing me to freeze mid-motion. My heart pounded, drumming a frantic tempo against my ribcage. I turned slowly, not wanting to provoke whatever lay hidden amongst the twisted branches and rotting leaves. Then I saw it. The wolf burst forth from the gloom, fur bristling like knives glimmering in the murky twilight, eyes aglow with a feral hunger that made my breath hitch in my throat. The beast was a specter of darkness, and its snarl sliced through the air both a challenge and a warning. It was a predator, a primal force, untethered to the mundane life I had led among the iron and the flames of my forge. My hands dropped the logs, their weight forgotten as I grasped a stray branch for defense, though its frailty seemed laughable against the raw power before me. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine, and I felt my face contort in silent prayer, half pleading for the creature to turn back into the shadows from whence it had emerged. The wolf circled me, deliberate and menacing, a dancer weaving through an eerie ballet of predation, and I found myself rooted to the spot, frozen in terror. As it drew closer, its gaze unwavering, I could see the tension ripple through its muscles, each powerful sinew poised for a lethal strike. I backed away slowly, holding the branch like a talisman against the encroaching darkness, knowing full well that it would not shield me from its predatory intent. It growled low, a sound that rattled my bones, reverberating with centuries of ancient warning. And just as I thought I could bear it no longer, the wolf halted, its keen eyes narrowing as it retreated into the thicket. Shadows swallowed it whole, leaving only the echo of its presence behind. A thick silence descended, almost oppressive, saturating the forest with its chilling absence. I breathed, a shuddering gasp, my heart pounding in time with the distant rustle of branches above, a reminder that life continued, a tumultuous tide beyond my stillness. My hands trembled, and I struggled to regain composure, though the chill in the air deepened, wrapping around me like the grip of icy fingers. What had I just encountered? What eldritch entity lay in wait beyond the edges of my vision? I felt a cold truth settle in my gut, a weight of understanding that would linger as I returned to the world of warmth and light. I collected the scattered logs, each step a hesitant retreat from the specter of dread that stalked me still. The firewood felt lighter in my arms as I made my way back home, but that encounter, the piercing gaze of the wolf, etched itself into my memory like a sigil, a harbinger of the shadows that swirled just beyond the reach of my understanding. My study was a labyrinth of chaos, a twisted sanctuary where knowledge reigned supreme, and insanity nipped at its heels. Ancient tomes sprawled across the large oak desk like a cacophony of disordered thoughts, their pages imbued with the weight of secrets that trembled at the edges of understanding. Candlelight flickered in wild disarray, casting ghostly shadows upon the walls, and I could feel the pull of the blood-bound tome before me, the key to forbidden truths coaxing me into its abyss. I stood before the desk, the air thick with an electric hum, my fingers tracing the arcane symbols embossed into the leather cover. The faded text beckoned, whispers of the ages clawing at the back of my mind. A wave of intensity surged through me, my pulse quickening as I arranged the additional candles in a tight circle around my chosen tome. Each wick stood erect, eager, a sentinel of the darkness I sought to beckon. With a tremor of excitement, I began to intone the archaic chants. My voice, though quiet, held a fervor that resonated within the very bones of the room. The words danced on my tongue like long-forgotten prayers, and I lost myself in their rhythm, each syllable echoing through the dim confines of my mind. They stirred the air, weaving together the strands of the present with the whispers of the past, awakening something primal and dark. And then, as if summoned from the depths of that insidious energy, she appeared. A spectral figure materialized at the edge of my candle-lit circle, a wraith in a tattered, antiquated dress, with flowing silver-white hair cascading like shimmering mist around her shoulders. She moved like smoke, and I could feel the temperature drop, the air around her brimming with a melancholic essence that both thrilled and terrified me. I extended trembling fingers toward her, mesmerized by the intensity of her presence. There was something about her, a haunting beauty threaded with sorrow, that beckoned me closer, even as a voice in my mind warned of the dangers lurking beyond the veil of mortal comprehension. As our hands met, the world dissolved around us. A visible pulse of dark energy flared through the room, igniting a chaos I had only glimpsed in the darkest corners of my studies. The candles erupted in violent flickers, their flames twisting in bizarre contortions as pages of ancient texts whirled through the air, liberated from their dusty bindings. I watched in rapt fascination as my study transformed into a cyclone of energy, the walls around me groaning under the weight of what I had conjured. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear, fraying at the edges as my heartbeat thrummed in sync with the pulse of the room, an echo of lifeblood coursing through the darkness. Yet, with every ounce of exhilaration that surged through my veins, a seed of dread began to bloom. My connection to her, this spectral enigma, was laced with an awareness of the unknown, a feeling of despair dancing at the periphery of my consciousness. She was a harbinger, a whisper of truths too terrible for mortal minds to bear. As I grasped her translucent hand tighter, I felt the rush of energy shifting, swirling and unsettling currents that threatened to overwhelm me. The chaos seemed to crescendo, a cacophony of distant wails merging with the frantic barks of disturbed wildlife outside, yet my focus remained riveted on her ethereal presence. The scent of ancient dust mingled with the sharp tang of fear, a potent brew, intoxicating and fearsome. Each flicker of the candlelight painted her face in exquisite detail, a visage of longing steeped in shadows and past sins. But the moment could not last. As swiftly as she had appeared, the spectral figure began to dissipate, unraveling like smoke in a frigid breeze, her form slipping away into the depths from which she had emerged. The energy that had surged through the room faltered, leaving behind a heavy silence, an absence that roared louder than the chaos that had preceded it. I staggered back, the weight of her touch lingering on my skin like a faded dream. The candles stood upright again, the flames sputtering weakly against the encroaching dark, as I fought to comprehend the magnitude of what had just transpired. My heart raced, an insistent drum echoing within the confines of my skull, and I fell to my knees amidst the strewn papers and flickering shadows, breathing heavily as the echoes of the ritual reverberated through my mind. What had I awakened? What truths lurked beneath the layers of my insatiable curiosity, now unleashed and ravenous? I knew in that moment that the boundaries I had sought to cross held terrors far beyond the dark promises inscribed in the blood-bound tome. As I stared at the chaos of my surroundings, I understood with a clarity that burned bright. Some doors, once opened, could never be closed. Chapter 10. The veil thins. The sun dipped low beyond the skeletal trees, casting elongated shadows that slithered across the withered fields like the cold fingers of some lurking specter. A solemn air clung to the village, a whisper of disquiet nestled among the villagers who huddled near their shabby stalls, their voices muted by apprehension. I felt their gazes bore into the thinning twilight, a collective consciousness tethered to the fear we dared not name, while my thoughts wandered to the encroaching darkness that loomed just beyond the horizon. I walked among them, my footsteps muffled by the stillness, glancing at faces etched with worry. One man, his cap clutched tightly in his trembling hand, stared toward a shadowed corner as if expecting it to dissolve into a nightmare. Beside him, an elderly woman leaned in close, her voice barely a whisper. I heard the voices of my kin. The words hung like an unspoken curse, filling the spaces between breaths with palpable dread. A tremor ran through me, a shiver that resonated with the unbidden thoughts of the sins of this village, the past we each carried like ghosts. Near the fringes of the crowd, Greta Muller moved briskly. Her gentle hands worked methodically beside an ailing cow, her expression calmed despite the chaos surrounding her. I watched as she applied poultices and measured herbs with the kind of care that spoke of both compassion and experience. Her copper-red hair caught the light, a vibrant flame against the bleak backdrop of the world. As she spoke to the distressed owner, her voice a soothing balm, I felt a wave of respect mingling with an insatiable longing to escape the impending shadows. "Easy now," she cooed softly to the frightened beast, her fingers steady as they applied a cooling salve. The sick livestock moaned, its body shuddering beneath the weight of illness. I could almost taste the sour scent of decay mingling with the air, a reminder that not all wounds healed, and some remnants of life withered away slowly as we stood helplessly by. Around me, murmurs escalated, drawing my gaze toward a narrow line of ghostly figures that flickered in the distance, almost lost in the twilight fog that wove itself between the trees. I felt my heart quicken, for in their translucent forms lay whispers of what once was. The village had succumbed to decay, just as the fields had surrendered their bounty to the parched earth. Yet, as I turned my attention back to Greta, I found a strange comfort in her presence, a beacon in the gathering darkness. I couldn't help but marvel at her quiet resilience, even as the village's growing despair wrapped around me like an all-consuming shroud. How effortlessly she mended both the flesh and spirit of those who came to her, unaware of their own rot and despair. I admired her, yet I couldn't shake the haunting dread that lingered like the dying light overhead. A flicker caught my eye, and I glanced toward Ludwig's estate, a gaunt silhouette amid the grim twilight. The broken window beckoned like a twisted portal, framed by the erratic dance of candlelight that flickered within. His presence was an ink-stained figure among torn pages, lost in a sea of academic zeal. What demonic knowledge held him captive within those walls, and why was it that I felt an undeniable pull toward his darkness? As I watched the scene unfold, the whispers, the fear, greet his compassion, my mind danced with thoughts that swirled like shadows themselves, becoming one with the encroaching night. The air thickened as I crossed the threshold into the dim study, a room imprisoned by the weight of forgotten tomes and artifacts that whispered of a long-lost age. Shadows writhed between the towering shelves, and the scent of aged parchment clawed at my senses, enveloping me in a suffocating embrace that spoke of secrets better left unspoken. I felt an oppressive energy coil around me, each heartbeat echoing against the silence, a prelude to the unsettling ritual that awaited my eager yet fearful gaze. There, amid the clutter of crumbling manuscripts and peculiar relics, stood Ludwig, a gaunt silhouette etched against flickering candlelight. His fingers fumbled nervously with a tattered tome, bound in human skin, its pages whispering stories of the damned. He muttered incantations in measured tones, the syllables spilling from his lips as if summoned by unseen forces, intoxicating yet terrifying. In his fervor, I sensed a manic brilliance. Here was a man dancing on the precipice of understanding that which should never be known. "Do you hear them?" he asked, his voice a frantic murmur laced with exhilaration. "They call to me, from the depths of obscurity." I remained silent, entranced by the way his pale blue eyes glimmered, entrapped in the promise of forbidden knowledge. The tension in the room surged with each syllable, pulsating like a dark heartbeat resonating within the very walls of his sanctuary. A sound swept through the air like a whisper of wind, and then she appeared, Adelheid, gliding silently behind him, her presence both haunting and celestial. Her silver-white hair flowed like mist over faded velvet, and her alabaster skin caught the candlelight with an ethereal glow. The contrast between the two was stark. While Ludwig's wild passion bordered on madness, she exuded a calm that carried an air of profound sorrow and knowing. I felt drawn to her, as if she held the answers to questions I had not yet thought to ask. "Let the ritual begin," she intoned, her voice a melodic reverberation that lingered in the dimness like smoke curling through the air. Her hands arranged the candles into a precise pattern, their flickering flames casting ethereal shadows that danced along the walls. Each movement was deliberate, echoing with an unsettling grace that seemed to breathe life into the room. As Ludwig leaned over the table, drawing elaborate symbols with a broken quill, I could almost feel the air crackle around us, charged with an energy I couldn't comprehend. The floor beneath us felt as if it pulsed in tandem with his fervor. The symbols he etched morphed into a binding spell, seeking something that I feared would reach beyond the veil of understanding. Time blurred as I became ensnared in the rhythm of their combined chant, their voices mingling and building to a crescendo, resonating against the thick, heavy walls. Just as the ritual seemed to reach its zenith, a heavy thud echoed through the estate, reverberating like a gunshot, slicing through the tension with chilling abruptness. I felt my heart seize within my chest, the air suddenly heavier, suffocating. The door had been breached, a disturbance fracturing the fragile sanctity of the moment we had cultivated. My gaze snapped to Ludwig. The wild enthusiasm melted into palpable dread, his eyes widening as though facing a phantom from which there was no escape. "Who dares?" he began, But his words were swallowed by an inexplicable terror, and in that instant I understood that whatever had breached our sanctuary carried with it the whispers of past sins and dark consequences, summoning us into a confrontation we were ill prepared to face. Chapter 11. Theater's Discovery. As I slipped through the barely ajar door, a timid excitement quickened my pulse. The study yawned before me, dim and cloaked in shadows, where the soft glow of a solitary candle flickered like a heartbeat in the night. Here, amidst the remnants of a scholar's obsession, I sought truths that danced just beyond the reach of my youthful understanding. The scent of old parchment mingled with something colder, something that whispered of the unknown, a siren call I could not ignore. Stepping cautiously over creaking floorboards, I marveled at the disarray around me. Ancient tomes lay strewn about, yellowed manuscripts brimming with esoteric symbols, while arcane rituals hovered within fragile pages begging for a witness. Dust motes shimmered in the dim light, swirling through the air like the remnants of forgotten dreams, and each exhale filled me with an unease that was strangely intoxicating. My gaze settled on the desk, particularly the weathered journal that beckoned from atop a pile of fragmented papers. Bound in tanned leather, its cover bore symbols that sent a shiver racing down my spine. I took a breath, steeling my resolve, and approached. The candlelight danced erratically beside me, flickering shadows cast upon the walls, illusions of movement that suggested I was not alone. With trembling fingers, I gingerly opened the journal, its pages delicate beneath my touch. Each leaf whispered secrets inscribed in careful script, necromantic rituals that seemed to pulse with life, though they were mere ink on fragile parchment. My eyes traced the careful annotations discussing a name that sent a tremor through my core: Adelheid. A figure woven through legends, a ghostly essence that entwined itself in whispered village tales, draping a veil of dread around my burgeoning curiosity. As I continued to flip through the fragile pages, an urge to devour every word surged within me, igniting a flame of reckless ambition. What power lay in these lines? What horrors lurked in the depths of the spells? My fingers danced over intricate sketches, disturbing and beautiful. They filled me with a burgeoning wonder that edged toward obsession. Then, a sudden creak reverberated from the far end of the room. My heart seized, instincts heightening. I froze, eyes wide, ears straining for any other sound, any indication of the unseen presence that lurked just beyond the candle's reach. Shadows deepened, and the flickering candle seemed to whisper in a language I could not comprehend, urging me to retreat. Yet curiosity tugged at my heart, strong and binding. I dared not breathe, my pulse thrumming in rhythm with the unease wrapping around me like a shroud. What had I stumbled upon? What awaited in this fortress of knowledge where sanity thinned and the edges of reality began to blur? I stood on the precipice of understanding, yet the abyss called me closer, teasing my intellect, beckoning my unprepared spirit toward the secrets hidden within the shadows of the scholarly abyss. The silence was palpable, a thick shroud that wrapped around me, leaving no room for escape. Just as I began to delve deeper into the dark mysteries contained within the journal, the heavy thud of boots shattered the stillness, and my heart jolted. The door swung wide, revealing Ludwig, a whirlwind of disheveled chaos. His wild hair and stark pale blue eyes clashed violently against the shadows, transforming the air into a taut string ready to snap. "What do you think you are doing?" he demanded, his voice clipped and piercing, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The authority behind his words rang with the weight of years spent mastering the esoteric, a reminder that I had trespassed into forbidden territory. I instinctively pulled the journal closer to my chest, as if that meager action could shield me from the tempest brewing in his gaze. I took a step back, my mind racing to gather words, but they fled me, trapped in the throbbing terror of my own misstep. How foolish I had been! His wild expression, brimming with both alarm and fervor, sent my heart thundering as I tilted my head downward, a silent plea for concealment as he stepped further into the room, his boots thudding ominously on the wooden floor. The study, with its chaotic blend of knowledge and chaos, became a cage around us. The flickering candle, once a companion in my pursuit of forbidden knowledge, now cast jittering shadows across Ludwig's stern features, a ghostly audience to the unfolding drama. The papers upon the desk fluttered, as if sensing the rising tension, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken dread. "What secrets do you hope to unravel in a place steeped in darkness?" he continued, each word laced with a mixture of caution and urgency, his piercing eyes boring into mine. I swallowed hard, thoughts racing. Had I already drawn attention to the depths of my fascination? Each moment stretched, elastic and fraught, as if time itself held its breath in anticipation. With every second, I felt the heavy weight of expectation pressing down on me, like the innumerable tomes encasing us. I longed to share my excitement, my discovery, the exquisite pull of knowledge that drew me toward the precipice. But Ludwig's stare was relentless, a storm of judgment reflected in the depth of his pale blue irises. "You cannot understand the forces you toy with, boy. The line between curiosity and recklessness is razor thin." My heart raced, caught between the allure of arcane knowledge and the fear of retribution that loomed like a specter at the edge of my consciousness. I felt small beneath his intense gaze, and the sense of authority he commanded was a tangible force that thrummed through the space. The shadows seemed to thicken as he advanced, urging me to confront my yearning, my sins of ambition laid bare beneath the burning glow of the candle. As I grappled with my spiraling thoughts, I sensed Ludwig's frustration coiling tighter, the tension rising like the tempestuous wind before a storm. Would he understand? Did I dare hope that the same curiosity he embodied could unite us, bridging the chasm of authority and fear that pulsed between us like a distant, rhythmic heartbeat? But the moment hung suspended, leaving no answer within reach as I awaited the consequences of my insatiable curiosity. The atmosphere shifted, growing heavier and more suffocating, as if a great weight had settled over the room. The candle flickered wildly, casting twisted shadows that seemed to recoil in terror when suddenly she appeared. A spectral figure, gliding between worlds, a woman, draped in antiquated garb, her silver-white hair, a haunting cascade that flowed around her alabaster face, framing her luminescent eyes that shimmered like the restless sea. The very essence of fear wrapped around me, curling like mist in the chill of twilight. I stood frozen, the world narrowing to the haunting figure that seemed both beautiful and terrifying. She moved with an otherworldly grace, gliding above the cluttered floor, her presence enveloping the room in a coldness that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. My breath stilled as I recognized the face, Adelheid, the spirit that danced through hushed village tales. She was more than a mere specter. She was a vessel of long-buried secrets draped in a veil of tragedy. "The boy shall be the sacrifice," she intoned, her voice crisp and laced with ancient authority. Each word echoed in the confines of my mind, unfurling like smoke and settling heavily over both Ludwig and me. The gravity of her proclamation pressed down upon us, dark and immovable. I felt the chill of her presence seep into my bones, every muscle in my body recoiling at the implicit threat. The flickering candlelight caught Ludwig's face, and in that moment his features shifted from shock to alarm. Ludwig froze, his scholarly demeanor faltering under the weight of her command. The lines of his face drew tight, stark against the chaos surrounding us. Something instinctual unfurled within me, a fear so primal it surged like ice through my veins, pushing me toward an instinct to flee, yet I was rooted to the spot. The specter had woven her words into a web, entangling me within it. I dared to glance at Ludwig, his wild, pale blue eyes darting between me and the apparition that held us in thrall. As the reality of Adelheid's declaration settled, a furious energy ignited within him, urgency lighting his movements like a flame set to explode. "We must go," he hissed, gestures sharp and decisive as he tore his gaze from the spectre. Without warning, he lunged forward, his long fingers curling around my arm as if he might pull me back into the realm of the living. "Now," he commanded, the force of his urgency prompting a flood of adrenaline through my hesitant limbs. I felt the cool air shift around us, the candlelight quaking in response to the palpable dread that bound us. As the shadows writhed in frantic response to our movements, I allowed myself to be led toward the exit, leaving the air thick with the residue of fear and the specter's haunting command. Together, we burst into the corridor, the remnants of our encounter behind us like specters clinging to the walls. With every hurried step, I felt a mix of exhilaration and despair, a maddening cocktail that surged through me. I had brushed against the unknown, tasted the darkness, and now the burden of knowing thrummed at the edges of my consciousness. What fate had been sealed with her words? As we fled deeper into the night, the boundaries between reality and the shadows began to blur, leaving me entangled in mysteries I could scarcely understand. Chapter 12. The village mobilizes. The scent of old parchment, mingled with the musty odor of antiquity, clung to the wood-paneled walls of Hans Weber's study, an oppressive reminder of the weighty knowledge that occupied the space. It was here, amidst the scarred oak table and the dense shadows that clung to the corners like forgotten secrets, that young Theodore burst through the door, clutching a worn leather journal and yellowed papers that trembled in his frantic grip. "I have seen it with my own eyes." Theodore's voice, high and breathless, cut through the air, slicing the stillness. He flung the leather journal onto the table, sending a small cloud of dust spiraling into the air. The noise echoed through the otherwise silent room, ricocheting off the walls, and drew Hans's attention from the scattered tomes sprawled across his workspace. He looked up, brow furrowed in skepticism, for the young boy often filled his words with fantasy, yet there was a fire in his bright eyes today that spoke of truth. Hans leaned forward, the flickering lamplight illuminating the deep lines etched into his weathered face. Theodore's hands trembled as they pointed to the pages within the journal, ink-smudged text echoing the turmoil of thought and fervor that spiraled within him. The pages were a tangled mess of equations and diagrams, frantically scrawled lines of inquiry echoing Ludwig's descent into obsession. "What have you found?" Hans murmured, as though the quiet words would somehow calm the storm brewing within Theodore. The young boy swallowed hard, swallowing back panic, as he recalled the imagery that had haunted him, a vision he could not shake from his mind. "These pages prove Ludwig's experiments," he insisted, voice wavering but determined. Hans studied the passages, letting the weight of Theodore's discovery settle upon his shoulders like a dark shroud. The room was dense with an unseen weight, each page he turned becoming heavier, and the air thickening with dread. Theodore's wide eyes watched as Hans furrowed his brow, the pale blue gaze narrowing into slits as if to see the truth hidden in the ink. The tension coiled in the room like a snake poised to strike, each moment stretching thin. He felt the certainty ripple in his gut. The ramifications of this could spiral into something monstrous. "Every detail, Theodore," Hans commanded softly, yet his tone bore the iron of authority that even the most stubborn of children obeyed. "We must know what he has done." The boy nodded, his youth slipping away as the gravity of their find settled into their minds. Hans continued examining the journal, each page a threshold leading into an abyss, something deeper and darker than they had dared to tread. As Theodore watched Hans deliberate, a maelstrom of anxiety and urgency roared within him. This could change everything. He had seen the glimmering madness in Ludwig's eyes during their fleeting encounters, a lingering question surrounding his experiments. Had he uncovered something that should never have been unearthed? The lingering silence in the study felt like the very prelude of doom. As Hans nodded slowly, his expression morphing from skepticism to realization, a chilling sense of unease gripped Theodore. Hans whispered, We must show the village." Theodor stood rigidly, fear and anticipation gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. The evidence lay exposed before them, a silent warning against the tide of curiosity that so often claimed the souls of the reckless. The lamp flickered, casting monstrous shadows that danced upon the wall, a reminder that darkness lingered just outside. Would they find Ludwig, or would they awaken something more terrible than any of them could comprehend? The town hall's walls, laden with the whispers of countless gatherings, seemed to lean inward, heavy with the weight of dread, as villagers filled the cramped space, drawn from their respective shadows. The flickering lamplight struggled against the encroaching darkness, casting distorted shapes that mirrored the confusion and urgency felt by each soul present. Rough-hewn benches creaked under the weight of anxious bodies, their faces drawn tight with worry, shadows darkening under the sharp angles of their brow. At the front, Hans Weber stood tall at the roughly hewn podium, his presence commanding, though worry laced his features. He tapped his cane against the wooden surface, a muted echo that called for attention, and the scattered murmurs gradually ceased, giving way to silence that hummed with unspoken fears. "We gather here, not for idle gossip," he began, voice steady yet low, cutting through the dense air. He looked into the sea of faces that stared back at him, each etched with a unique strain of anxiety. His commanding gaze landed on Theodor, who held tightly onto the journal, as if it were a lifeline to sanity. "A discovery has been made, one that we cannot afford to overlook." Theodor stepped forward, heart pounding in his chest, still haunted by the images that flickered in his mind, moments of discovery tinged with shadows. I saw things. Ludwig's work has gone too far," he stammered, his voice wavering but determined to pierce through the suffocating atmosphere. "He's delved into things that should not be disturbed, and these pages—" He held the journal aloft, the weariness in his limbs fighting against the urgent desire to convey the seriousness of his findings. "These pages prove it. It's all here. He has unlocked secrets meant for darkness." His words fluttered across the room, stirring gasps among the villagers who exchanged uneasy glances, the terror in their eyes echoing in the strained silence. He recounted his experience in clear, measured statements, bringing the horrors he had witnessed to life. The more he spoke, the more palpable the tension became, thickening the air around them until it clung to their throats like fog. From the back, Karl Hohenberg's voice broke through the lingering doubt, raw and unyielding. "We must confront this madness now." His hulking frame was a fortress against the flickering lamplight, illuminating a determined resolve that compelled others to nod in fervent agreement. The crowd began to murmur, uncertainty shifting into a hunger for action. "What if he has created something we cannot control?" one voice questioned from the periphery, while another countered. "But do we not risk his wrath by invading his estate?" As Hans tapped his cane again, the echo silenced their whispered fears. "Enough. We cannot remain idle while darkness creeps into our village. We must seek out Ludwig," he commanded, the authority in his voice like iron bound together with deep-rooted duty. "It is our responsibility to face the unknown, for ourselves, and for those who might yet be ensnared by his reckless curiosity." The crowd buzzed with whispers of agreement, voices rising and falling like waves on a darkened shore. Tension coiled within each villager. A sense of inevitable conflict began to surge, the gravity of their decision pressing heavily upon them. They shuffled uneasily, glancing towards one another, measuring the risk they were about to take against the unsettling mystery that lurked within Ludwig's estate. And amidst the growing determination in that cramped town hall, one thought resonated. In confronting the darkness, they would have to brave the abyss themselves. The sky loomed overhead, an unnatural shade deepening as Karl led the group of villagers across uneven cobblestones toward Ludwig's ivy-draped estate, their footsteps crunching through the silence like a warning bell. A thin mist began to curl around them, tendrils creeping up like phantom hands, drawing a shroud over the path that promised both discovery and dread. It draped across their boots, an ephemeral veil whispering secrets of what awaited them at the end of their journey. Carl strode forward, his robust frame providing an anchor in the mounting chaos that rippled through the group. His voice, booming yet steady, reminded the villagers of their purpose as he called out, "Stay close together. Fear will do us no good here." But beneath his firm resolve, even he could feel the tightening grip of anxiety as they tread closer to the unknown that lurked within Ludwig's estate. The atmosphere was thick with unvoiced fears, murmurs ebbing and flowing among the villagers like the mist encircling them. They moved cautiously, the dread amplifying as each footfall echoed against the night. Who among them would be brave enough to face what they had unearthed? Doubt bloomed within their ranks, each heart heavy with questions. Would Ludwig welcome them, or had the shadows enveloped him too? As their thoughts intertwined, Greta Muller felt the pull of urgency gnawing at her chest. "We shouldn't confront him unprepared," she whispered to herself, feeling the pulse of the community's determination settle in her bones. Yet the closer they drew, the more a chilling instinct settled within her. With every inch forward, the weight of her uncertainty suffocated her courage. Ludwig could not remain a prisoner of his own creations. She needed to try, to reach him before the collective fury wrought havoc upon his mind. Suddenly, the urge to break away seized her. "I need to warn him," she thought, casting a fleeting glance back at the assembled villagers, their determined faces glowing with a fear she shared but did not mirror. Without another moment's hesitation, she slipped into the narrow lane lined with gaslit lampposts, calling out with all her might, "Ludwig, please listen." Her voice trembled, echoed through the tendrils of mist that clawed at her, trying to drown her resolve. The path narrowed ahead, the gaslight flickering ominously as the mist thickened, engulfing her in a cold embrace. With each step, the darkness clawed at her resolve, yet she pressed on, urgency propelling her forward as shadows closed in around her. Greta's breath came quicker as she navigated the suffocating atmosphere, the whisper of her footsteps barely audible against the howling wind that seemed to carry a grim reminder: time was fleeting. Meanwhile, the remaining villagers drew nearer to the estate, their hearts quickening in tandem with the mounting tension. The weathered shutters of the mansion banged ominously in the wind, a metallic echo intertwining with their hurried breaths, a discordant melody reflecting the conflict looming within them. Each pulse of the approaching darkness was felt with a mutual understanding. They were on the verge of a confrontation with the very unknown Ludwig had summoned into existence. A mix of dread and determination swirled around them, an unresolved promise of chaos vibrating through the crowd, while Greta's desperate path diverged dangerously away into the shadows. Theirs was a venture to uncover the secrets behind the locked doors of obsession, as the chilling mist wrapped tighter, leaving a haunting question lingering just out of reach: what awaited them inside Ludwig's estate? Chapter 13: Ludwig's Epiphany. The chaos of my study was a reflection of my mind, a cluttered mosaic of thoughts trapped among yellowed manuscripts and waxen remnants of forgotten candles. It was amidst this disarray that Greta burst in, her presence like a sudden gust that sent the remnants of my sanity swirling. "Ludwig, stop this madness," she shouted, each word like an incantation against the dark forces I dared to summon. Her voice, normally so gentle, now rang sharp and urgent, slicing through the misty haze of my obsession. I turned to her, the intensity of her gaze striking me like a physical blow. Greta, with her fiery copper hair cascading down like molten embers, was a vivid contrast to the dull gray shadows that occupied my space. Her fists clenched, revealing the tension coiling in her shoulders as she stepped closer, bridging the chasm that my solitude had carved between us. In the dim light, her eyes glistened, reflecting a determination I had not seen before, and I marveled at how someone so steadfast could coexist with my unyielding descent into the obscure. "What madness do you think I'm conducting?" I asked, my words wrapped in disbelief and a hint of annoyance, yet beneath that, there lay an unsettling hint of embarrassment. It was true that my quest for the forbidden had led me deep into murky waters. Echoes of Adelheid's nature now circled my thoughts like vultures over carrion. Greta's breath was rapid, a desperate wind in the storm of my complacency. "You're toying with things beyond our understanding, Ludwig. Look at yourself." She gestured broadly to the stacks of texts that towered around me like ancient sentinels, guarding the secrets I so voraciously sought. "You're becoming unhinged." I leaned forward, gripping the edge of the ancient desk, a gesture of feigned resolve, though my trembling hands belied my confidence. "You don't understand. The diagrams, the ritual, it could unlock." "Unlock what?" she interrupted, her tone sharp, cutting through my fragmented words. "Unleash a darkness that you can't contain. Are you ready to face what you might unleash?" Her brows furrowed, an expression of helplessness cradling the profound sadness I had come to associate with her. Behind me, scattered notes whispered secrets of incantations. The creak of the floorboards beneath my feet was an agonizing reminder of the weight of my pursuits. I pointed to a hastily scrawled diagram on a stained parchment, gesturing to the elaborate array of symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "It details the ritual. We can summon her, a chance to converse with the very essence of knowledge," I argued, excitement quickening my heartbeat, but it merely deepened the lines of worry etched into Greta's face. "What do you think she is, Ludwig?" Greta took a step closer, her proximity flooding my senses. "Adelheid was human once, yet you talk of her as if she's merely an artifact to be summoned. You can't just chase after shadows, not this way." The gust of wind outside rattled the narrow window, almost as if the world itself clamored in agreement. The brief silence hung between us, suffocating in its intensity. I looked back at the notes, where erratic scrawls described the transformative process, the perilous path of invocation, words coiling in my mind like serpents ready to strike. "She is knowledge, Greta. An ancient wisdom waiting to be unearthed. It's the culmination of everything I've sought." "Knowledge at what cost?" she pressed, taking another step forward, her green eyes narrowing with a mixture of fear and determination. There was an urgency in her voice that made my skin prickle. "You're reaching for the very fabric of what we should leave alone. I won't let you walk this path alone, not if it risks everything we know." Her voice rang true, and for a fleeting moment I saw the worry writ large upon her features, the profound empathy that often became her burden. The outside world seemed to curl inwards, a tangible dread stretching beyond the periphery of our conversation. Through the gloom of that moment, the shadowy figure outside flitted past the darkened window, as if marking the passage of time, a harbinger of the unseen danger that lurked just beyond the veil of our understanding. I found myself struck by a flash of doubt, a moment where her pleas wrestled with the pulsing urge to proceed. As Greta stood mere inches away, her eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that felt almost like a touch, I sensed that I was teetering at the brink of something terrible, and the world outside echoed with the churning promise of chaos. As the wind howled like a distant specter, I turned my gaze back to the diagram. My hands hovered over the parchment, trembling with the weight of my decisions. I was caught in the throes of fascination and dread, suspended in the intoxicating pull of the forbidden, just as I felt the room's atmosphere thicken, coiling with whispers from the beyond. This dance between desperation and revelation continued, with no way to turn back, no surety of what awaited us beyond the threshold of human comprehension. "We need to find a way to stop this," Greta breathed, and the gravity of her words tethered me once more to reality, where the shadows began to creep closer, eager to claim the light. In that moment, as the storm raged outside and the specter danced beyond my grasp, I recognized that we were not merely involved in a simple experiment of the arcane. This was a negotiation with something that knew no boundaries, a descent into the hollow depths of despair where knowledge and darkness intertwined. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of impending doom heavy upon us, and I wished, just for an instant, that I could brush it aside as easily as I could the dust that settled atop my manuscripts. Yet here we were, at the precipice of what could either bring enlightenment or usher forth an unspeakable horror. The dim candlelight flickered in the growing dark, illuminating the brittleness of pages beneath our hands, as if the secrets within could shatter at the slightest touch. With a trembling urgency, I watched Greta lean closer, her breath mingling with mine, a shared warmth in a world growing cold, a fleeting connection against the encroaching shadows. The scent of aged parchment and the waxy remnants of candles felt almost sacred, but there was no sanctity here, only the incessant pull of something dark and primal. Greta's fingers danced over the faded ink, tracing lines of necromantic symbols that were ancient even in the time they were penned. She whispered the translations, as if speaking them aloud might conjure forth some unseen specter, binding our fates tighter. "Look here," she murmured, her voice wavering between anxiety and determination. "This passage describes a method to reverse the summoning, but it's fraught with danger." I leaned closer, mesmerized and terrified all at once. "What do you mean?" The brittle pages cracked slightly as I turned them, revealing more diagrams adorned with eerie illustrations that depicted grotesque rites and the shivering forms of creatures best left undisturbed. "What sort of danger?" "Ludwig, these symbols, they're not just instructions. They carry weight," she replied, eyes darting back and forth as if the words themselves might leap from the page and consume us. "This isn't just reversing the ritual. It's like," her voice dropped to a whisper, "it's a pact. A bargain with forces that demand a price." A chill washed over me, reverberating deep within my bones. The air grew heavy, stifled by a sense of impending doom that seemed to seep from the very pages we pored over. I could feel the specter watching, just beyond the glass, a silent observer drawn to our desperation. "Maybe we don't have to reverse it entirely. What if we can disrupt it?" I proposed, trying to grasp at threads of hope amidst the thickening shadows. "We can prevent its completion without risking further harm." The words tasted foreign on my tongue, yet the prospect of halting my descent into madness spurred my determination. Greta shook her head, her expression troubled as she turned a particularly grim page that depicted an ethereal figure, Adelheid, caught between realms. "Disruption can create backlash, Ludwig. We might not control what we unleash." As we gathered loose papers and books from nearby shelves, urgency infused our movements. The echo of the wind whistled through the broken panes, weaving a sinister melody that carried the unspoken threats hidden in the forest's embrace. Just outside, a spectral silhouette drifted past the window again, and I felt a tightening in my chest. Whatever it was, it lingered on the periphery of our desperate work, a reminder of the powers we summoned. "Look," Greta breathed, her voice edged with excitement. "This diagram, it shows a component we might be able to remove. Perhaps it will allow us to sever the connection before it's too late." She pointed eagerly, her copper hair glinting in the flickering candlelight as if on fire. I noted the fragile spark of resolve igniting her features, drawing strength from my own growing desperation. With trembling hands, I leafed through the pages, every brittle turn echoing with the gravity of our intentions. "This passage maps out the focal point of the summoning," I muttered, focusing on the scrawled lines that twisted through the text, creating an incomprehensible labyrinth. "But removing it may demand—" "Demand what?" she pressed, urgency blazing within her eyes. I paused, the answer dancing at the edges of my consciousness like the shadows that flitted across the walls. "It may demand a sacrifice, one we're not prepared to make." The words hung in the air, thickening with dread. Before I could elaborate, a loud crack echoed from the direction of the window. We both spun around, fear surging through us as shadows coalesced outside, a fleeting flicker before disappearing back into the thicket. Greta grasped my arm, her fingers like a vice as she leaned closer, eyes wide. "Did you see that?" she breathed, her voice rising. Yes, I stammered, drawn into the shared terror that emanated from her. It was as if the very fabric of our sanctuary was threatening to unravel, and I found myself at a loss as to how we could withstand it. "I don't like this," she admitted softly, her breath quickening. "We're inviting something we can't understand, Ludwig. What if it's already too late?" "No," I replied, my heart racing. "We haven't begun the ritual yet. We still have time, if we're careful." But as I spoke, the storm outside grew fiercer, a palpable sense of foreboding rolling through the trees, their gnarled branches swaying as if in warning. Drawing on whatever resolve remained within me, I turned back to the text, skimming over the diagrams, chasing fleeting hints of escape. Yet I could not shake the feeling that with every line we traversed, the walls of our refuge pressed tighter around us, and the knowledge within those ancient pages seemed alive, hungry, and restless. Then, as if answering an unspoken invitation, a shadow swirled outside, the figure drifting just out of reach yet all too present, and I felt an uncanny connection, a thrum beneath the skin binding me to it. "We have to make our decision," I finally said, urgency cracking my voice, and the whisper of inevitability filled the space, holding my heart captive. The moment of discovery hung thick and suffocating between us. It was then, standing on the precipice of what could either be salvation or annihilation, that I understood the true cost of knowledge, a currency born on the edge of madness. As I looked to Greta, her face reflected a whirlwind of emotions, fear, resolve, and an underlying flicker of defiance. Together we hovered between worlds, the light of our burgeoning alliance flickering against the vast unknown, knowing fully well that we were stepping into a chasm of darkness, beckoned by the shadows we both dared to confront. Chapter 14: Battle in the Mist. The forest had been swallowed by an oppressive mist that clung to my ankles, twisting and curling like the memories of those I had lost. Each step was accompanied by an unsettling quiet, punctuated only by the crunch of brittle leaves beneath the weight of our apprehension. I moved forward, yet a tether of disbelief held me, an anchor against the tide of shadows pressing close, the chilling sensation of unseen eyes watching us from the veils of gray. The villagers trudged on behind me, their forms hazy in the mist, dimly illuminated by the weakening light filtering through the treetops. There was a weight to our steps, a palpable dread that settled among us, binding us together as we pressed further into the unknown. The dense fog wrapped around us like a shroud, clinging to our skins, threatening to dissolve our resolve. I could hear murmurs, snippets of anxious conversation floating through the air, barely audible but unmistakably present, weaving through the twilight like the mist itself. "Carl, are we certain this is the right path?" The voice came from one of the villagers behind me, trembling and laced with doubt. "Keep moving," I commanded, but my own voice was strained. The words tasted bitter on my tongue. Who was I to lead anyone through this haunted stretch of the woods? My heart raced, echoing in time with the pulse of the encroaching shadows. Suddenly, I halted, my breath catching in my throat. Before me stood a figure, a specter, pale and translucent. It was a gaunt man, clothed in rags that whispered of another age. The light around him waned, giving life to the ghostly outline that beckoned with an outstretched hand. My father! A visage long laid to rest, yet here he stood, wraith-like in the mist, radiating a desperate chill that unfurled deep within my soul. I staggered, fists clenched tight against the disbelief threatening to spiral into panic. "No," I whispered, the word escaping as a plea, a silent negotiation with whatever dark force had orchestrated this reunion. My father's features were sharp, reminiscent of a long-ago memory, yet the softness that once enveloped his visage was absent, replaced by the sternness of the grave. Beside me, Hans stood firm, his sturdy frame offering a stark contrast to the wavering shadows. He pointed toward a distant clearing, where crumbled structures rose like forgotten hopes. "Look there." His voice was authoritative, filled with an urgency that tugged at my mind, forcing me to gaze away from the specter, yet my eyes were drawn inexorably back to the ghostly form. The villagers exchanged hushed words, their disbelief thickening the air. "Is that real?" Someone murmured, the tremor in their voice betraying a mingling of fear and curiosity. "Keep your focus," Hans barked, his tone cutting through the oppressive atmosphere, igniting a flicker of resolve within me. I watched as the figures behind us whispered, casting glances toward the hollow shell of the man I once called father, terror coursing through their veins as if the mist itself was a predator waiting to pounce. "Is he truly there?" one of them muttered, their voice quivering under the strain of comprehension. "What if it's a trick?" Another trembled, eyes wide with dread. They could sense the specter's malignance, as could I, though denial gripped me tightly. Yet the clearing called to me, a ruin that pulsed with echoes of a history I could only barely grasp. Hans pressed on, a steadfast bastion against the rising tide of fear. "We must see what lies ahead," he urged, casting a glance back to ensure none lingered too long in the grasp of phantoms. With each step we took, the specter of my father remained etched in my vision, an uninvited guest at the forefront of my thoughts. The distant clearing beckoned, crumbling foundations whispering secrets that longed to be unearthed, shadows draping over skeletal trees as if the world were stitching a tapestry of dread in our wake. Yet I could not quell the turmoil that festered within. Each flash of my father's visage rooted me to a past I yearned to escape. "Leave me be," I found myself murmuring, the words a futile cry lost within the depth of the mist. My heart quickened, a wretched rhythm that thrummed to the cadence of despair. And still, Hans's voice rallied me onward, breaking through the haze with urgent clarity. "Focus on the present," he bellowed, and it pierced the fog, bringing me momentarily back to the tangible world, one full of time-bound men and women, advancing toward a destiny yet unseen. As we trudged forth into the dim light of the clearing, Karl's world teetered at the edge of madness, a balance delicate and fraught, teetering between haunting memories and the encroaching future. The clearing lay just beyond the next row of trees, twisted branches grasping like desperate fingers yearning for light. The momentary flicker of hope coursed through me, though it was quickly quelled by the clammy fingers of doubt that coiled around my mind. Whatever lay ahead, I could not escape the remnants of what was, haunted by the specter of my father, entangled in the shadows of this forsaken path. "Press on," Hans commanded, and in that moment I felt his resolve, unwavering and steadfast. He was the beacon I could cling to, the one who held a torch against the creeping darkness, as the path lay fraught with unseen terrors and memories best left buried. I straightened my spine, preparing to step into the shroud of ruins ahead, dragging my own tormented thoughts behind me like a second skin I could neither shed nor embrace. As the clearing loomed larger, I felt a part of me consumed by both dread and hope, intertwined within the decaying remnants of a village long forgotten. Each breath tasted of ghosts and impending dread, a tapestry of regrets unfurling in the foreboding twilight as we pressed on, shadows mingling with the mist around us. The gnarled oak loomed like an ancient sentinel, twisted and weathered by the unrelenting passage of time. It was from this twisted trunk that I strayed, heart racing, footsteps uncertain as I ventured toward the dilapidated wing of Ludwig's estate, a structure exuding an unsettling aura, its cracked walls whispering secrets buried beneath layers of dust and regret. My hands trembled against the basket at my side, the thought of forbidden knowledge propelling me forward into its depths, even as a chill skittered across my skin like the breath of long-dead souls. The air shifted as I drew closer, thickening with a tension that felt almost sentient. Each step forward became a battle against instinct, a gnawing unease clawing at the edges of my mind. The estate had been a topic of gossip, a shadow of disquiet threading its way through the fabric of village life. Many spoke of its former grandeur, of the tales etched within the pages of ancient tomes now locked behind time-ravaged doors. Yet here I was, propelled by an insatiable urge to know what lingered behind the veil of decay. I pushed open the heavy door, its groans echoing through the silence, a protest against my intrusion. The dim light barely penetrated the gloom, casting long shadows that writhed across the crumbling walls like specters yearning for release. My breath caught as I stepped into the chamber, an overwhelming sense of trespass prickling at my skin, urging me to retreat, yet I remained rooted, spellbound. The room lay in disarray. Scattered remnants of half-burned manuscripts adorned the floor, the pages curling like dead leaves. Intricate symbols and cryptic designs were etched into the table, their meanings taunting my comprehension. I hesitated, fingers twitching with both fear and an irrepressible curiosity. What knowledge lay in the decay of words long silenced? And then she appeared, Adelheid, materializing from the air like mist giving form to memory. Her ethereal figure glowed against the backdrop of crumbling despair, alabaster skin and flowing silver-white hair framing her luminous visage. The gentle undulation of her presence felt surreal, like the final embers of a long-extinguished flame flickering back to life. As she lifted her hand, beckoning with a deliberate grace, I was seized by a mix of dread and wonder. "Why do you seek me, child of the living?" Her voice danced on the air, soft yet resonant, filling the chamber with an unsettling calmness that sent a shiver down my spine. The weight of her gaze seemed to sift through the layers of my soul, searching for truths I was unwilling to disclose. She was beautiful and haunting, each feature shrouded in the allure of the unknown, like a half-remembered dream refusing to fade. I opened my mouth, desperate to respond, yet no words formed. Instead, panic surged within me, overwhelming and insatiable, a tempest against the stillness of the room. My heart raced, my instinct screamed at me to flee. I stumbled backward, the basket slipping from my grasp and crashing to the floor, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in the claustrophobic space. The scream tore free from my lips, a primal cry that resonated against the stone walls, reverberating through the corridors of the estate. "No!" I gasped, the sound raw and fraught with terror as it merged with the sighing of the candle flames nearby. They flickered violently, casting mad shadows that danced against the walls, ghostly partners in my horror. As the wail erupted from my throat, the world around me grew murky, darkening into an abyss of dread. Time felt suspended, the air thickening as if the estate itself exhaled a great sorrow. I stumbled, lost in a swirl of disbelief as I collided against the cold stone wall, my breath coming in desperate gasps. The moment stretched endlessly, until finally the chamber pulsed with a new energy, a tangible response to my cry. The candles flared, illuminating the contours of the room with an unsettling glow. I glanced back at Adelheid, her figure unwavering, her expression caught between compassion and something far more sinister, like a crumbling fortress straining against the tide of time. "Child," she intoned, a sound as ancient as the secrets entwined within the walls. "What have you awakened?" Her gaze bore down on me, unyielding, as if to sift through the chaos of my soul, seeking something dark that lurked beneath. The whisper of the door drew my attention. Outside, I imagined the gathering villagers, their presence rushing toward the echoes of my scream. What would they find when they burst through the threshold? A frightful tale unfurling, or a beauty too haunting to comprehend? The anticipation of their arrival mixed with the dread of what I had invited into existence. A thrumming urgency coursed through my veins as I fought against the impulse to turn and flee. The shadow of dread coiled around me, tight and unyielding, while Adelheid remained, a constant presence rooted in mystery and allure. And so I stood, trembling before her, teetering between the realms of the living and the lost, on the cusp of understanding or utter madness as I waited for the villagers to come, unknowing of the shadow that had lingered in the remnants of this home. In that stillness, both dreadful and enchanting, I faced the unknown, filled with the awareness that the echoes of my cry had woven me deeper into the tapestry of a fate I could hardly grasp. Chapter 15: The Grand Ritual. The chapel, swallowed by shadows, stood as a monument to forgotten rituals, its stone walls crumbling like the memories of those who once sought solace within. I could almost hear the echoes of their whispered prayers beneath the low wind that rattled the window panes, a haunting lament that set the stage for the reckoning ahead. In the flickering candlelight, a solitary figure beckoned, her alabaster skin a ghostly beacon amid the encroaching darkness. Adelheid stood in the center of the crude circle formed by half-melted candles and scattered ritual implements, each flicker of light dancing over her ethereal figure, lending her an otherworldly presence. Her long, flowing silver-white hair moved as though it possessed a life of its own, swaying with a grace that belied the tension in the air. The chapel, once sacred, felt like a prison of despair, the moss creeping over the stones, invading what was left of piety with nature's relentless reclamation. As her arms lifted, my breath caught, drawn inexorably to the archaic phrases tumbling from her lips in clipped German, each syllable wrapping around the damp air, lacing it with a heavy, palpable energy. The words, though foreign, resonated deep within me, echoing in the recesses of memory I could not place. It was as if the stones themselves responded, stirring with anticipation of the impending ritual that would rip the veil between worlds. The low wind outside swirled with urgency, rattling against the broken panes, yet within this hallowed ruin, an oppressive silence engulfed all, broken only by Adelheid's haunting recitation. Her voice held an air of melancholy, a sorrowful serenade that wrapped around my soul like chains. How could one so ethereal bear the weight of such darkness? The flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows, each leap and dance hinting at ancient secrets lurking just beyond the circle of flame, whispering through the cracks of time and stone. As she continued, I noticed her concentration falter momentarily, her lips pressed tightly together, as if bracing against an unseen tide. The soft glimmer of tears threatened to spill from her eyes, illuminating the deep wells of sorrow hidden beneath her seemingly serene facade. What was it that drove her to enact this darkened rite? The echoes of her past seeped through the atmosphere, a lingering whisper of lost memories, battles fought, and lovers long departed. The air thickened, charged with a presence that bordered on overwhelming. Every breath became a treacherous gamble, each inhale laced with the anticipation of something dark and unfurling. The candles flickered violently, their flames almost leaping as if trying to escape the pull of her words. I could feel the chapel itself resonate, the walls vibrating with her incantations, bringing to life the echo of forgotten enchantments. Just then, a gasp escaped my lips, an involuntary reaction to a spectral shimmer dancing around the edges of the candlelight. My heart raced as I witnessed ghostly forms starting to weave within the darkness, the air thrumming with energy that throbbed in sync with Adelheid's incantations. With each word, the fabric of the night itself seemed to shiver and tear, pulling at the seams of reality, promising salvation or damnation. I knew instinctively that her ritual, drenched in loss and longing, threatened to bring forth powers neither of us could contain. My mind screamed a warning, yet my body remained transfixed, ensnared by the beguiling allure of her desperation. I was but a spectator in this game of spirits and shadows, waiting for the inevitable culmination of her supplication, a crossroad teetering precariously between the known and the unknown. Adelheid's chant rose, crescendoing into a climactic fervor, her arms moving in sweeping arcs, channeling the ancient energies that surged within the crumbling walls. A tremor coursed through the ground beneath me, reverberating like a heartbeat, and I felt the stirrings of dread clawing at my throat. What awaited us in the culmination of her lost hope? What doors would swing wide, granting passage to what lay waiting in the void? As her incantation reached its zenith, I held my breath, gripped by an omnipresent dread that whispered of consequences I could scarcely comprehend. The walls pulsed in rhythm, shadows elongating and twisting, as the line between the living and the dead began to blur before my very eyes. Adelheid, lost in her fervor, beckoned forces long asleep, coaxing forth secrets that should never see the light of night. My pulse quickened, anticipating the storm that brewed just beyond the veil. As the heavy oak door slammed open, a gust of frantic energy burst into the study, sweeping aside forgotten manuscripts as if beckoning the chaos within to take root. Ludwig stumbled into the cluttered space, eyes wide and mind racing, while Greta followed closely, determination etched into the lines of her young face, the night's horrors swirling around them like a malevolent fog. The study had been transformed into a battleground, its surface strewn with paper, the remnants of previous musings scattered in a storm of anxiety. Burning candles cast erratic shadows, flickering like desperate spirits pleading for recognition. Ludwig's long, thin fingers trembled as they reached out to clutch the leather-bound counterspell book that felt simultaneously foreign and essential, the weight of its pages heavier than expected. "Where is it? Where is the counterspell?" he muttered, urgency lacing his voice, his eyes darting across the clutter as if he might find the solution hidden beneath the tangled remains of his obsessive research. Greta moved with precision, her steady hands shoving aside the detritus of his relentless pursuits, flicking off layers of dust as if banishing ghosts from their sanctuary. She positioned herself close by, grounding him against the surging tide of fear. "You know it by heart, Ludwig," she urged softly, the conviction in her voice resonating in the small chamber, her green eyes sparking with determination. "Just focus. We must hurry." But as he tried to recollect the intricate binding chant, his thoughts tangled, their meaning escaping him like whispers carried away by the wind. The weight of his own scattered academic pursuits pressed down on him, entwined with doubts that crawled beneath his skin. Outside, the chaos grew, the shouts of terrified villagers penetrating the thick stone walls, each cry amplifying his apprehension. With a quick motion, Greta unsheathed the ceremonial athame, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light, a promise of protection and strength in a world that seemed intent on unraveling. She aligned several protective talismans on the cold, carved table with a sense of urgency, each piece a fragment of hope against the encroaching dread that loomed outside their sanctuary. "Hold fast, Ludwig," she called out, slicing through his turbulent thoughts as she steadied her stance. "We're out of time. You must begin the chant." His voice trembled as he began to recite the binding chant, words spilling from his lips in a frantic rush, the syllables echoing within the cramped space like stones tossed into dark waters. Yet, his resolve faltered under the weight of mounting fear, his breath growing shallow as the notes of dread reverberated against the walls. "The forces." "Speak louder," Greta interrupted, her fierce gaze locking onto his. "We need to be united. Call the energy, summon it, let it rise." She pressed the hilt of the athame into his palm, her grip firm, pulling him from the precipice of despair. His pulse quickened, thrumming against the blade's cold steel, lending him strength through the palpable bond they shared in that fleeting moment. He felt the warmth seep into him, as if she were willing courage into his heart. Yet outside their refuge, the clamor surged with unnerving intensity. The noise of shouting villagers echoed through the halls, pounding against the doors like the wings of angry crows desperate to escape their nightmarish reality. Anxiety fluttered at the edges of Ludwig's consciousness, clawing at his sanity, as panic thrummed beneath his skin. What had they unleashed? The heaviness of the unknown pressed down on them like an oppressive shroud. "It's not just us anymore," he said, voice faltering, overwhelmed by a tide of uncertainty that threatened to drown him. "The village is out there. What if we save them?" Greta interrupted fiercely, her resolve burning bright against the encroaching darkness. "We will protect them and ourselves. Together we'll face what comes next." Taking a deep breath, Ludwig began again, his voice louder, each word a thread pulling him from the brink. Outside, the voices grew, an almost insatiable tide crashing against the estate's threshold, mingling desperation with fear. "By the bonds of this earth, I bind thee, ancient force, keeper of shadows." The echo of his chant built a fragile barrier against the chaos outside, each syllable infused with newfound determination. Greta's talismans glimmered as if responding, their energies interweaving with his voice, creating a protective cocoon amid the unsettling realities clashing at the door. They were more than the sum of their fears, united in a resolve not easily broken. But with each phrase, the weight of the approaching storm outside shifted ominously, dark whispers coiling around the air as the villagers stormed the estate's threshold. Panic stirred amongst their ranks, an undeniable wave sweeping through the hearts of the fearful. "Ludwig." Greta's voice sliced through the din, her focus unwavering as she prepared herself. "Don't stop, whatever happens, we will face this together." And as the world outside quaked with the desperation of terrified souls, the reality of their task settled over them, knitting their spirits tight against the impending chaos. The looming darkness might rise, but united they would battle against it, come what may. As the door burst open, a surge of terrified villagers poured into the estate, lanterns held high, casting wild shadows against the walls, their voices rising in a chaotic clamor that echoed like a storm crashing against the very foundations of reality. Amidst the tumult, dread seeped into the air, thick and suffocating, but I felt the firm grip of resolve in the chaos as my heart raced in tandem with the furious heartbeat of the night. Outside, the lanterns fought against the thick, unnatural mist that crawled through the entryway, piercing the gloom like desperate fingers seeking warmth. The faces of the villagers were painted with shades of fear and confusion, their cries weaving together in a tumult of panic that filled the air with an urgency that buzzed like electricity. What horrors lay in wait beyond the threshold? Each frantic footfall echoed through the estate, an insistent reminder that whatever had been unleashed was now within reach. In the distance, I could feel the palpable energy of the ritual bubbling over, surging toward a boiling point within the chapel. With her arms outstretched, Adelheid commanded the space, her voice rising in a chilling crescendo, vibrating with the resonance of ages past. The air around her thickened, charged with raw, arcane power, as ethereal forms began to coalesce in response to her beckoning, spectral figures shifting in and out of focus, waiting for the command to rise from their shadowy repose. Ludwig's voice wavered amidst the bedlam, the chant he clung to faltering as he peered wide-eyed at the spectral figures appearing before them. A tremor shook his body as he staggered backward, overwhelmed by the palpable dread that seemed to siphon his very life force. "Greta!" he gasped, panic seeping into his voice, the words spilling from his lips like remnants of a fading dream. The intensity of the shadows grew, wrapping around him like serpentine whispers, a dissonant chorus clamoring within his mind, taunting him with half-formed memories and the weight of choices not yet made. Yet in the chaos, I felt Greta's fierce presence anchoring me. Her voice cut through the veil of uncertainty, resolute and unwavering, as she steadied herself amidst the turmoil. "We have to move. We can't let this drown him." The fierce light in her eyes reflected the flames of their purpose as she summoned her strength, determination unfurling within her like a newly kindled fire. Ludwig, lost in his struggle against the rising tide of shadows, barely registered the encroaching phantoms that lunged toward him. The line between the corporeal and the spectral blurred in a whirlwind of chaos, as Greta seized the counterspell with fierce resolve, her grip firm as she stood her ground. "I will finish this." Her voice rang out, echoing across the tumult, a clarion call of defiance against the spectral surge that threatened to consume us whole. The ritual intensified around us, spectral figures crashing against the remnants of Ludwig's binding chant. Shadows snarled, lashing out like thunder, their cries mingling with the terrified shouts of villagers spilling into the study, lost and desperate as they flooded through the doorway. The walls quaked under the force of the confrontation, blurring the boundaries of sanity as the dark tide pressed ever closer, more overwhelming. Adelheid, a sorceress drawing power from the very depths of despair, watched with an expression that danced between hope and regret. The figures she summoned surged toward Ludwig, each swirling ghost aiming to lay claim to a portion of his fragile essence. For a heartbeat, the energy felt like a suffocating blanket wrapped around him, robbing him of strength. Thoughts twisted like gnarled branches. Dread crept up his spine as he faced a reflection of his past misdeeds, each regret manifesting before him, clawing at the edges of his consciousness. Greta, summoning every ounce of courage, reached for him, her eyes sharp with resolve. "Fight, Ludwig. Remember who you are." Her words pierced through the malevolence surrounding them, urging him back to the surface, out of the suffocating shadows. "By the bonds of this earth," he shouted, channeling the fear surging through his veins, fortifying himself against the shadows. "I bind thee, ancient force, keeper of shadows and specters of sorrow." And as he spoke, Greta stepped beside him, holding the athame aloft, a beacon of their united front, an emblem of their determination to stand against the darkness that beckoned from the depths. Together, they wove the energies within the room, their spirits dancing as one amid the clamorous chaos. With one final push, Greta thrust the ceremonial blade downward, an act of defiance against the encroaching tide of phantasms that lunged toward them, a gleaming focal point through which they could direct their resolve. "You will not take him," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction, solidifying their bond amid the raging storm. As their chants surged together, echoing through the air like a battle cry against the oppressive night, the onslaught of phantoms recoiled, forming a barrier that flickered between the two realms. The energy crackled, and for a moment hope blossomed against the shadows, a tentative light shimmering in the engulfing void. Together, they faced the dark tide with unyielding resolve, drawing strength from the turmoil around them, standing as a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to confront the phantoms of their past, no matter the cost. Chapter 16: Sacrifice and Sealing. In the heart of my cluttered study, surrounded by the remnants of forgotten tomes and artifacts whispering of past glories, I gripped the cursed volume with ink-stained fingers. The flickering candles, set meticulously in a circle upon the scarred oak table, cast long shadows that writhed against the stone walls as if alive, echoing my own disquiet. With a deep breath, I began to recite the archaic syllables, feeling the weight of the words settle over me like a shroud pressing against the loneliness of my soul. The study itself was a reflection of my scattered thoughts, littered with piles of manuscripts yellowed with age, broken trinkets that had once held meaning but now served as mere relics of distraction. I could almost hear the ghostly murmurs of the texts, their faded inscriptions calling to me in tones I could scarcely discern. The air felt thick, suffused with the remnants of knowledge lost to time, hovering like dust motes in the dim light of the candles. As I leaned over the tome, the skin of my knuckles pulled taut against the delicate pages, revealing the fragility of my physical form. I felt each crack in my pallid skin mirror the fracture lines in my thoughts. Though I had gained so much through study, wisdom in the esoteric, I remained ensnared in the web of my own isolation. It was both a sanctuary and a prison, each shelf heavy with the weight of my unfulfilled desires, my ink-stained fingers the only connection I had to the world beyond these walls. This tome, ancient and grotesque, bore the weight of secrets long buried beneath the ashes of history. I hesitated momentarily, tracing the intricate symbols etched into its cover. My heart raced, thrumming like a captured bird in my chest, straining against the bars of my scholarly pursuits. The stories surrounding it were as twisted as the very fabric of reality, shattered dreams for those who dared to meddle with the arcane. Yet I had come too far to turn back now. With resolute determination, I pried open the cover. The pages, yellowed and brittle, whispered against one another, their voice echoing through the vast emptiness of my study. Each word danced in the air, trembling like the candle's flames, beckoning me deeper into the abyss of knowledge and its inherent terrors. I began my incantation, the syllables twisting on my tongue as I tried to grasp the meaning hidden within. As I recited, my fingers moved with precision, arranging the candles further apart. I was acutely aware of the wind whispering outside, an indistinct sound that curled around my ears like a serpent, threading through my concentration. The study seemed to react to my recitation, the artifacts shifting ever so slightly, as if recognizing the call of power. I cast a furtive glance at the heavy wooden door, half expecting it to creak open, revealing the curious eyes of villagers peering in. Yet the solitude of the moment enveloped me, broken only by the echo of my voice amidst the stone walls. Every syllable felt alive, charged with a palpable energy that thrummed in the air around me, each incantation resonating deep within the very marrow of my bones. Shadows flickered, playful but menacing, forming phantoms that whispered at the edges of my vision. My pale blue eyes, deep wells of yearning and dread, were fixated on the pages that unfurled like dark petals, revealing the hidden knowledge contained within. The flickering candlelight danced, casting strange and twisted shapes that flickered against the walls, wrapping the room in a shroud of unease. Outside, the wind whispered secrets carried from the village, a murmur of uncertainty blending with my fervent recitation. They warned of darkness lurking just beyond the veil of comprehension, consequences unknown to minds unprepared for the truths I sought. As I neared the completion of my ritual, the words flowed through me, smooth and chaotic, layering in harmonies that built upon one another. Each note had become a thread weaving together my desperation, a hymn to the darkness that had always thrived in the corners of my heart. The ink stains on my fingers only served to remind me of my endless pursuit, lost within the recesses of ancient magic and arcane knowledge. I spoke, the sound echoing off the stone walls, creating ripples in the fabric of reality. The candles flickered violently, threatening to extinguish as I forced my will upon them, battling against the surge of the unknown. But I remained undeterred, fixated on the rhythm of my recitation, as the air thickened around me, filled with that dark essence of creeping dread. It felt as if the shadows were leaning closer, eager to listen, the indecipherable murmurs from outside merging with the trembling sounds of my own voice, a symphony of foreboding echoing through the isolated heart of the night. Just as the final syllable escaped my lips, reverberating like a distant thunderclap in the shadows of the study, Adelheid materialized, a vision of pale beauty and lingering sorrow. Her flowing silver-white hair seemed to catch the very breath of the wind, while her luminescent eyes, shifting like the depths of stormy seas, pierced the veil of reality. A howl erupted from her, a chilling sound that sliced through the taut silence, freezing my heart in sheer terror. Time paused, a fraying thread stretched to its limit, as I staggered back, my fingers tightening reflexively around the cursed tome. The air became electric, crackling with the forces of the otherworld, and I felt a wild panic swell within me. My vision narrowed, focusing only on her spectral form, as my pulse hammered in my ears, drowning out all coherent thought. In that instant, I perceived the grotesque manifestation of my folly. The howl echoed in the confines of my study, warping the atmosphere, and carrying an ancient sorrow that reverberated against the stone walls. My heart thundered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that clashed with the chaotic beauty of her presence. I could see the cracks beginning to form on the pallid skin of my hands and face, like shattered porcelain breaking under pressure, and with each glance toward her, the fissures deepened, fragments of my being crumbling into the void. The essence of my own body betrayed me, the echoes of pain snapping at my edges. The tome slipped from my grip, falling heavily onto the scarred oak table as I felt a tremor rack my form. Her voice cut through the charged silence, a scream laced with echoes of sorrow, a warning I could not fathom, yet felt in the very marrow of my bones. I struggled to comprehend the enormity of her apparition, caught between fear and an unshakable fascination. What had I called forth in my desperate pursuit of knowledge? Her gaze, swirling between the blues of night and the grays of tempest, pinned me in place, making it impossible to look away. "Foolish seeker of truth," she intoned, each word dripping with a haunting wisdom. "You tread upon paths unfit for mortals, calling upon that which you do not comprehend." The cryptic tone lingered in the air like the fading reverberations of a bell, stretching the fabric of reality around us. My breath quickened, an involuntary response to the foreboding power that seemed to emanate from her ethereal form. Shadows in the study elongated and twisted, flaring to life as she spoke, almost eager to envelop me. The flickering candle flames sputtered, as if wary of the darkness she commanded. The smell of melting wax hung thick in the air, mingling with the chill that rolled off her presence. I could feel the remnants of the incantation pulsating through my veins. Her arrival triggered the fragile balance I had wrought, unraveling the spell that had given me purpose. Her movements were unsettlingly graceful, as if she floated rather than walked, and yet every gesture held a gravity that weighed down the very essence of my existence. "What you have sought in your reckless yearning has claimed more than you bargained," she continued, voice hauntingly beautiful, drawing me into a trance-like state. "Knowledge comes with a price, and you have unwittingly invited the void into your sanctuary." In that moment, my heart plummeted, a cold realization dawning. Each broken fragment of my form, the splinters that seemed to fade into dark motes in the candlelight, resonated with the dread that wrapped around me. I was unraveling, and she was the weaver of fate who had spun me toward this precipice. Time flickered and quivered, a blur of light and shadow. She leaned closer, the spectral glow of her skin contrasting sharply against the gloomy backdrop of the study. I struggled to focus, teetering on the edge of comprehension, desperation clashing with an insatiable curiosity. "What awaits you," she murmured, her tone laden with meaning and spoken, "is as alluring as it is dreadful." The shadows around her deepened, swirling into forms that flickered at the edges of my vision, tendrils of darkness intertwining like whispering lovers. I was mesmerized by the interplay of light and dark, entranced yet terrified, drawn further into a realm that danced at the fringes of sanity. The cacophony of my own heartbeat sounded a warning, a frantic reminder that I had welcomed this horror into my sanctuary. Suddenly, she took a step back, and the change was palpable, the energy shifting dramatically. I could hear the distant echoes of the village's murmurs outside, a sound that grew faint, swallowed by the chasm of despair that was now my reality. The flickering candle flames hissed, and the shadows shrank back, fearful of the entity before me. In that moment of clarity, I understood. The line between seeker and the sought had blurred irreparably. I was no longer merely Ludwig Flammenberg, a scholar chasing forgotten knowledge. I had become something else, an unwitting participant in a dance with darkness. The air shimmered around us, vibrating with the ghostly resonance of truths best left unspoken. A formidable shockwave erupted from the center of the ritual circle, tearing through the remnants of my carefully constructed reality. The study disintegrated into chaos, a cacophony of flying papers, half-melted candles, and shattered dreams, swallowed by a roar of sound that drowned the whispers of the night. I felt the force push against me, violent and unrelenting, as it swept away the careful arrangement of my ritual with a ferocity that left my heart racing in its wake. Scattered papers spiraled into the air, twirling like autumn leaves in a tempest before slamming against the stone walls, their edges curling and tearing with the impact. The candles, mere flickers of light, extinguished in an instant, their wicks sputtering as darkness fell heavily upon the room. My vision blurred amidst the chaos, a swirling tempest of ink and shadow enveloping me, and for a fleeting moment I lost sense of where I ended and the chaos began. The heavy window blew open with a resounding crash, sending shards of broken glass cascading outward like twinkling stars falling from the heavens. I watched, disoriented, as the very fabric of my sanctuary unraveled around me, shards glinting malevolently in the silver moonlight that now flooded the room. The sound of destruction echoed, as if mocking my efforts, laughing at the hubris that had driven me to summon powers I could scarcely comprehend. Beyond the now broken threshold of my study, the villagers gathered at the forest's edge, their figures dim silhouettes against the shadows of the trees. Their wide eyes reflected a mix of horror and awe as they beheld the aftermath of my folly, mouths agape in disbelief. Whispers swirled through the gathered crowd, mingling with the echoes of fear, superstitions that thrummed in the night air. They were but phantoms in the backdrop of my world, and yet their presence became inextricably linked to my own calamity. In the eye of the storm, I remained transfixed, confronted with the truth of my existence, a hollow echo where knowledge had sought to consume me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I clutched at nothingness, yearning for a connection to reality that had all but slipped through my fingers. The silence that followed the tumult was more terrifying than the noise itself, a void into which I felt myself plummeting. Glancing at the remnants of my ritual, the empty space where the candles had burned, the tattered tome resting alone among the debris, I sensed a dark absence where I should have felt fulfillment. The thrill of discovery, the intoxicating allure of forbidden knowledge, had become the very source of my undoing. What had once thrummed with life had become a graveyard of aspirations. Moonlight filtered through the broken window, casting the study in stark relief, revealing the ruins of my ambitions in unforgiving light. Each shadow that lurked in the corners bore witness to the choices that had led me here, a reminder of my discontent that now stretched like a dark horizon, a stark backdrop against the reality I had summoned. And then it struck me, the cost of the knowledge I had sought, a truth too profound to accept. The fleeting whispers of my ambition lay scattered among the debris, my existence now tethered to the weight of the darkness that had come rushing forth. I stood, a lone figure, among the shadows, not merely a scholar but a man haunted by the specters of his choices, staring into the abyss that had opened before me, knowing that I could never return to the man I once was. Chapter 17. Aftermath and Reflection. As dawn stretched its skeletal fingers over the village, I found myself moving along the narrow cobblestone path, my basket swaying gently, filled with the herbal remedies of my kin. The drizzle caressed the world, glistening on dew-covered grass like a whisper of hope mingling with despair, as the fragrance of earth stirred beneath the weight of a foreboding sky. Each step I took was accompanied by the low hum of nature awakening. Birds were beginning their songs, and the air was rich with the smell of rain-soaked earth, though that freshness struggled against the melancholy that had wrapped itself around the village like a shroud. I reached the modest cottage, a beacon of warmth amidst the decay, where a small group of villagers had gathered. Their faces were set in resolute lines, weary yet steadfast, as they prepared for whatever calamity awaited us next. This day, I bore the burden of my family's craft, both a healer and a witness to the fading light of hope in our corner of the world. Outside, I caught sight of two familiar figures wrestling against the darkened shadows of decay. Hans Weber, the village elder, stood strong and broad-shouldered beside Karl Hohenberg, the blacksmith. Their muscles rippled with the effort of their labor as they hammered at the splintered beams of a barn that had been slowly surrendering to nature's relentless grasp. I admired their dedication, their rough hands skilled from years of toil, their resolve a stark contrast to the withered creeping vines unfurling new shoots beside the stone walls. "Steady now," came the voice of a passing villager, a hint of warmth amidst the biting cold. The sound pulled me back from my observations. Karl steadied a trembling board, nodding curtly as Hans turned back to his work, undeterred by the damp air or the looming threat of another storm. Their efforts were a dance against inevitable ruin, a form of defiance cloaked in exhaustion. The air felt thick with potential, each drop of rain heavier than the last, as I stepped forward to join the villagers, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of encroaching despair. What had once flourished in our village now lay drenched in shades of death. The lively colors of spring seemed but a distant memory. But the flowers in my basket, the herbs and poultices, I clung to them like the last threads of life, for it was my calling to bring healing where I could, even in the face of overwhelming sorrow. My heart quickened, echoing the rhythm of the rain, as I approached the group, ready to offer what little I had to give in this world turned dark. And yet, as I stood among them, watching them work, and listening to the soft patter of rain against the earth, I felt a creeping dread. These were not just repairs. They were a desperate attempt to hold back the shadows that closed in tighter with each passing day. In the distance, I caught the glimpse of new life forcing its way through cracks in the cobblestones, a bittersweet reminder that nature, relentless as it was, sought to thrive even amidst our failing attempts to cultivate our little realm. The irony settled uneasily within me. I could feel a shift in the air. The atmosphere felt charged with secrets yet to unfold, whispers of something darker creeping ever closer. As I drew closer to the cluster of villagers, I readied myself to share the contents of my basket, hoping, even for just a moment, to draw the attention away from our fates toward the flicker of compassion. Stepping over the threshold of Ludwig Flammenberg's ivy-enwrapped estate felt like entering a forgotten world, where shadows clung to every surface and the air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and whispers of secrets untold. The weathered door creaked in protest, revealing a disordered study, a chaotic echo of the man himself strewn with the remnants of lost knowledge. Broken tiles crunched beneath my feet, and I instinctively hesitated, glancing around as if the very walls held the weight of countless dreams that had decayed within their embrace. The disarray enveloped me like a shroud. Charred manuscripts lay scattered across the aged oak desk, their edges singed, remnants of attempts at something greater. My heart raced with the thrill of discovery, mixed with a tremor of unease, for I was here to unravel the enigmatic life of the man whose name had become legend in whispered tales among the villagers. Theodor Kraus, the curious boy whose thoughts often danced too close to the edge of forbidden wonders. I maneuvered carefully through the clutter, each step imbued with a kind of reverence. The faded portraits lining the walls seemed to peer down at me, their gazes long past judgment, trapped in a stillness that felt painfully heavy. Each figure captured in paint, brilliant but elusive, invoked feelings I couldn't name. My fingers brushed against rusted artifacts, relics of knowledge and folly, heavy with the ghosts of their histories. A cold draft swept through the room, making the flickering candle stubs tremble and send shadows lurching like specters across the disheveled pages. I took a deep breath, grounding myself in the present amidst the overwhelming past. Ludwig's brilliance thrived in the scattered chaos. His absence loomed just as strongly, a testament to isolation that cradled genius and madness alike. Then, through the chaos, I spotted it, a worn leather-bound journal peeking from beneath a pile of brittle sheets. My pulse quickened as I carefully extracted it from its resting place, revealing its contents, a repository of thoughts, musings that had been poured onto these pages with fervor, yet perhaps tinged with desperation. It smelled of old ink and faded dreams. Settling onto a creaking wooden chair, I opened the journal with a reverent touch, feeling the quivering quill in my grasp as I prepared to document my findings. The pages beckoned me, each line filled with promises of revelations and ominous hints of what had haunted Ludwig in his relentless pursuit of knowledge. There was a peculiar kinship in my scribbling, a sense that, like Ludwig, I too chased the allure of truths better left undisturbed. Yet, as I began to write, recording the fragments of a life lived among echoes and shadows, a hollow sound resonated around me. The floorboards creaked and groaned, joining the chorus of silence that enveloped the room, underscoring the reality that something waited within the dark corners of the estate. I paused, pen hovering over the page, contemplating the weight of each stroke, the responsibility that accompanied the knowledge I sought. In this house of secrets, would I uncover the truths that eluded me, or would I simply unearth nightmares best left buried? My resolve wavered. Uncertainty trickled in like the draft, curling around my spine, tightening its grip. With a determined breath, I pushed the doubts aside and leaned back into my work, allowing the rhythm of my pen scratching against the paper to fill the space, weaving my own story into the fabric of Ludwig's dark legacy, a tapestry of wonder woven tightly with threads of dread. As twilight cloaked the world in its inky embrace, I stood at the threshold of Ludwig's estate, brushing aside the fallen leaves and loose ivy that clung to the cracked stone doorway like desperate hands reaching for solace. The air had turned noticeably colder, a shiver creeping down my spine, warning me of the darkness brewing within those aged walls. I took a steadying breath, the dampness clinging to the air, mixing with the scent of wet earth and secrets concealed in shadow. Behind me, Theodore approached with the gait of a young adventurer, journal clutched tightly in his hands as if it were a shield against the unknown. The glint of his wide, eager eyes caught the last traces of daylight, illuminating his youthful enthusiasm. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice wavering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The weight of his optimism contrasted with the oppressive presence of the estate, highlighting a fear I tried to stifle. "Are any of us ready?" I murmured in response, my thoughts flickering to Ludwig's solitude, his mind steeped in darkness while I stood there with a sliver of hope clinging to me. The creeping vines surrounding the estate whispered tales of the forgotten, and a part of me wondered if they held truths I dared not uncover. With a nod, Theodore reached the doorway, his eagerness spilling forth in a cascade of questions and ideas, each one more audacious than the last. "What do you think we'll find inside? Maybe he's written about the legends. Or perhaps—" I interrupted him gently, brushing a leaf from the aged stones. "This is not just a hunt for tales, Theodore. We're entering a place steeped in loss." I gestured to the estate, its silhouette looming ominously against the twilight. "We must tread carefully." Our moment was interrupted as Hans and Karl emerged from the shadows, bundles of timber and rusted nails balanced precariously in their strong arms. "We'll mend what we can," Hans declared, his voice a steady rock amidst the encroaching darkness. "Aye," Karl added gruffly, his brow furrowed in determination as he glanced toward the dilapidated structure. "But this place, it feels different." Their resolve served as a momentary anchor, calming the waters of unease swirling within me. "Perhaps your strength is what's needed now," I replied, grateful for their practical natures. Yet, just as our plans solidified, a soft creak echoed from deep within the estate, chilling the air between us. The floorboards groaned, a voice of warning that seemed to seep through the very foundation of our intentions. "Did you hear that?" Theodore's eyes widened, both fear and excitement intertwining. "Yes," I whispered, glancing towards the gaping entrance that beckoned us forward with an unsettling allure. A shroud of silence fell over the group, the air charged with unspoken tension, our hearts synchronized with the haunting remnants of Ludwig's world waiting to unveil its secrets. With every shared glance, we understood that each of us carried the weight of unarticulated fears, yet it was also our shared purpose that entwined us in this haunting tapestry of the unknown. And as we stood, lingering at the threshold, the darkened halls of Ludwig's estate seemed to breathe, alive with whispers of past lives waiting to be exhumed or buried forever. Chapter 18: The Hidden Cost. As the candle flickered to life, I peered into the dim confines of my workshop, the chaos of jars and herbs wrapped in a heavy cloak of early morning silence. The scents mingled. A hint of lavender danced with the more potent acrid tang of crushed thyme, as I settled into the familiar rhythm of preparation, steeped in secrets and shadow. The light, though feeble, cast long, dancing shadows across the walls, obscuring the dust motes that floated lazily in the air, remnants of too many sleepless nights spent sifting through my remedies. Rows of glass containers lined the shelves, each filled with concoctions that hummed with the potential to heal or harm, their labels barely legible beneath layers of age and neglect. I focused intently on the bubbling mixture before me, an oddity that thrummed with energy in its mortar, drawing me in like a darkened mirror reflecting the madness outside. With a careful stir, I noted the unusual sheen, an ominous iridescence that rippled like secrets trying to escape. I paused, my hand hovering, contemplating its significance. Was it merely a trick of the light, or was it something more sinister, echoing the rumblings of uncertainty that had taken residence in the hearts of my neighbors? Suddenly, a shuffling sound pulled me from my thoughts. The door creaked open to reveal my neighbor, the worn fabric of his coat hanging loose over his frail frame. He stood on the threshold, a silhouette against the lightening sky, his expression as ragged as his garments. "Have you seen the color of the air today?" he asked, his voice a raspy whisper that wove itself into the morning chill. "Not since last night," I replied, stifling the instinct to glance upward, the weight of his words sending a ripple of unease through me. He lingered, uncertainty clinging to him like the layers of dust in my workshop. I could see the way his hands trembled slightly, clasping the lapels of his coat, as though the very fabric might anchor him against the swirling tide of fear that had seeped into our village. I waved him off, for there were no remedies for the sickness of the spirit, nor were my potions crafted to dissolve the creeping shadows that loomed ever closer. With a muttered farewell, he stepped back into the waking world. Alone once more, I let the fire of the candle draw me back into the depths of my work. Outside, the echo of metal clinking resonated through the cold air as Carl emerged from his forge, the broad silhouette of a man honed by labor and tempered by grit. He paused beneath the haphazard awning of the shop, his heavy hand shielding his eyes from the nascent sun that struggled against a murky haze that seemed to cling to the timberline beyond. "Something stirs in the shadows," he muttered, his gruff voice a harbinger of growing apprehension. I considered his words, feeling the truth they contained pulse through the atmosphere. The air was thick with an unspoken dread, a shared knowledge hovering just beyond the reach of comprehension. In the streets, more villagers emerged, their faces drawn tight, burdened by the weight of dreams that splintered into whispers of decay. Murmurs skittered past like dry leaves, mentioning ominous premonitions that resonated through their conversations. The very fabric of our community felt frayed and tenuous as we stood, wordless witnesses to the dawning day. One, a widow with hollow eyes, clutched her child's hand and muttered something about monsters lurking in the wood. Another shivered and spoke of past sins unfurling in the nightmares that left them all sleepless, haunted by darkness that preyed upon their souls. I turned back to my concoctions, a measure of resolve swirling within me even as the shadows thickened. It was perhaps time to seek the truth behind our collective fears, to confront whatever darkness had begun to seep into our very essence. For every cure requires a brave heart, and there lay both courage and fear entwined like the tangled herbs upon my shelf. The air hung thick with dust as we stepped into the ruined study, our entrance marked by the ghostly dance of light filtering through shattered panes of glass, like lost thoughts waiting to be remembered. I glanced around the chaos, the remnants of a brilliant mind scattered like the pieces of a shattered dream. The once magnificent room had succumbed to neglect, cloaked in shadows and obscured by the weight of secrets left to rot. Dusty drapes drooped lifelessly, resembling specters holding onto whispers of the past, while the floor crunched beneath our hesitant steps, a symphony of splintered wood and memories long forgotten. The air carried a chill that spoke of loss and echoes, as though the walls themselves wept for what had been. Theodore, bright-eyed and ever curious, carefully picked his way across the debris, brushing away cobwebs that clung stubbornly to crumbling tomes. His youthful enthusiasm seemed oddly out of place among the remnants of Ludwig's once proud scholarly pursuits, but it illuminated the dimness that surrounded us. As he crouched near a toppled bookcase, I caught a glimpse of his fingers tracing the delicate outlines of ornate bindings, his wonder manifesting in each silent exploration. "Look at this, Greta," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with both excitement and trepidation as he gestured to a shattered manuscript strewn haphazardly across the floor. "What do you think happened here?" "It appears his obsessions became too weighty even for him," I murmured, swallowing a swell of sadness that rose from my core. I felt it, an unnameable longing for the potential lost in this room. One can delve too deeply into the shadows without ever returning. Theodore's gaze shifted from me back to the broken artifacts surrounding us, and I wondered what thoughts danced behind his innocent eyes, thoughts too pure to grasp the depth of our shared legacy. Together we navigated the remnants of Ludwig's genius, careful to avoid slicing our fingers on shattered dreams as we pressed forward. Our search eventually led us to an aged writing desk, its surface marred with the scars of time and use. As I leaned down, a faded letter caught my eye, its wax seal still intact, a fleeting promise in a chaotic landscape. Theodore, brimming with curiosity, reached for it before I could caution him. "Greta." A letter. He held it aloft, illuminated by the pale light that broke through the haze. A twinge of excitement coursed through me, tempered with the anxiety of unknown truths waiting to be revealed. I stepped closer, my heartbeat quickening as he lifted the letter gingerly, like a flickering flame poised between life and death. "Let's read it," he urged, and I nodded, my fingers brushing against his as I carefully accepted the letter, each corner crinkling beneath my grasp. With his face eager and unblemished by time, he leaned closer as I began to unfold the delicate parchment. I could almost hear the whisper of Ludwig's tortured thoughts echoing through the silence as we inhaled the dust of his revelations. Theodore began to read aloud, his voice a mix of youthful enthusiasm and a burgeoning solemnity. Such power always exacts a price. I closed my eyes for a moment, absorbing the gravity of those words that seemed to linger, encircling us like the darkness creeping along the edges of our village. The statement hung heavy, a tangible thread of remorse woven into the very fabric of Ludwig's final message. "A price?" Theodore questioned, his youthful certainty wavering as he looked to me for guidance. "What do you think he meant by that?" I hesitated, memories of whispered tales enveloping me, stories of ambition, destruction, and consequences spiraling out of control. Ludwig was consumed by his thirst for knowledge. In seeking the darkest truths, he may have sacrificed everything. Theodore fell quiet, the silence draping us both in reflections of missed opportunities, regrets, and unheeded warnings that had culminated in our friend's ultimate undoing. His voice softened, filled with newfound wisdom. "Then we must be careful. Whatever this means, it shouldn't be repeated." As the sun continued its journey through the sky, illuminating the shards of Ludwig's intellect surrounding us, I sensed an undeniable pull, a yearning to sift through these remnants, to uncover the depths of his exploration and the potential that still lay buried. In that moment, I knew we could not allow fear to silence our curiosity. With a shared glance of understanding, we exchanged the kindling of resolve that promised we would delve deeper, explore further, and ultimately face whatever horrors might await us in the depths of knowledge. We exited the ruined study, the weight of our discovery heavy upon our shoulders, tethered to a truth that would bind us together in pursuit of a legacy left tainted by shadows. Outside, the chill lingered, an unwelcome harbinger of the inevitable trials yet to come. As dusk enveloped the village, shadows pooled in the corners of the town hall, the ancient beams creaking under the weight of gathered worries. The air was thick with anticipation, flickering oil lamps casting jittering reflections across the faces of the weary villagers, each holding stories etched in silence. Seated on the rough-hewn benches, I could feel the pulse of fear beating beneath the surface, a low hum that surged through the crowd. Each villager was etched in tension, ranging from resigned despair to barely contained anxiety. Whispers flitted like restless specters, their fragmented threads weaving tales of doom as we awaited the voice of our leader. Hans Weber stood at the podium, tall and imposing, the fabric of his dark clothing mirroring the storm brewing in our hearts. "We must decide our path to secure our future," he began, his voice steady but imbued with urgency echoing through the hollow chamber. With the authority of a man weathered by duty, he cast a firm gaze across the assembly, letting his words sink in. He spoke of shadows lurking beyond our doorsteps, of rumors shared over fireside meals, the gaping void left by Ludwig's presence, a reminder of the dangers that our collective denial might unleash. We cannot afford to ignore the signs any longer. If we are to endure this darkness, we must face it together as a community. But Karl, standing resolutely near the entrance, could not contain the swell of anger rising within him. "And how do we know this is not just another wild tale, spun by those who fear what they cannot understand? We are craftsmen, not superstitious souls chasing phantoms." His fists clenched tightly, and I could see the fire in his eyes, a blazing concern for the villagers he'd known all his life. "Gott I am Himmel. You cannot dismiss the warnings we've received." Agnes Schmidt piped up, her voice breaking through the fervor. She shuffled nervously, the weight of the gathered fears visibly pressing upon her. "There are monsters among us. There were signs last harvest, crops withered and livestock gone. We must heed the whispers that slip through the cracks of reason." "Agnes speaks truth," I added, drawing from the well of courage that always seemed to shine just below the surface. "This is not merely about phantoms. We must acknowledge the toll it has taken on us all, the sickness festering in the air we breathe." Hans nodded but remained steadfast. "Caution is paramount, yet we cannot let fear dictate our actions. We must unify, pooling our resources to combat whatever darkness lurks. We owe that much to ourselves and to Ludwig." It was at that moment I felt the weight of Theodore's gaze upon me, his youthful innocence radiating through the layers of despair surrounding us. He rose, bright-eyed and unflinching as he addressed the room. "But if we work together, we can shine a light. We have herbs and skills, and we can heal, not just the body but the spirit too." His words cut through the tension, igniting flickers of hope. Even amidst their furrowed brows, I could see a few faces soften, grappling with a spark of possibility that might stave off the consuming darkness. But Hans's stern face held firm. "While your optimism is admirable, dear child, we must confront the reality that even hope can blind us to danger. We must prepare for what may lie ahead." As the meeting drew toward a close, uncertainty lingered like a storm cloud overhead, a feeling that would cling to us even as we stepped outside. There was no clarity, no agreement reached, only echoes of conflict within our hearts, shadows of what might become. Villagers drifted from the hall, their faces tinged with questions unsolved, and the growing unease woven deeply into the fabric of our community. I exchanged a glance with Theodore, and within that connection was a silent vow, a promise to unravel the tapestry of uncertainty and to shine a light on the darkness that clung to us like a cloak. The evening deepened, a haunting whisper rolling through the cobblestone streets, heralding the trials that lay before us. Together, we stepped into the uncertain night, hearts burdened but lit by an indomitable desire for truth, a truth we might uncover as we journeyed deeper into the shadows that awaited us. Chapter 19. A New Generation. The estate loomed before us, a patchwork of ivy and stone that breathed the weight of ages past. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, not from the crisp air, but from the silent echoes that lay tangled within its crumbling walls. As Theodore, with his youthful zeal and precision, approached the time-worn oak door, I could sense the history held within its charred manuscripts, waiting, as if to whisper the forbidden lore I could scarcely fathom. The door stood cracked, splintered at the edges, heavy with the burden of memories it could not reveal. Theodore's tall form, meticulously groomed and dressed in well-worn academic attire, appeared almost a ghost among this crumbling backdrop. His hand gestured outward, a delicate slice through the stagnant air, inviting a small group of eager university students to witness the remnants of knowledge once deemed too perilous for common discourse. These remnants once held the secrets of forbidden lore, he declared, voice resonating through the damp corridor like a chant from the ancients. Behind him, a student with tousled hair and a determined grip on a notebook tapped it against the rough stone wall, curiosity glinting in their eyes. Another snapped photographs of crooked vine-entangled windows, each click echoing in the hollowed halls, a disruption of the silence that had enveloped this place for too long. I watched, tethered between fascination and dread, as they trailed Theodore's focused enthusiasm. His knowledge flowed like an underground current, keeping our feet on solid ground even as the specters of the past tugged at the edges of our consciousness. He detailed the estate's tumultuous history, whispers of scholars lost to madness, their voices interred among the texts scattered haphazardly across ink-stained tables. The Gothic architecture loomed overhead, dark beams sagging under their own weight, shadows bending in response to our footsteps. In that moment, each echo was a heartbeat, each passageway was a sigh. As we proceeded through the crumbling corridor, damp cobblestones clinging to the moisture in the air, Theodore's descriptions grew more impassioned. I could see his pale blue eyes spark with intensity, a fervor that set him alight amid the decay. Once this was a sanctuary of knowledge, he mused, trailing his fingers along the surfaces marked by time and neglect. Here, the insatiable scholars dared to unravel the very fabric of reality. The students listened with rapt attention, though I sensed an undercurrent of unease skimming across the surface of their excitement. One girl's laughter echoed sharply against the stone, a jarring contrast to the melancholy that surrounded us. A quiet student murmured almost reverently about the air that felt charged with energy, as if it remembered. Then, just as Theodore prepared to delve deeper into the more obscure legends of the estate, a low sound rumbled from the shadows like a whispered threat. It sent shivers coursing down my spine, and I felt the air grow heavy, a pressure building within that twisted my gut. But it passed as quickly as it had come, leaving only the remnants of tension in its wake. Every inch of the estate throbbed with stories I could almost hear, yet not fully grasp. A glimpse here, a flicker there, always just beyond the edge of comprehension. We moved deeper into the darkness, illuminated only by the dim light filtering through crumbling stone, as I waded through a sea of conflicting emotions. With Theodore's fervor leading us, the group descended into a narrative spun from disjointed fragments of the past, yet it was as if the estate itself were watching, listening, wrapped in the despair of its many secrets. The air thickened with whispers, and I could taste the uncertainty, the dread mingled with knowledge wrapping around my throat like a noose. Somewhere in the distance, the sorrowful cry of a crow, pierced through the silence, its call reverberating like a final judgment in the depths of this hollow place. As we approached the dark heart of the estate, I felt as if we were being summoned into a world that might not yield us its knowledge so easily, if at all. And yet we pressed on. The pull of knowledge mingled with that creeping dread, each student lost in their own thoughts, united in the shared hope of discovery, and the echo of foreboding whispering just beyond the periphery of our collective consciousness. We stood poised at the precipice of a journey, ready to unveil the veils of history, but at what cost? As we approached the estate's iron gate, a chilling anticipation gripped the air around us, a whispering tension that nestled itself beneath our skin. I could feel the excitement of discovery stirring within theater, contrasted sharply by the unsettling remnants of ancient despair that enveloped us. It was then that I caught sight of the subtle shimmer hovering above the weathered ironwork, pulsating gently like a heartbeat, a glint of something unearthly that stirred the darkest corners of my imagination. The students halted in unison, their voices melting into hushed tones. Faces flushed with youthful eagerness peered at the phenomenon. Curiosity hovered like an unspoken question. What secrets lay within that quivering light? I watched as one student extended a trembling hand, fingers almost brushing the air, hesitant and alive with the thrill of unknown possibilities. It's beautiful," whispered a girl with wide, gleaming eyes. Her voice trembled with a mixture of awe and unease, a fragile blend that hung delicately on the edges of her words. What could it be? Theater's bright expression darkened as he approached the gate, brow furrowed in concentration. "Notice it. I have seen this odd light before," he murmured, voice low and intense. I watched his eyes narrow, trying to recall the tales of the manor and the tales whispered to him in sleepless nights. "We should leave it alone," another voice piped up, shaky with nervousness, and I felt the cold fear gripping my insides, echoing in the atmosphere. Who knows what it means? But as others leaned in, their breath fogging against the cool metal of the gate, the shimmer only grew more insistent, flickering with an enigmatic glow. It was mesmerizing, almost intoxicating in its unearthly cadence. I caught sight of shadows flickering beyond it, dancing in rhythmic patterns that seemed to defy the laws of our world. They must have cast it here, some sort of energy, a student pondered aloud, a hint of tremor in their voice as they ventured to speak. The group remained suspended in an eddy of conflicting emotions, all drawn towards the unknown light, yet subtly pulled back by the oppressive weight of foreboding that cloaked us like a funeral shroud. "Curiosity always comes with a price," I muttered softly to myself, words drowned beneath the increasing murmurs of wonderment, yet lingering at the threshold of my consciousness. I could sense something at play within that luminous veil, a dark history whispering behind it, teasing and taunting, the very air tinged with static anticipation. "The stories, they mention the light leading to madness," Theater said, tone both confident and frightened. "Scholars who dared venture beyond." A breathless hush fell over the students, their faces a palette of fascination and fear. A shiver skated down my spine, echoing the anxiety that curled around us. The draw of the shimmering light beckoned, like the lull of a siren's song, a promise of knowledge but at the price of our very sanity. Suddenly, one student let out a sharp intake of breath, stepping back from the gate, eyes wide as the shimmering intensified, casting ephemeral shadows that danced along our faces. The atmosphere hung heavy, thick with suspense, as if time itself paused to observe our small gathering, an audience to our reluctant reverie. With a resolute pull, I edged back, crossing my arms tightly against the encroaching chill. Theater stood rooted, his fingers tapping against the cold metal, lost within the kaleidoscope of thoughts, as if he were in deep conversation with the unexplainable glow. "This light has haunted my thoughts for days," he breathed, his intensity casting him further from the rest of us, isolating him in this dance of dread. Eventually, we pulled away in slow increments, as if the light's grasp weakened with each step we took back. Anxiety thrummed through the air, the collective consciousness wrestling with the uncertainty of our findings. And yet, the shimmer lingered, an intangible mark upon our minds, a haunting presence that would not easily dissipate. As we turned, the shadows seemed to stretch behind us, twisting in our periphery, whispering warnings we were yet unable to understand. The iron gate creaked as it settled back into place, a finality hanging heavy in the air. It closed upon us not with a thud, but rather, an invitation still lingering, poised to unveil whatever dark knowledge lay behind its entangled veils. And so we departed, hearts racing, minds spinning with the dreadful allure of inquiry, haunted by the unyielding echo of a past wrapped in secrets, with the shadows casting their melancholic promise upon us. Chapter 20. Whispers of Return. The morning light, wan and watery, dripped through the lace curtains of the herbalist's parlor where I stood, small and still, caught between worlds. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like unsteady whispers, and I felt them beckon, tugging at something deep inside me, while my gaze drifted to the empty corner where secrets had fluttered like moths to the flame. I could feel the heaviness of the silence, thick like fog rolling in from the woods, curling around my limbs, making them feel leaden. My fingers grazed the smooth surface of the wooden table, tracing a slow pattern, drawing a line in the air that danced upon the surface of a lingering mystery. The faint outline of a shadow skittered across the faded wallpaper, teasing at the periphery of my vision, before retreating, hiding once more in the folds of twilight. "You whispered secrets last night," I mouthed to the emptiness, knowing it would not reply. Yet the stillness hung there, pregnant with the echo of hushed tones that throbbed like a heartbeat beneath the mundane clamor of morning life. There was something in that moment, something swirling between me and the unknown, a dark promise clothed in soft fabric of dread. I turned my head slightly, straining my ears, hoping to capture even the smallest flicker of sound, a breath, a sigh, a soft insistence that I was not alone in the stillness. The room felt as though it leaned in close, eagerly awaiting a revelation. My heart quickened, and I felt the pulse of the place entwine with my own. Each rustle of the lace curtains sang to me in a language I could almost decipher, a haunting lullaby promising truth and trepidation. Yet for every secret whispered, for every promise made, an unseen force seemed to press back, resisting exposure. Shadows lingered like guilt, surrounding me, wrapping me in a shroud woven from fragments of night. I let my fingertips wander, sketching arcs and curls into the grain of the wood, each movement heavy with unspoken words and threads of thought. How long had I stood like this, anchored to a moment I could not breach? I knew that the adults would caution me against fanciful musings, claiming that echoes of the night were mere figments of a child's imagination. Yet in this solitude, there was truth embedded in the flickers of fear. As I concentrated, I thought I felt the temperature shift, a shiver cascading through the air like a murmured confession. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the pulsing quiet, opening myself to the secrets hovering just beyond the veil of my understanding. The longer I listened, the more familiar the air grew, thickening, wrapping around me like a weighted cloak. My heart beat louder, a rhythmic counterpoint to the tension coiling around my small frame. I dared to glance toward the corner again, where the whispering shadows twitched like nervous insects. What had they disclosed? What intangible weight had lingered in the room long after the adults departed? The thrill of it curled at the base of my spine, both terrifying and exquisite, as if I danced upon the edge of a knife, teetering between understanding and fear. In the distance, the village stirred to life, but here, in Greta's parlor, I was ensconced within a fragile sanctuary, held captive by the specters of silence. Then, without warning, the shadows flickered. The air shimmered with an energy so potent that I gasped, stumbling backward slightly. The room, once a haven, felt like a tomb, heavy with the weight of long-buried truths pressing down on my small shoulders. I forced my breath to steady, but the darkness would not yield. There was something here, something that wanted to be known, yet remained elusive, forever resting on the cusp of my understanding. With every tick of the clock, the silence expanded, reaching a crescendo of foreboding. I was still waiting, half hopeful and half terrified. I felt a breath of air swirl around my hair, as if the very essence of the room responded to my yearning. I watched intently, as though the shadows might at any moment coalesce into form and truth, weaving a story that had long been silenced. But as I stood on the precipice of the unknown, the presence darted again, an undulating darkness flickering out of sight. I exhaled sharply, realizing the room had returned to its vigil of waiting stillness, leaving only echoes behind. The weight of the secret lingered, binding my heart in uncertainty, while the lace curtains billowed gently in the whisper of a morning that dared not speak. I was left alone, grasping at the remnants of something both profound and terrifying. As the shadows settled back into their corners, their whispers woven into the fabric of an ancient tale still unspooled. The forge sang a familiar tune, a rhythm of metal striking metal, punctuated by the crackle of the flame devouring the morning's chill. I stood amidst the heavy air, beads of sweat gliding down my brow, listening to the fire whisper as it consumed, just as I was consumed by the labor, the heartbeat of my world. Each swing of the hammer against the anvil reverberated in my bones, a physical reminder of my existence in a village beset by unease. The glow of the furnace painted everything in shades of orange and gold, clinging to the walls like ghosts trapped in an inferno. I pushed my calloused hands through the damp air, wrenching warmth from the forge and drawing forth steel that glimmered with the promise of utility. Every blow was catharsis, releasing both sweat and worry, and I relished in the way the metal bent and shifted, obedient to my will. The village might be crumbling around me, with whispers of dark omens seeping through the cobblestones, but within these four walls, I crafted order out of chaos. Still, a gnawing sensation burrowed beneath my gruff exterior. The memories of yesterday played tricks on my mind, bringing echoes of laughter and warmth, now extinguished like the last flickering remnants of day. My friends had started to avoid the old paths leading toward the forest. I couldn't blame them. Too many strange events had rattled their hearts, shadowing our once ordinary lives with a thick blanket of suspicion. Each hammer stroke released doubt into the air, as I found myself pondering what dark essence had begun to weave its way into our corners, muffling joy beneath its oppressive weight. I paused for a moment, wiping my brow with a flour-smeared rag, allowing my breath to steady as I collected my thoughts. The forge's ambiance was intoxicating. Beyond the infernal flames, I could almost hear the village pulsing, each heartbeat syncing with the thrusts of my hammer. But as my hands dropped, a moment of distraction lingered, as if the air shifted, morphing with some unseen insistence, and before I could catch the portent of it, my beloved hammer rolled off the workbench, the sound slicing through the melodic clang of my work. A breath caught in my throat, and the unexpectedness of it sent a jolt of surprise through me. I leaned forward, grunting as I reached for it, my well-worn hands trembling briefly as they brushed the cold stone beneath. My heart raced, not with the thrill of labor but with a pulse of unease. The hammer lay beside the glowing furnace, quiet now, yet somehow infused with a weight I couldn't quite articulate. Had something shifted within these walls, or was it merely the break of my routine that disturbed me? My instincts whispered that the hammer's fall had been more than mere happenstance, that in its gentle roll lay the echo of some deeper truth unspoken. Retrieving it felt like gathering a splintered piece of my own mind, the very fabric of my being ruffled by uncertainty. I grasped the handle tightly, feeling the familiar grooves beneath my fingers, yet their comfort was now laced with a peculiar foreboding. This hammer had witnessed countless creations, unfurling ideas forged in sweat and grit, but now it lay tainted by an event that felt far too significant to ignore. I returned to my workbench, the metal shifting under my hammer's cadence, yet the tranquility had altered. The very walls seemed to observe me, attentive and aware, guarding secrets I could not access. As I struck the metal, each clang resonated louder, bouncing off the stones like thunder, filling the space with tumultuous thoughts. There was weight to every blow, every echo. Was it the lingering air of change that coiled around my chest, or the uncertainty birthed by the hammer's sudden migration? I exhaled, battling against the wellspring of disquiet tugging at my core. As the piece began to take shape beneath my hands, I remained acutely aware of the hammer's fall, its significance lingering like a shadow, beckoning me to question everything I thought I understood. The forge pulsed with an unsteady life of its own, and I hammered on, torn between the comforting dance of labor and the unsettling thought that some dark reality awaited beyond these soot-stained walls, a specter ready to upend our fragile existence. Beneath the flickering glow of an oil lamp, shadows swirled like restless memories in my cramped chamber, transforming the familiar into something unnerving. The wooden chair creaked beneath me as I shifted, the weight of unspoken burdens pressing down like an unseen hand, an urgency thrumming through my bones as I contemplated the visage that awaited in the cracked mirror. Years of service had etched their lines upon my face, yet it was the creeping darkness of uncertainty that haunted my thoughts. What had become of our village where echoes of laughter turned brittle, sharp as the blade of despair? I clenched my hand around a frayed handkerchief, feeling the fabric slip through my fingers as I replayed the news of the last village meeting. The weight of our troubles settled around my shoulders, a heavy mantle that threatened to suffocate me. Ghosts of responsibility lingered, weighing heavily against the backdrop of crumbling trust within our community. Time had not been kind to our village. The shadows felt alive, morphing with each whispered concern that flitted through the streets like leaves caught in a gust. As I gazed into the mirror, the specter of my past beckoned. The lamp flickered wildly, casting shifting shadows that danced against the cracked glass. I frowned at the reflection staring back, trying to pull together the frayed edges of memory that threatened to dissolve before me. But in that fleeting moment, something shifted, and the air became thick with dread, coiling around my heart, pulling at me like an anchor. Suddenly, the room trembled with the force of an inexplicable truth as a spectral face loomed in the glass, twisted and pale, crowned with shadows that echoed the gloom of my thoughts. A jolt of terror shot through me, as my heart raced with the harshness of a forgotten burden. "Not again," I muttered, breathlessly clenching the chair's armrest as recognition flooded my senses. There was something intimately familiar about the visage, its ethereal form hinting at a sorrow deeply etched into the lines of my past. In that instant, all at once, I felt the weight of every choice I had made, the faces of those I could not save, decisions that had gone astray, all roiling in my chest like a tempest. The figure remained, silent but accusatory, an embodiment of the regrets that gnawed at my spirit. Why was it here? Was this apparition a warning, a beckoning, or merely a product of a weary mind battling against its frailties? Time slipped like sand through my fingers as I tried to grasp at the edges of coherence, my thoughts tangling with emotions I feared to name. Each passing second stretched interminably, a taut line drawn between the realms of despair and denial. Memories surged, grasping at my consciousness. Faces of friends long lost, battles fought with an impotent rage. It was an infernal chorus that echoed within the confines of my skull. The weight of them hung, suffocating, threatening to drown me in the past I could neither escape nor embrace. I jerked upright, an instinctive reaction against the image's hold, desperation flooding my heart like ice water. But as I turned away, the face seemed to linger, an inescapable phantom clad in sorrow. How could I confront the pain reflected in those eyes? I shut my own against the image, the tremor of my breath betraying the facade of stoicism I'd crafted for so many years. Yet it would not relinquish me. The figure pressed forth with an urgency that defied my resistance, Memories swelled, heavy and unrelenting, and I became trapped within the reflections of a man I hardly recognized, one plagued by the burdens of duty that seeped into my skin like poison. Each face stared back at me, begging for accountability in their silent indignation, and the specter remained, a chilling reminder of all I'd left unresolved. As the shadows danced and morphed in the flickering light, I could no longer hide from the truths looming just beyond the barrier of my mind. The ghostly face became a mirror unto itself, a whisper of justice, a cry for recognition buried beneath years of devotion and duty. I thought I could muster a response, a word of comfort or understanding, yet the air in the room grew dense, heavy with inevitability. My resolve slipped away, along with the reflection that faded with the crack of dawn, leaving only my own weary visage, haunted, worn, and bewildered. What awaited me now, trapped in my chair beneath the lamp's wan light? An answer lay ahead, several paths remained, but the specter of my past loomed like a bitter fog, refusing to dissipate as I grappled with the silence that followed. In the cramped back room of the village hall, shadows flickered and swayed beneath the sputtering light of a solitary candle, the atmosphere thick with unease. I stood at the edge of a rough-hewn wooden table, my heart thumping a wild cadence as I unfurled the aged parchments, excitement coursing through my veins, only to feel the weight of suspicion settle over the gathered villagers like a shroud. This room, filled with echoes of past gatherings, felt alive with the buzzing tension of uncertainty, and I could feel every set of eyes fixed on me, wary and watchful. With ink-stained fingers trembling with anticipation, I held the parchments aloft, my gaze alighting on their weathered surface, filled with faded drawings and cryptic text that promised adventure and mystery. "These," I proclaimed, feeling the thrill of revelation surge through me, "show us what lies beyond our fears. They reveal signs we cannot afford to ignore." The words tumbled from my lips, buoyed by youthful zeal, yet I noted how the room seemed to inhale sharply, drawing back from the very notion I dared to offer. Skeptical faces surrounded me, some with crossed arms, others with furrowed brows and lips pressed tightly together in disdain. I glanced at the elder sitting to my right, his mouth twisting as though he chewed on unyielding thoughts. "Young ones and their tales," he grumbled, shaking his head dismissively, his weathered hands trembling as he braced against the table. There was disdain in his eyes that made my pulse race. Fear pulsed beneath the surface of his protests, though it was cloaked in wisdom. "Look here," I urged, my finger tracing the arc of an ominous symbol, trying to pull their focus back to the parchment. "This heralds something. Don't you see the truth in it?" I pointed, hoping to channel the invisible fire that fueled my dreams into their reluctant hearts. But all I met was a chorus of shaking heads and murmurs, soft yet hard, a quiet storm brimming with doubt. The room felt as though it constricted with every dismissal, pressing in around me. "Theater," a woman said sharply, cutting through the malaise. "Do you not feel the burden of what you speak? There are tales, old stories we bury for good reason." She leaned forward, her brow knotted in concern, desperation lacing her voice. It wasn't scorn that marred her tone, it was a touch of protective fear. I noticed the whispers among the villagers, a tension crackling through the space, and I understood that beneath their distrust lay a thread of unarticulated dread that entwined our community's heart. "I feel the truth," I declared with growing fervor, lifting the parchment higher, as if it could breathe life into the skeptical air. "These portents speak of our past and our futures. If we ignore them, we ignore ourselves." I glanced around, gauging reactions, desperation igniting a flicker of defiance in my chest. Voices began to rise, clashing like metal on metal, disagreement sharpening into points, too close, too frayed. Some villagers gestured vehemently while others turned their backs, each stuck in the invisible grips of their fears, those twisted shapes of reluctance taking root where hope might otherwise blossom. The once dimly lit room erupted into a chaotic debate, ideas and fears flitting about like moths against the flames. "Leave it be," an older voice boomed, reverberating through the chamber with the authority of years. "We live with what we know. You," he pointed at me, his gaze a steel arrow, "would unravel us with your tales." And just like that, hope slipped, fading under the pressure of their combined skepticism. I felt it, the spark of passion dwindling, as each exclamation darted like a fleeting ember into the void of doubt, slipping away and extinguishing in a breath. I gripped the edge of the table, my pulse quickening, my dreams clawing desperately for breath against the tide of negation. "The only thing you are," a man spat, his face twisted in repulsion, "is a child of daydreams." "No," I shouted above the din, fueled by frustration and a longing for understanding, the fire still burning somewhere deep inside, despite their skepticism. "I'm trying to save us. Do you not see the danger we face?" I swept my hand across the parchments, desperation pooling in the pit of my stomach as I struggled to connect the pieces, to weave their fears into a shared reality. But the darkness was closing in, encroaching on my desperate stance like the rising tide. As the meeting wore on, it became increasingly apparent that my fervor met an immovable wall. The room was filled with grumblings and cast-off notions. Heads shook in dismissal, as a few gathered their coats, prepared to leave, dissension threading through the last embers of hope, whispering of shadows returning to darkened corners. In the quiet aftermath, I carefully gathered my notes, frustration still simmering beneath the surface as I resolved to try again, to fight against their unwavering resolve, but doubt already lingered like a cold draft slipping through the cracks. My heart was heavy as I walked away from the rough-hewn table, casting one final glance at the collective of closed minds behind me. I could feel the echoes of distrust filling the spaces between the walls, reverberating through the remnants of their long-held fears as they settled back into the rhythm of their ordinary lives. Yet there was something ignited within me still, the warmth of a spark that refused to be snuffed out. Even as the candle flickered, pushing shadows to retreat into the periphery of the room, I found myself wanting to unveil the truths hidden in those secrets, wanting to confront the impending tide of darkness that threatened our village. The elders might cast me aside as a mere child, but I was determined to unravel the past, to chase the shadows away, and bring forth a dawn laden with possibility. Chapter 21. The Hidden Tome. The rain battered the earth, a relentless fury that turned the world into a murky soup of mud and despair. As I trudged alongside the blacksmith, my heart raced with a mix of trepidation and excitement. The howling wind screamed through the crumbling walls of the ruined monastery, urging us onward, into the maw of darkness that awaited us beyond the tangled vines and moss. Each step brought with it the fear of slipping into the embrace of the wet ground, but Carl forged ahead, a steadfast guardian, against the wrath of the storm and the secrets the night would soon unveil. The clinging humidity wrapped around us, an oppressive shroud that drew out sweat and chill in equal measure. My feet sank with each cautious step, the mud thickening around my boots, pulling at me like the very weight of the past buried beneath the stone. Carl's broad back was a reassuring silhouette before me, his leather apron glistening with raindrops as he cut through the darkness, guided by purpose. He muttered a curse when a fierce gust swirled through the air, almost lifting him from his feet. "Keep close, lad. There's no need for heroics," he barked, his voice gravelly and steady, yet I caught the hint of a smile beneath his beard. My eyes sparkled with a mix of admiration and the impulsiveness of youth, and I did my best to match his resolute stride. As we neared the edge of the ruins, I peered through the shadows, the flicker of my lantern casting ghostly shapes upon the ground, remnants of what was once a revered place of worship. The stone structure towered ominously above us, its outline jagged and weather-beaten. I could almost hear the whispered echoes of long-forgotten prayers on the wind, clawing at the edges of my mind. Then, without warning, A crash tore through the storm, a surge of earth and debris that erupted nearby, sending a plume of mud into the air. I yelped, instinctively stumbling back, my heart hammering against my ribcage. Carl didn't flinch. Instead, he reached out, steadying me with his firm grip, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the darkness. "Just a landslide," he said, though there was a hint of unease in his tone. "This storm has weakened the ground." He stepped forward, his boot finding purchase on the treacherous slope, eyes fixated on the revelation unearthed by the collapsing wall. A narrow opening, shrouded in creeping vines and darkness, beckoning us with a strange allure. With determination, Carl pushed aside the tangled tendrils, exposing the stone that lay beneath, its surface glistening with the unyielding rain. The lantern flickered and waned in my grasp as I stepped closer, drawn to the faint glimmers of what appeared to be relics scattered about, cracked pottery, worn and weathered, relics of lives long past. The juxtaposition of their decay against the pulsing heart of the storm above intensified the chill that seeped into my bones. "Light it up, theater," Carl urged, gesturing towards the gaping maw of the entrance as he crouched low to inspect the stones. I fumbled with the lantern, my hands trembling with a mixture of cold and anticipation. When I finally struck the flame, the lantern sputtered to life, its glow casting hesitant beams upon the damp stone walls, revealing an oppressive atmosphere that threatened to swallow us whole. The sound of heavy raindrops drumming on shattered roof tiles echoed through the hollow space, punctuating the cautious approach toward the newly revealed chamber entrance. With each moment that passed, the storm intensified, its howl morphing into a banshee wail, as if warning us to turn back before it was too late. But curiosity held me firm. The path forward was uncharted, and Carl, my anchor amidst the chaos, was already slipping through the threshold. I took a deep breath, followed by another, and felt a pulse of energy thrum through me, propelling me toward the unknown. What lay beyond those darkened stones was a mystery waiting to be unveiled, and as I crossed the threshold, I could not shake the sense that this choice would lead us deep into the heart of darkness, where ancient whispers and lost souls waited in the shadows. As we stepped into the chamber, the oppressive air enveloped us like a wet cloak, thick with the pungent scent of rot and ancient dust that clung to our skin. The walls pressed close, crumbling and lined with shadows, as if the very stones breathed our fear. I dared not touch anything, knowing that every slick puddle and jagged stone could conceal the remnants of the past, a past that now felt charged with foreboding and dark possibility. My lantern's flicker danced against the grimy stone, revealing slick puddles that glimmered like eyes in the gloom. I could hear the soft drip-drip of water seeping through the fissures, the rhythmic sound mocking my heart as it thudded with each tentative step. I was acutely aware of the weight of our intrusion, the arrogance of seeking answers within the husk of what had once been. Yet, even with the air thickening around us, the thrill of discovery beckoned me forward. Beside me, Carl's expression hardened, his brow furrowed in a mix of determination and concern as he navigated through the debris that littered the chamber. The damp walls felt as though they were closing in, a prison of stone that demanded respect. With each crack of shifting rock underfoot, I sensed the spirit of the place awakening, warning us of our trespass. Then we saw it, an oak chest bound in rusted iron, resting defiantly amidst the decay. It loomed before us like a sentinel of ancient secrets, its surface marred with age and neglect. I felt a pulse of excitement surge through me, the thrill of discovery outweighing the dread pooling in my stomach. Carl approached it cautiously, his large hands poised to pry it open, yet the air crackled with anticipation. "By the saints, what have we stumbled upon?" Carl murmured, eyes locked onto the chest as if it were an unspeakable horror. My heart raced. It was as if the very atmosphere had shifted, thickening with the weight of what was contained within that worn structure. Carl's calloused fingers moved over the lock, revealing traces of wear, as he fished a tool from his belt, determined to unveil the secrets inside. I couldn't tear my gaze from him, watching the way he hesitated. Was it caution or something deeper? As he finally worked the lock free, I felt as if the air had pulled taut, vibrating with a danger I couldn't quite name. The chest creaked open, the sound echoing like a curse through the chamber. The lantern's flickering light caught on something inside, shimmering with an eerie allure. With breath caught in our throats, we peered within, revealing the source of our intrigue, a second volume of the necromantic text. My stomach twisted as the cover came into view, grotesque in its craftsmanship. What appeared to be human skin lay stretched over the pages, marked by time and an unspeakable horror. The room felt colder, the shadows thickening around us as if they sought to consume the lantern's meager light. "Carl," I whispered, an unsteady tremor lacing my words, "what is this?" My fingers trembled as I reached for the text, a visceral pull luring me in. The whispers of the past swirled in my mind, and curiosity gnawed at my resolve. "Burn it now, Theodore," he commanded, voice low and resolute. The protective gleam in his eye told me all I needed to know about his intent. "We've no business with this dark knowledge. It's not our place to tempt fate." But my breath quickened as I thumbed through the brittle pages, glancing at the inscriptions that glowed ominously in the dim light, as if the ink were alive. There were diagrams of rites long forgotten, rituals that called forth shadows from their hiding places, a banquet for lost souls. "Look at this, Carl," I said, my voice a thread of exhilaration as I traced the contours with a shaky finger. The diagrams shimmered under the flickering lantern, inviting and terrifying. Carl shifted uneasily, casting wary glances at the dark corners of the chamber. I could sense his instinctual urge to flee, yet I felt rooted, driven by a hunger for understanding. Here, within these pages, lay secrets that could safeguard our village or doom it. The weight of those choices hung in the air between us, a tempest brewing that mirrored the storm outside. "Theodore," he urged, his voice firm yet strained with the tug-of-war within him. "We don't know what we're dealing with. To use this," he faltered, his gaze lingering on the text before darting away. "It could summon more than we bargained for." I pressed my lips together, thoughts racing through my mind, the call of the forbidden text overwhelming my senses. The storm outside raged against the stones, pounding relentlessly, echoing the tumult within. I held the text closer, drawn into its depths, fingers steadying as I prepared to unravel the arcane instructions, that dim glow lighting the pathway to decisions better left untouched. As I pored over the pages, my heart raced with a cocktail of fear and exhilaration. The ink seemed to pulse with a life of its own, weaving the fabric of secrets that felt both thrilling and terrifying. With each hesitant line I traced, I found myself sinking deeper into the web of arcane lore, while Carl's eyes burned with a cautious intensity, the storm outside echoing our growing tension. "What does this mean?" I murmured, scanning the text for the implications hidden within. The air crackled with an energy I couldn't name, almost suffocating in its intensity. A chill crept down my spine as I studied the rituals laid bare before me, twisting visions of power and darkness flooding my mind. "We have to leave it alone, Theodore," Carl's voice cut through the thickening air. "What's done cannot be undone. This knowledge—" He hesitated, fingers twitching as he shifted uneasily, casting glances toward the entrance. "It was meant to remain buried." "But what if we could protect the village?" I shot back, the desperation clawing at my throat. "What if there's something we could learn, something that could help?" I knew my words fell short against the weight of his experience, the grim reality that he wore like armor. The storm howled with renewed fury outside, a chorus of dread that matched the pounding of my heart. The sound shook the chamber, reverberating through the stone walls as if the very place mourned our intentions. Shadows danced in the corners, twisting with the flickering light, warping my sense of safety into something sinister. I couldn't help but think that the ruin itself seemed alive, beckoning us deeper into its maw. And then, as if conjured by our fears, the book betrayed us. It flipped open with a gust of wind that none of us had stirred. The pages rustled violently, sounds echoing off the chamber walls, amplifying the cacophony of our racing hearts. I froze, adrenaline locking my body in place, the atmosphere thick with unspeakable foreboding. "Did you see that?" I exclaimed, my voice barely rising above the din. My breath came quick and sharp as I leaned closer, drawn against my better judgment. The lantern trembled, casting a stuttering light over the text as it settled open to a page that seemed to glow, illuminated by something otherworldly. Carl, too, leaned forward, a mix of dread and curiosity etched upon his rugged face. The ritual sketched before us called for something deeper, an invocation for reinforcing spiritual barriers, its ink swirling with what felt like an unmistakable energy. My fingers tingled as I traced the sigils with shaking hands, awe and horror mingling like fire and ice. It could mean salvation," I whispered, words spilling forth before I could wrestle them back. "It's meant to protect." "Or destroy," Carl interjected, tension threading his voice. The shadows seemed to deepen, and I could sense the pulse of danger encroaching. His eyes darted nervously to the corners, as if expecting something monstrous to emerge from the very stone. As I examined the fresh ink, tracing the outlines of intricate symbols, I felt a thrill. It beckoned me, but beneath the thrill lay an icy finger of dread. What if, in our pursuit of knowledge, we awakened forces that should remain dormant? It was a reckless venture, yet I was swept away by the promise of power, unmoored from the guidance of caution. "Let's go through it step by step," I urged, my voice taking on a tone of fervent urgency, ignoring the pang of dread clawing at my insides. But Carl's breath quickened, and I caught the unmistakable glint of fear in his eyes as the storm roared louder outside, a soundtrack to our fateful discovery. I was lost in the fervor of newfound knowledge, while he seemed to wrestle with the gravity of what this could mean for us all. In that suspended moment, the air turned electric, thick with an energy both fearsome and exhilarating, leaving us teetering at the precipice of revelation, or annihilation. The boundaries between safety and calamity blurred in the flickering lantern's glow, as we prepared to probe the depths of the dark knowledge that beckoned us closer, while shadows loomed, their intent unknown in the churning tempest beyond. Chapter 22: The Ritual of Renewal. The air in Ludwig's abandoned study was suffocating, thick with dust and memories long shrouded in silence. I stood at the edge of the scarred oak table, the weight of the worn parchment unrolling in my hands, a whisper of secrets beckoning beneath faded ink. Each tremor of my fingers, as they traced the cryptic instructions, echoed my heart's frantic rhythm. Outside, hushed murmurs pooled like shadows against the crumbling stone, the villagers gathering at the precipice of fear, drawn to our endeavor, as an unseen dread clawed at the periphery of our plans. The study was a grotesque tableau, lined with shelves bowed under the weight of tomes. Sunlight filtered weakly through broken panes, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the floor. Dust motes hung suspended, sparkling like lost souls wandering amidst the decay, echoing the purpose of our gathering, a purpose long drowned in the echoes of academia. The remnants of scholarly pursuits lay scattered, neglected notes forgotten like lost hopes, each curling page a testament to a mind that had sought knowledge at all costs. Ludwig had poured his essence into this space, yet here I stood, pulling at threads of ancient knowledge with a child's fervor. With a focused determination, I began to arrange the candles, glistening with waxen tears and marked by the fingerprints of time. I placed them in a precise pattern, their wicks trembling against the harshness of fate. Shadows leapt, twisting into grotesque forms as the first flame ignited. It was but a flicker, yet it pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, urging me to continue. My brow furrowed, the connection between purpose and madness forging a narrow path. I caught a glimpse of myself in the shattered mirror hanging crookedly on the wall, a gaunt reflection filled with wild, unkempt hair, mirroring the chaos within. The sound of rustling fabric pulled me from my reverie. Greta entered, her presence a gentle balm against the eerie stillness. She approached with the softness of falling leaves, clad in a tattered dress that spoke of hard work and resilience. In her hands she carried small bundles of herbs, their scents intertwining with the dust, promising something yet unseen. As she set them alongside each flame, I marveled at her steady hands, the elegance of her movements purposeful and unwavering. She embodied a quiet strength, the kind that could tame a storm and soothe the restless heart. Outside, I could sense the villagers forming a loose circle, their figures blending into the backdrop of the crumbling estate. There, against the weathered stones, their hushed whispers entwined with apprehension, exchanging words muffled by uncertainty. My heart ached, not just for the burden of what we were about to attempt, but for the fear that draped itself over them like a shroud. Each shiver in their frames felt like a palpable pulse, as if the ground itself quaked beneath the weight of their dread. A sudden gust of wind rattled the broken window panes, pulling my attention from the outside world back to the tomes sprawled before me. It was a reminder, ominous and chilling, that forces larger than ourselves lay in wait. My jaw tightened as I flipped to a yellowed page, the brittle parchment crumbling slightly at the edges beneath my anxious touch. "We must begin now," I murmured, a mix of determination and dread, the words slipping from my lips like an incantation itself, binding my resolve with each utterance. Greta's gaze met mine, her eyes wide with understanding, though a flicker of unease lingered. I saw within them the reflections of our shared fears, an unspoken acknowledgement of the stakes at play. With the candles arranged, I took a steadying breath, anchoring myself in the present while shadows loomed over our fleeting moments. What lay ahead was a delicate dance with the unseen, and though my fingers trembled slightly, I pushed forward into the murky depths of the ritual that beckoned us both, uncertain yet committed. In the center of the clearing, the earth felt uneven beneath my feet, the uncertainty of the ground mirroring the turmoil surging within me. I raised the tome aloft, its pages whispering secrets lost to time, and a gust of wind whispered through the trees like a dark promise. Villagers surrounded me, their figures draped in shadow, fingers trembling around talismans clutched tight, their wide eyes betraying the belief that coursed through their veins, a belief in a flicker of hope wrapped in fear. The air grew thick as I steadied my breath, searching for calm amid the chaos. Around us, the gathering shadows pressed in like whispers of doubt, an anxious reminder of the urgency that propelled our ritual. I felt their eyes on me, a thousand expectations weaving a cocoon of pressure. And in that charged moment, I realized how precarious our endeavor truly was. The lines of the ritual beckoned to me, an intricate pattern laid bare in the tome, as if it held the very essence of our purpose. With a surge of determination, I began to chant, my voice rising like smoke in the frigid air, the ancient words flowing from my lips with a clarity that belied my inner trepidation. The syllables coalesced into a melody of desperation and resolve, each incantation a delicate thread binding the fabric of the present to the obscured mysteries of the past. Shadows flickered around the edges of my sight, but I pushed them away, focusing on the rhythmic cadence of my chant as it rose and fell, a heartbeat thrumming through the stillness. Greta remained at my side, her gentle presence an anchor against the swirling unease. Each time I reached a new passage, her fingers brushed over a weathered stone at her waist, her nods unspoken affirmations that anchored me further in the moment. I caught her gaze, steady and unyielding, as if our collective resolve wove its own silent magic. Her unwavering belief in the goodness that lingered amidst the gathering darkness inspired me, urging me to delve deeper into the words I spoke. The villagers, oh how they trembled. Their faces, pale and drawn, held a mosaic of emotions that flickered like candle flames. Some pressed their palms to their chests as if seeking solace from the rhythm of my voice, while others swallowed hard, their throats dry with unspoken fears. I could see the anxiety spread among them, shadows flickering just beyond their sight, dark reminders of what we sought to confront. "It's time," a few of them murmured, their voices barely piercing the shroud of fear that hung heavy in the air. An elderly woman clutched a talisman, her knuckles white against the strain, as if the simple act could protect her from the gathering horrors. The weight of their fear pressed down upon me, yet I could not falter. Each word was a stitch binding us against the dark. The incantations soared higher, my voice weaving through the shadows as their form fluctuated with my each utterance. The moment was precarious, suspended between what we yearned to know and the unfathomable unknown waiting just beyond the veil. Every syllable reverberated within the depths of my chest, binding the villagers and me together in a singular heartbeat, desperately hopeful. The atmosphere grew electric, taut with the anticipation of the spell, a tangible force rippling through the air, igniting something deep within the clearing. I felt a palpable shift, a stirring of unseen forces that danced on the periphery of our awareness. My fingers tightened around the tome, resolute as I continued to chant, guided by the whispers of those who had walked this path before me. With each recitation, the shadows loomed larger, growing bolder, as if responding to our fervent call. The edges of my vision blurred, my voice faltering momentarily under the weight of the unknown. Yet I pressed on, my resolve bolstered by Greta's silent support, her steady gaze like a lighthouse in the storm of my uncertainty. As the final words of the chant echoed into the pre-dawn gloom, I sensed a shift, something stirring at the edge of our perception, something that promised to awaken with our invocation, as an ominous shadow stretched ever closer. As the final syllables of the chant echoed into the encroaching gloom, silence enveloped us, a heavy cloak of uncertainty settling over the clearing. I could feel the breath of the villagers hitching in their throats, the palpable fear thickening the air between us. It was a stillness that buzzed with tension, trembling with the weight of expectation and dread, as if the world held its breath in anticipation of what we had summoned. A murmur rose among the assembled crowd, faint whispers barely breaking through the suffocating silence. Eyes darted nervously, scanning the shadows that deepened at the edges of the clearing, as though seeking refuge from the unknown. A low sound, like the growl of a distant storm, stirred in the air, a creeping sensation that clung to our skin, forcing the villagers to recoil in instinctual fear. I noticed a man trembling so violently his hat tumbled from his head, dropping into the cold, dew-soaked grass with a soft thud, an echo of his lost courage. The sight broke something within me. I felt as if I were standing at the edge of an abyss, teetering on the brink of all our unspoken fears. Nearby, a middle-aged woman clasped her hands over her eyes, as if shielding herself from an unseen terror creeping toward her from the depths of night. It was then that I realized the darkness had thickened, gathering more than shadows, awakening unspeakable thoughts and primal fears hidden beneath the skin of our village. My voice faltered for a heartbeat, hesitation clawing at my throat as the shadows twisted around us, their presence tightening the air. I gripped the ancient cover of the tome, its pages fluttering as if whispering secrets in an unknown tongue. Just then, Greta stepped forward, her voice rising with quiet authority that cut through the tension like a beacon in the dark. "Hold fast," she urged, the gentleness of her command a contrast to the chaos swirling within and around us. It was her strength that steadied me, her faith wrapping around my faltering spirit as I remembered why we had gathered, fueled by the desire to unveil the darkness. The horizon began to lighten, the first streaks of dawn cutting through the night like blades of hope, yet the air thrummed with unease. A sudden, forceful gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a whirlwind of fallen leaves and scattered remnants of our ritual, bits of paper, remnants of our collective dreams tossed into the air, leaving behind echoes of uncertainty. I could feel the world shift beneath us, reality fraying at the seams, as our intentions collided with forces far greater than our understanding. Then it came, a darkness that surged forth, twisting through the encroaching light, a malevolent specter whose essence throbbed with the weight of our collective fears. Shapes and silhouettes unfurled, grotesque figures writhing just beyond the edge of comprehension, weaving shadows that lurked at the borders of our vision. Gasps erupted from the villagers, their previous murmurs lost to the chaos, a mass of bodies pulling together in instinctive solidarity against the ever-encroaching unknown. As I watched, heart racing, the sensations overwhelmed my senses. They flickered like whispers of dread within my mind. What had we summoned? The very air crackled with tension, and I understood with dreadful clarity that this was not merely a confrontation with shadows, but a reckoning, a challenge thrust upon us to confront our past sins. The villagers instinctively leaned back, as if pushed by an unseen force, their faces filled with terror as they sensed the ancient presence burgeoning in our midst. I struggled to remain anchored, straining to harness what little courage resided within me, as shadows coalesced into forms we could barely comprehend. Dawn continued to break, yet the day felt more foreboding than the darkness before it. As panic surged through the gathered throng, their cries of fear rising in pitch, I felt an unspeakable burden wash over me. We had opened a door to the abyss, and though the dawn beckoned outside the perimeter of our collective fear, it bore the weight of our darkest truths, a fragile balance dangling on the edge of chaos. Each breath we took felt like an unraveling thread, leaving our fate suspended in the delicate silence that came before the storm. The shadows writhed hungrily, urging us to confront the haunting void, a future riddled with uncertainty, pulsing just beyond our reach, as the specter of fear slithered closer, taunting, beckoning us to take the first step into the dark unknown. Chapter 23: Legacy of the Necromancer. The heavy oak door groaned against its rusted hinges, pushing forth a plume of dust into the diffused morning light. I stepped inside, squinting against the haze, feeling a strange sensation, like the embrace of ghosts long departed, envelop me within the grand hall of Ludwig Flammenberg's estate. The air held the weight of forgotten knowledge, thick with the scent of antiquity and decay, and as I crossed the threshold, the silence swallowed me whole. The long, scarred table stood before me, a testament to years of scholarly work, its surface dotted with relics, each one a remnant of a life steeped in obsession. A charred manuscript lay half-buried beneath a cracked glass display case, its pages whispered secrets of times best left unspoken. With careful fingers, I began to arrange them along the table, brushing off remnants of neglect. The scattered bits of history, although silent, felt alive under my touch, resonating with a somber echo of events I could scarcely begin to comprehend. Just as I dusted off a particularly delicate trinket, I heard her voice, soft and nurturing. Greta Muller entered behind me, her copper-red hair catching the muted light like a whisper of autumn. "I marked every detail that night," she said, placing her leather-bound notebook down with deliberate care beside a faded herb pouch. The old earth tones of her simple dress blended with the environment, grounding her ethereal presence. It was hard not to admire the way she carried hope in a world shadowed by despair. As she unrolled a stack of brittle papers, I caught sight of the remnants of her healing knowledge, crafted meticulously from generations of care and compassion. It felt odd that such warmth could exist in a place filled with the eerie remnants of human ambition. I wondered how she maintained that light in her eyes while surrounded by the darkness looming over this estate. A deliberate clink caught my attention, and Hans entered, the village elder gripping a small, tarnished key that hung from his thick fingers like an ominous token. The lines on his face deepened, each wrinkle telling tales of responsibility and weary vigilance. His presence felt grounding yet heavy, like the fog that wrapped the village each winter, cloaked in a sense of duty that weighed down even the sturdiest heart. Shortly after, Karl appeared, his broad shoulders hulking against the doorway, lifting a heavy iron bracket from the wall with practiced ease. The sharp clanking noise resonated, a vivid reminder of his craftsmanship, a blacksmith's hands accustomed to molding chaos into form. He nodded silently at Hans, his gruff exterior belying a genuine connection forged through years of camaraderie and mutual respect. The low murmur of preparation enveloped us, each shuffle of our feet across the uneven flagstones setting the tempo for an unseen ritual, a dark symphony that thrummed beneath our labors. I glanced around, watching as the villagers who comprised my world moved with deliberate precision, each person haunted by unspoken memories that lingered in the air like stagnant shadows. I could sense our shared history, the lessons we learned, the silence we avoided, each moment threading together like the winding roots of the ancient trees outside. It was in our knowing glances, our subtle gestures, the collective tremor in the atmosphere that gave life to this neglected space. Together, we were architects of fate, piecing together remnants of knowledge buried beneath the weight of our pasts. As the clock in the corner ticked, every measured moment echoed with an unsettling cadence, reminding us that time remained indifferent to our plight. The shadows danced longer than they should have, flickering uneasily as we worked, revealing just enough of our burden to remind us we could never truly escape it. With each object we handled, it was as though we unearthed more than artifacts of bygone days. We faced our sins, haunted by specters that refused to relent. The morning light faded like hope itself, and with it, the heart of Ludwig Flammenberg's estate breathed uneasily, leaving us all tethered to its dark and unyielding presence. The exhibition room lay shrouded in shadows, punctuated only by dim light filtering through cracked panes, casting sinister shapes against the cold stone walls. The display case before me, holding a bound necromantic tome, was a twisted embodiment of ancient knowledge, its cover unmistakably crafted from human skin, an artifact that seemed to pulse with unearthly energy. A flicker of unease slithered down my spine as the fading sunlight illuminated the grotesque contours of its surface, setting the tone for the gathering of souls that surrounded it. Curiosity rippled through the small group of visitors, drawn together like moths to a flame, their whispered words echoing against the creaky wooden floor. I stood beside the glass case, embodying the role of reluctant curator, while my gloved hands traced the outline of relics on the dusty shelves. The air felt heavy with secrets waiting to be unveiled, and I dared not disrupt the fragile quiet that held the room in its grip. Karl moved into position, his voice steady and authoritative as he pointed to a series of scorched symbols emblazoned on a parchment display. The visitors leaned closer, eyes wide and reflecting the dim light, captivated by the dangers that lurked within their meanings. I marveled at Karl's ability to weave intricate tales from mere markings, each syllable laced with an urgency born of experience. His craftsmanship, tempered by the village's needs, echoed in his every word, anchoring us to the weight of history buried beneath our feet. Greta stood slightly behind, ready to contribute with her well-honed knowledge, her soft features radiating warmth. She leaned in closer, revealing the connections between past practices and their modern interpretations, breathing life into each narrative. "The symbols you see," she began gently, "were drawn in haste, fueled by desperation, a ritual born of necessity yet steeped in peril." Her soothing tone carried reassurance, warding off the creeping dread that had begun to infect the gathering. Just then, a visitor's voice pierced the atmosphere, shaky yet inquisitive. "What happened the night of the ritual?" The question hung heavy in the air, electrifying the room with tension, as all eyes turned towards me, seeking understanding of the obscure truths that encircled the estate. Drawing a slow breath, I straightened, my heart racing with the responsibility of answering. "That night," I said carefully, my voice echoing against the stone walls, "was not merely an event, but a collision of intentions, desires unchecked. As I spoke, images flashed in my mind, shadowy memories threading through the past. A night marred by recklessness and ambition's insatiable thirst. Their gazes were fixed on me, rapt and eager. I glanced momentarily at the tome, sensing its latent energy, a force that refused to be ignored, binding us with the echoes of our shared history. The quiet shadows stretched around us like a shroud, wrapping tightly as though urging us to delve deeper into forbidden realms. The room transformed with every revelation. Artifacts standing sentinel over the tales whispered among us, holding court while I offered glimpses into the abyss. Visitors' faces were etched with unease as we moved from one exhibit to another, the dim lighting swirling like a phantom among us. With each artifact, I felt the crushing weight of what lay beneath the surface of our narratives. In that dimly lit exhibition room, filled with a haunting sense of knowledge intertwined with dread, we stood, an ensemble dancing on the edges of madness, each revelation threaded with the darker truths of ambition, inviting us into a darkness we were ill prepared to confront. The shadows that enveloped us stretched and contorted, promising that whatever had transpired that night, the echoes of its lessons would resonate long after we left this space. The inner chamber lay draped in darkness, shadows pooling in corners as I stood alone, feeling the weight of silence thrum against the stone walls. Dim light filtered through remnants of stained glass windows, casting ghostly shapes across the floor as I approached the sealed display case that held Ludwig Flammenberg's final letter, a fragile testament to his ambition and its inevitable cost. My heart thrummed in my chest, each beat resonating with the past's lingering echoes that hung like a veil around me. The case gleamed dully, an unwilling participant in the drama that had unfolded within these walls, and as my fingers traced its surface, a shiver coursed through me. The yellowed paper inside quivered, as if alive, yearning to be freed from its confines. I felt a deep connection to the man whose words it cradled, a longing to grasp the essence of his thoughts, however tragic they may be. As I lifted the delicate glass, I could hardly breathe. It was as if I stood on the precipice of a great revelation, teetering on the edge of an abyss. What I might discover there could shift the foundation of everything I believed. I opened the brittle pages with trembling fingers, a desperate yearning fueling the trembling flutter of my heart. The musty scent of old ink mingled with my fears, stirring deep within my chest. Ludwig's words came alive, each stroke of his pen painted with fervor and regret. "The cost of ambition is ever dear," I whispered, the sentiment spilling forth like a long-held secret meant to break free. As I read on, every syllable seemed to reverberate within the stillness, shaping the very essence of my being. I was ensnared by a haunting melody of loss, an echo from the void of possibility that transcended time, daring me to confront my own ambitions in light of his downfall. Echoing footsteps broke the spell, a distant reminder of the world beyond this chamber, but even as they faded, they heightened the solitude that draped over me like a funeral shroud. Outside the door, life moved on, yet here I was, navigating the depths of despair as the boundaries between time and memory blurred. In that moment, I lost myself in the rhythm of Ludwig's words, letting them take me deeper into the swirling darkness, where shadows pooled thick like grief unacknowledged. I read the final lines aloud, my voice trembling against the cool stones. "The quest for knowledge devours those who forget the price." It rang true like the lament of a lost soul, haunting yet hauntingly beautiful, resonating with unspent regrets tethered to both our pasts. Each line settled upon my shoulders, weighing heavily as I carefully laid the letter back in its case, a portal to a past entwined with sorrow and curiosity. The tension built around me, coiling tightly as I moved to extinguish the flickering oil lamps, their flames succumbing to the encroaching darkness. With each soft snuff, the light surrendered to the gloom that burgeoned around me, leaving only elongated shadows creeping against the walls, reaching for truths left unspoken. And then, The finality of the moment crashed upon me as I closed the massive door behind me. I felt the world plunge into an echoing silence, an unwavering testament to the ghosts of ambition that lingered long after the candle flames were snuffed out. Outside, the cold night awaited, wrapping its arms around my trembling form, a bitter reminder of the darkness that dwelled not just in this place, but within us all, refusing to be forgotten. Chapter 24. The Eternal Vigil. As dusk blanketed the village, the air grew thick with anticipation, the wooden platform creaking under the weight of whispered histories and trembling hearts. Lanterns swayed like fireflies, their feeble glow dancing across anxious faces. I could feel the villagers gathered around me, their weight shifting on the cobblestones, hands clenched and breaths held, as the pages of a brass-bound book rustled in the chilled air. The village square, an empty shell by day, transformed into a shrine of remembrance, shadows weaving through the twilight, draping the scene in a tapestry of sorrow and hope. I stood at the center, the brass-bound book cradled in my hands like a sacred artifact, its pages frayed and worn. The scent of oil lamps mingled with the dampness of the cobblestones, thickening the air, curling around us like the ghosts we honored. The villagers, with their eyes trained upon me, formed a solemn circle, each one a reflection of the others, grappling with unspoken grief while sharing a tacit acknowledgement of loss. "We remember," came the low murmur, a mantra soft yet powerful, filling the spaces between heartbeats. The words echoed with the weight of history, binding us in shared mourning. Greta stood at the front, her copper hair glinting softly in the lamplight, each flicker catching her expressive green eyes as they shimmered with unshed tears. Beside her, Carl, the village blacksmith, shifted his sturdy frame, his hands rough and calloused as they grasped a small amulet, a talisman against the darkness that had seeped into our lives. Hans, our respected elder, loomed over the gathered villagers, his weathered face carved with lines of both wisdom and sorrow, clutching a folded piece of paper that bore the names of those we had lost. They were my anchors in this shared abyss, my silent companions in a descent into memory's depths. As I opened the book, a shiver ran through me, every eye now a witness to the ancient words I was about to weave. The first names slipped from my lips, solemn and deliberate, reverberating in the heavy air, laden with forgotten echoes. With each utterance, I felt the fabric of the night tremble, as if the spirits of our dead were brushing against us, urging us to remember, to honor the sins we could not bury. The gathering shifted restlessly, footfalls echoing on cobblestones, bodies swaying in a delicate dance between despair and connection. I allowed the names to carry their weight, one after another, each syllable a prayer, each remembrance a salve for a communal wound. The crowd leaned forward, some clutching at damp hands, others lifting tokens of memory toward the night sky, hoping perhaps that the flickering light might guide those souls home. "For our debt, and for our hope," I concluded, my voice trembling yet steady. The moment hung in the air, ripe with the collective inhale of those who stood witness to the void left behind. I felt their gratitude swirling with their sorrow, each nod and murmured agreement a thread binding us together. A hushed reverence enveloped us, each breath we shared forming an unbreakable bond. As I closed the book, the weight of our gathering shifted. The circle began to dissipate, a slow unraveling of hopes and fears. Lanterns extinguished one by one as the villagers turned away, their expressions heavy with the stories we carried, the burdens that nestled deep within our hearts. We were a tapestry woven from loss, each thread a memory, but as we departed, I caught glimpses of a flickering flame of hope in their eyes, hope for a future where remembrance could sow the seeds of healing. The shadows of the square loomed long as I lingered a moment longer, their cold fingers reaching for me in an embrace both familiar and foreign. I felt the weight of those lost souls upon my shoulders, but also the unyielding strength of the living. Together, we bore the darkness with the fragility of candlelight, illuminating the path ahead despite the encroaching night. The lantern swung wildly at my side, casting fleeting glimmers through the dense fog that enveloped the narrow, muddy path. Each step crunched against wet earth, a sound that mingled with the whispers of the wind through the trees, crafting a chilling symphony that urged caution as I ventured deeper into the shadows, seeking what lay beyond. The night pressed against me, thick and heavy, as if the very darkness were alive, shifting and curling like smoke. With every breath, I could taste the dampness of the air, a sharp, earthy flavor mingling with an elusive sweetness like decay and promise interwoven. The moon's pale light flickered intermittently through the branches, a reluctant witness to my journey, illuminating patches of path that twisted in mysterious ways. The forest was an entity of its own, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures and the distant call of nocturnal hunters, but it was the stillness that unnerved me most, a silence that buzzed with a tension I could not quite place. Upon reaching the edge of the trees, I halted abruptly. An inexplicable shimmer flickered in the air, a soft glow amidst the skeletal trunks that surrounded me. It danced and twisted, forming patterns that teased the boundaries of perception, drawing my eyes like moths to a flame. I swallowed hard, my heart thrumming beneath my ribs as I peered into that otherworldly light. In that moment, the shadows contorted, revealing the faint outline of a figure, an apparition hovering just above the ground. There stood Ludwig Flammenberg, the man who had threaded himself through the very fabric of our village's lore. His pale blue eyes shimmered, a pair of lanterns in the abyss, carrying with them the weight of every question left unasked, every shadow of the past yet to be dispelled. His once gaunt frame now wavered with an ethereal quality, stricken by time and darkness yet oddly serene. I felt the air thicken, as if reality held its breath. A single shiver crept down my spine. I did not flee. Instead, I felt drawn toward the haunting presence before me. There was an unspeakable bond that tethered us, a longing that spiraled into the depths of my memory. I remembered late nights spent tucked in dusty corners of his estate, exploring the stories hidden within his labyrinth of books. The lines of scholarly thought he had traced felt alive in that moment, tethering our pasts together with invisible strings. Despite the thrumming fear in my heart, I found my hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of my old pocket knife, a mundane talisman against the night's threats. But even this mundane reassurance faded as I took a step back, no longer able to hold the gaze of the specter before me. Words remained unspoken. Perhaps they were unnecessary. The air shimmered between us, a fragile barrier adorned with the histories we could never reclaim. In that moment, the chill of the forest tightened around me, wrapping my thoughts in a freezing shroud. With an imperceptible nod, a silent farewell uncoiling in the depths of my mind, I turned away from Ludwig's presence. No words graced my lips. Silence was more potent than speech in that unnerving stillness. The forest swallowed me whole again, the shadows reclaiming their dominion. A profound loneliness enveloped me, clawing at the edges of my heart as I retraced my steps along the muddy path, the specter fading into memory, an unresolved echo of the past that lingered just beyond the veil. As I walked, the chill settled around me like an old cloak, one I would wear until morning's light banished the phantoms haunting the dark. Each footfall echoed, merging with the whispering trees, as I felt the distance between worlds widen, a chasm formed of what once was and what could never be. I could feel the weight of uncounted stories pushing at the corners of my mind, urging me forward even as I longed for the warmth of the village, where the heartbeats of the living still resonated in a chorus of hope. In the overgrown courtyard of Ludwig's estate, dawn crept across the weathered stones, casting a soft light upon the remnants of what once was. Vines snaked their way through crumbling walls, reclaiming the space as my heart quickened with the thrill of possibility, though a shadow of trepidation clung to me like morning mist, wrapping the air in a tender, eerie embrace. It was a haunting beauty that encapsulated the weight of knowledge I was about to impart. I stood at the center of the courtyard, gathering the small group of eager young faces before me. Their eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and apprehension, remnants of sleep lingering like ephemeral dreams. The faint sounds of the waking world surrounded us. Birdsong punctuated the stillness, a reminder of life's relentless march even in places steeped in history and melancholy. Each child brought with them a spark of potential, threads of fate intertwining as they found their way to me. As the last of the sleepy-eyed students settled into the rough circle, I unfurled the faded parchment marked with arcane symbols, carefully unrolling its time-worn edges. It whispered of the past, a past woven with mysteries and warnings that held power, if only we dared to listen. I began pointing out the symbols with a trembling finger, my heart racing with the responsibility of guiding these young minds through labyrinths of knowledge that could lead them astray or set them free. "Rewrite this passage exactly," I instructed, my voice firm yet soft, aware of the enormity of my task. Whispers rippled through the group as they huddled closer, notebooks nestled against their laps like precious relics. One boy leaned forward, his brow furrowed in concentration as he processed each instruction, the candlelight casting flickering shadows that danced on his earnest features. Beside him, another student nodded vigorously, pen scratching frantically against paper, driven by an insatiable curiosity that mirrored my own. As I explained the arcane language of the parchment, I caught fleeting glimpses of their determination. A girl's fingers twisted a lock of her tangled hair, her intense gaze barely leaving my demonstration, while a boy tapped his pencil in rhythmic contemplation, weighing the significance of every stroke. The air grew thick with a mixture of tension and exhilaration, hearts pounding with the thrill of discovery even amidst the weighty shadows of the past. "Every symbol holds a story," I murmured, allowing my own voice to dip into the deep resonances of history, while my heart craved to impart more than mere words. There was power in these tales, a ripple of connection that wove through our community, a testament to the struggles and triumphs that had forged us. Yet within the wisdom lay warnings, echoes of consequences long forgotten. As the lesson unfolded, each child engaged in their private battles with the inscriptions, some scribbling furiously, others glancing up with questions unvoiced, their thoughts tumbling around the edges of my narrative. I caught glimpses of their futures mirrored in the curves of their brows, fragile with uncertainty yet bursting with promise. Perhaps they were not only here to learn about the arcane, but to understand themselves amidst the layers of their histories, and to make sense of the worlds we inhabited, both shadowed and bright. Before long, I concluded my demonstration, gathering the scattered pages, a mix of parchment and youthful energy. The children stirred, excitement buzzing in the air as they eagerly shared their interpretations. They were not mere students, they were the vessels of tomorrow's wisdom, clutching tightly to remnants of knowledge, spilling forth dreams amidst the fading shadows of Ludwig's legacy. As our time together drew to a close, I felt a warmth blossom within my chest, a glimmer of hope amongst the ruins of remembrance. Their conversations swirled like a gentle wind through the estate, laughter mingling with shared insights that echoed against stone walls, fragile yet resilient against the encroaching darkness of the past. As the group dispersed, murmured promises to return for another lesson echoed in the courtyard like soft footfalls on cobblestones. Each child carried a spark of enthusiasm, a piece of wisdom carried forth from this sacred ground. Alone now, I took a moment to breathe in the crisp morning air, feeling the quiet aftermath settle around me like a shroud. A sense of peace washed over me, yet it mingled with a lingering weight, a reminder of those whose stories continued to ripple through the fabric of our existence. As I walked back into the awakening village, the echoes of their laughter reverberated in my ears, and I understood that this was only the beginning of a journey fraught with the unknown, a path illuminated by shared dreams and the spectral silhouettes of those who had come before us.